Hi, welcome back guys. This is your Sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Built Floating Kingdom? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. There were days when Naruto would lose himself in thought. He would sit in his iron, seal-reinforced cage, staring blankly as memories of a better, more innocent life flooded his mind. The days had once been brighter, people kinder, and life much simpler. Once upon a time, he had a twin sister. She was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. In his experience, he had encountered many girls and women, but none compared to her. She was the most precious person in his life, and they had sworn to always be together, sharing the same soul and thoughts, knowing each other so deeply that they might as well have been one. They had taken her from him, right before his eyes, as he struggled to save her. For what purpose? To mold him into a better pawn. Naruko was his everything, and they had taken her away, leaving her lifeless body in his cell so he could mourn her loss. He had clung to her cold form, as if his very existence depended on it, before she was taken away by Kabuto. He could only imagine the disrespect with which they discarded her. When their father had handed the twins over to Orochimaru for experimentation, Naruko was the only thing that kept Naruto from succumbing to despair. He lived for her, just as she lived for him. They were each other's strength, even as the experiments grew harsher and they began to lose their humanity. His father, Minato. Konoha. The entire world would pay for taking his sister from him. Orochimaru moved through the cages in his base in the land of grass, a twisted smile on his face as the captives shrank back in fear, praying to whatever deities they still believed in for salvation. He made a hissing sound that only drove them further into the corners of their cages. If they still clung to hope, they needed to be conditioned to let it go. He had plenty of tests left to break their spirits. The snake Sannin approached the smallest cage in the prison room, stopping before his most prized test subject Naruto. The boy had no surname, as his father had disowned him upon handing him over, claiming it was for the good of Konoha. Naruto was the vessel of the Kyuubi's chakra, while his deceased sister had held the beast's soul. Minato had ensured the seals were secure and added a failsafe to eliminate Naruto if even a sliver of Kyuubi chakra escaped. Orochimaru and others had checked the seals, but the Sannin was too pleased with the situation to ponder why the Yondaime had chosen to keep Naruto and hand over the twins. His mission was to break Naruto's will and turn him into a loyal, mindless servant of Konoha. Danzo would have accomplished this more swiftly, but they had entrusted the task to Orochimaru, as he was the twins' godfather. It was his duty to raise them to be loyal to Konoha. The cage where Naruto was kept was small, but for the painfully unhealthy child, it was more than enough. As Orochimaru squatted down to Naruto's level, he smiled widely into the cage. To his surprise, Naruto did not flinch or shiver. He remained on his knees, his dirty red hair obscuring his eyes. Orochimaru could hear the boy's quiet breaths, a continuous cycle until he coughed, but still received no reaction. It struck Orochimaru as odd that he had not seen Naruto's eyes since Naruko's death. Either the hair blocked them or the boy's tightly shut eyelids did. It didn't matter to him, so he chose to ignore it. This was how it had been since he had taken Naruko's life a week ago. The 9-year-old boy had lost all sense of emotion, allowing the world to move around him as he remained passive to whatever happened. Brutal experiments no longer elicited screams from him. Beatings by his captors failed to faze him. Even threats from his most intimidating interrogator did not make him tremble in fear. Orochimaru was almost convinced he had finally broken Naruto after 6 long years of effort, but a part of him remained skeptical. He had chosen Naruto over his sister for one reason. Naruto possessed the great beast's chakra, while the soul held no value to him, regardless of how magnificent the human specimen was. He noticed a faint rustling from the cage and saw the oversized, dirt-stained shirt Naruto wore shift slightly, yet the boy remained still. The Sannin's smile faltered when he noticed the chain attached to the boy's collar sway before it came to a stop, vibrating and clinking as it moved. Orochimaru attributed it to a slight draft from the tiny window a few feet away. He asked Naruto how he was doing but received no response. He frowned sharply when the boy remained silent. He reminded Naruto of the importance of replying when spoken to. Naruto's breathing remained steady, and his body did not tremble, even as Orochimaru directed his killer intent toward the small child. He threatened to have his subordinates teach Naruto some manners for his insolence. Just as he was about to stand, he heard Naruto whisper under his breath. Naruto's voice was raspy, a result of not having had water for 3 days. He asked why Orochimaru had taken his sister away from him. Orochimaru smiled, claiming he loved Naruto more than anyone would believe. When Naruto pressed for an explanation, Orochimaru responded that Naruko had been an obstacle that Naruto needed to overcome to reach his true potential. If he hadn't taken action against her, then the boy wouldn't have been able to lift all those weights or move so quickly. Just a day after his sister's death, he demonstrated an extraordinary ability to lift heavy objects. He stood there, challenging anyone to ask more questions. Naruto, his voice barely above a whisper, pondered aloud whether he was ready to bring destruction upon the world. The man chuckled, amusement dancing in his eyes as he closed them. He spoke frankly to his godson, expressing that the boy's dreams were wild and unattainable. He leaned closer to the cell bars, a sinister grin on his face, and told Naruto that he would never be free long enough to even consider such thoughts. Naruto absorbed the words, and suddenly, the chains binding him began to tremble violently. He remained still, his clothes rustling loudly and drawing the attention of the other captives. With a calm demeanor, he invoked a powerful technique. Orochimaru's head collided with the bars, the impact echoing through the cell as he struck again and again, each blow more chilling than the last. The force of Naruto's will was relentless, and with one final, powerful push, Orochimaru's head slipped through the bars. Even after Naruto ceased his incantation, his mind and eyes continued to channel the energy, allowing him to exert control. Raising his hand, Naruto placed it on the dazed Sanin's head. A strange, wispy smoke began to emanate from Orochimaru, and as Naruto withdrew his hand, the snake man's movements ceased entirely. The boy gazed at his palm, where he held the essence of his godfather, and with a firm grip, he caused it to disintegrate into nothingness. Rising to his feet with a fluid motion, he startled the other captives as the bars of his cage creaked open, allowing him to step over Orochimaru's lifeless body and move outside. He paused, his hidden gaze fixed on the cooling form of his tormentor. As he looked up, the other slaves beheld the awe-inspiring sight of his eyes, the Rinnegan. The black irises, adorned with red concentric circles, held a divine quality that drew their attention. They shuffled closer, yearning to reach out and touch him, though their cages kept them at bay. Naruto could hear alarms blaring as he concentrated, using his newfound power to shatter the red restraint collar around his neck. He was the village's most prized test subject, and it was only logical that his restraints were connected to the alarm system. His eyes allowed him to sense the approaching chakra signatures, armed and ready, but he felt no fear. He had activated his Rinnegan the night he had spent with his sister's lifeless body, unaware that his eyes had changed as he held her close. The rigorous experiments had altered his chakra network, merging it with the potent energy of the nine-tailed fox, resulting in a unique form of the Rinnegan that granted him extraordinary abilities. This transformation was why he could manipulate gravitational forces without the usual delay. Naruto surveyed the other captives, their eyes filled with longing as they wished to touch him and plead for mercy. As the footsteps of the approaching ninjas grew louder, he asked who would follow him. Silence filled the air until a chorus of voices erupted, each SLV expressing their desire to join him, their desperation palpable. He raised his hand for silence, a smile creeping onto his lips at their unwavering devotion, especially after witnessing him defeat their oppressors so effortlessly. He was their beacon of hope. With determination, he began his march toward the door leading to the containment area. As he passed each cage, the bars bent and creaked, allowing the slaves to timidly step out and follow him. The underground room, as vast as a forest, soon filled with free people, all trailing behind the one who had liberated them, their eyes shining with adoration and a hint of fear. Naruto felt a surge of satisfaction as he led his growing band of followers, a mix of children, mothers, and the elderly, all united in their quest for freedom. He reached the iron door, and with a pulse of energy, it crumpled inward and blasted outward, clearing a path for them as the ninjas rushed down the stairs. His heart raced when he spotted Kabuto at the front of the group, having narrowly avoided the collapsing door. The other ninjas were not so fortunate, their remains splattered against the walls. Kabuto shouted for everyone to return to their cells, brandishing electric batons that crackled ominously. The followers fell silent, looking to Naruto for guidance. He remained calm and unyielding, and as if responding to his will, an unseen force ripped Kabuto's arms away, leaving the medic in shock as his severed limbs floated before him, still clutching the crackling batons. Naruto addressed those behind him in a low voice, asking if they all wanted justice. A collective roar of agreement followed, and Naruto nodded curtly, signaling his intent. His eyes flashed, and with a swift motion, Kabuto's legs were severed from his body, eliciting a scream of pain from the regenerating medic as his limbs hovered before him, still twitching. Naruto used his Jujutsu ability to lift Kabuto's body and casually discarded it behind him, leaving the armless, legless loyalist to Orochimaru at the mercy of those he had tormented. For once in his life, and for the last time, Kabuto faced the wrath of those he had oppressed, as they descended upon him in a flurry of fists, feet, and curses. As Naruto allowed his followers to indulge in their revenge, he raised his hands and motioned around, causing the arms and legs of fallen shinobi to dance before the terrified onlookers. He recognized many of them, those who had laughed when he mourned his sister, those who had jeered as he endured chakra poison, and those who mocked him for being the rejected son of the Yondaime. The chaos continued behind him as he abruptly reached forward, grabbing hold of the shinobi tasked with containing him and tearing out their hearts. The ground soaked in their essence, and the walls were drenched as he pulled back his arms. He began the procession anew, with his satisfied followers stepping over the motionless body of the silver-haired medic, whose regeneration had its limits. They tried to ignore the gruesome scene around them, fully devoted to their god and eager for his approval. Navigating the stairs became easier as Naruto mentally manipulated gravity, gathering the fallen into a sphere of flesh that hovered before him. As he emerged from the stairwell, he held his right hand above his head, the massive ball of body parts floating ominously. With a clenched fist, he shattered the bones within, right before the stunned sound shinobi. He glared at them, whispering a command. With a powerful force, the bones shot out from the sphere, accompanied by an energy wave that struck each shinobi. That day, Naruto departed the village hidden in the sound, leading a flood of followers, many of whom were former members of Orochimaru's village, now submitting to him without resistance. More slaves emerged from hiding as Naruto ordered his companions to free them. The boy and his followers left the village devoid of life, transforming it into a mere smoking crater and vanishing with over 8,000 people, not to be seen again for many years. If Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage of the village hidden in the leaves, were to express any regrets, it would be not handing his twin children over to Orochimaru sooner. He had tried to tolerate their existence until they were 3 before entrusting them to the SDST. His friend had reported that the twins were making significant progress under Orochimaru's care, even claiming that Naruko, the host of the nine-tailed fox, could bench press 300 pounds at 6 years old, while Naruto remained a disappointment. Orochimaru often insisted that Naruto held untapped potential even greater than Naruko's, and promised to bring it out. Minato was indifferent to the living conditions of his children. He simply wanted Orochimaru to fulfill his promise of turning them into loyalists for Konoha. When he heard that Naruko had been killed and left to bleed out before her brother, he still felt no remorse. His focus remained on raising his youngest child, Minato, who was his only pride and joy. This child had been born on the same day he had handed the twins over to Orochimaru. After the Kyuubi attack, Kushina had never been the same, drifting in and out of consciousness and sanity for 8 long years while Minato watched helplessly as his beloved wife succumbed to madness after the Kyuubi was extracted from her. It was this suffering that fueled Minato's hatred for the twins. Before the last Uzumaki princess fell into her madness, she had shared a final moment with Minato, resulting in the birth of Minato Jr., a carbon copy of his father in appearance but with the fiery spirit and drive of his mother. It broke Minato's heart to see his wife confined in a straitjacket, locked away in a padded room. He tried to visit her weekly, but each time it pained him to see that she no longer recognized him, though he could catch a fleeting glimmer of recognition in her eyes before it vanished. Eventually, he found it too difficult to visit her. It was ironic that a man who had bested the current Raikage multiple times, created jutsu synonymous with death, and was known as the strongest ninja in the world was afraid to see his wife. He ceased his visits a year after she had been placed in the psychiatric ward. Similarly, he did not visit the twins, wanting only video proof of their progress and handwritten letters from Orochimaru detailing their needs. However, the weekly reports from the Snake Sannin had abruptly stopped 7 years ago. After a month of silence, Minato sent Jiraiya to investigate, despite the Toad Sage's deep-seated animosity toward Orochimaru. When Jiraiya returned, he was pale and horrified, revealing that there was no longer a hidden sound, only a massive smoking crater in its place. It seemed as if a divine force had descended from the heavens, crushing the village and erasing all life in an instant. Minato struggled to process the news but ultimately deemed it a blessing, as it confirmed the death of his son, Naruto. Years of effort and resources had been wasted on the boy, who had also driven his wife to the brink of madness, alongside his twin sister. In Minato's mind, death was a mercy for Naruto, and he quickly pushed thoughts of Sound and Orochimaru from his mind. He did, however, give the Snake Sannin a proper burial and a place on the Wall of Fallen Ninjas. His former teacher, Jiraiya, was determined to uncover the truth behind the events, and Minato permitted the investigation as long as it did not disrupt the functioning of Konoha. Then another strange occurrence took place. A massive section of land, spanning miles in width and depth, vanished from the earth. This happened a year after the fall of Sound. 7 years had passed, and the legendary Toad Sage had only just begun to uncover the smallest hints about the force that had obliterated the Sound village. One of Jiraiya's most trusted informants, stationed in Kumo, had reported seeing a group of about 20 men and women in gleaming armor marching toward the ocean while on his way to deliver a message to a friend in Iwa. Minato raised an eyebrow, questioning if they were heading to Uzushio. Jiraiya shook his head, explaining that they were far off course and would never be able to breach Uzushio's water defenses. He hesitated before revealing that every last Uzumaki was either dead or Kushina. Minato, wanting to steer the conversation away from his wife's fragile state, pressed for details on the investigation. Jiraiya confirmed that he had found footprints leading from the coastline deep into the water, but the trail had gone cold after that. Minato inquired how this connected to Sound, suggesting that they might simply be worshippers taking their devotion to extremes. Jiraiya clarified that his informant had spotted a girl with long red hair, bright purple eyes, and red-rimmed glasses among the armored figures. She was bringing up the rear, carrying a long sword at her hip. The description painted a vivid picture of a girl clad in red and gold, with black pants and armor covering her fingers and upper arms. An Uzumaki, Minato muttered in disbelief. Jiraiya confirmed that it was Karin, one of Orochimaru's test subjects. The name sparked a distant memory of a little red-haired girl serving him tea in Orochimaru's office. Minato instructed Jiraiya to dig deeper, to keep his ears to the ground and his eyes open. If he caught wind of any rumors about the armored figures, he wanted Jiraiya to pursue them to the very end. Off the shores of Kumogakure, 3 miles west of Uzushio-gakure, and hundreds of miles in the sky, a kingdom was being built not in a day or even a year, but through the careful construction of clouds, air, heavy fuinjutsu seals, and motors. Naruto stifled a yawn as he strolled down the red-carpeted hallway of his magnificent palace. Now 16, he wore a short-sleeved red and gold shirt paired with black pants. Underneath, he donned black armor that complemented his outfit without hindering his movements. He ran his armored fingers through his shaggy red hair and nodded to the guards bowing outside his throne room. Upon entering, he was greeted by an ageless woman with fiery red hair and kind eyes, who bent her knees in respect. Naruto acknowledged her briefly before taking his seat on his splendid throne, crafted from precious metals that sparkled throughout the vast throne room adorned with mythological art. As he reclined, swinging his leg over the armrest, the woman approached him, leaning down to speak. Dressed in a long black gown with a white apron, she exuded an air of authority as the combat maid and head of the palace workers. Her small, painted lips curved into a smile as she delivered news from their spies in the Fire Country, who had successfully infiltrated minor positions of authority. Naruto listened intently as she informed him that some of their spies were now close confidants of the Fire Daimyo. He considered this good news and instructed her to prepare for their next move, emphasizing that Konoha should be the last place they targeted. Naruto wanted his enemies to see their impending defeat. He gestured toward a samurai who stood with his weapon before him as a sign of loyalty, then motioned toward the door. He expressed his trust that the samurai would ensure their plans were executed discreetly. The samurai quickly rose, saluted Naruto with his sword across his chest, and hurried out. Naruto's eyes brightened at the news that his forces were prepared for global domination. He remained seated but felt a surge of excitement. The heads of each combat-related division had reported that their least skilled members were at the special jounin rank. With determination, he instructed Shinokura to initiate their plans as soon as possible. He sat up, and Shinokura knelt, hanging on his every word as he addressed the warriors in the room. He asked each of them to introduce themselves, stating their names and divisions. While his Rinnegan allowed him to remember everything, he wanted to hear them remind him of the contributions they had made to the kingdom. He gestured from right to left, and the first person on the right spoke. Nirvana Kurgaku, with her multicolored hair and heterochromatic eyes, introduced herself as the head of the Invention Division. She had a wide, enthusiastic grin and saluted crisply. She led the engineers and technicians who created inventions that propelled the kingdom forward, including the motors that kept it floating in the sky and the security systems that protected it from outsiders. With her eyes lowered, she pledged her service to Naruto. Next was Hamato Toshi, a tall, muscular man who introduced himself as the head of the Intelligence and Interrogation Division. He had endured years of torture and learned the best methods to extract information from anyone. His division was skilled at gathering intelligence, even from the most loyal subjects. He expressed his readiness to serve King Naruto. Karen Uzumaki, the head of the medical division, bowed deeply with a sweet smile. She had once been captured but swore her loyalty to Naruto after witnessing his power. She declared her life was his. Mora, the leader of the Hunter Ninja Division, wore a distinctive mask and expressed gratitude for Naruto's mercy. He commanded a division that ventured outside the kingdom to collect bounties, increasing its wealth. Nora, his twin sister and head of the Scout and Retrieval Division, looked identical to him except for her black mask. Both twins had suffered under Orochimaru's experiments, and Naruto respected their choice to hide their faces. She expressed her gratitude for his kindness. Yuakuso, head of the Infiltration and Espionage Division, had white hair tied in a ponytail. With a friendly smile, he pledged his life to King Naruto, stating his division's role in gaining the trust of people across the continent. Magi Harai Gamatomo, a young prodigy in the art of seals, introduced herself as the head of the Fuinjutsu Division. She had been liberated by Naruto at a young age and had dedicated herself to fortifying the kingdom with her seals. She wore a bright green backpack adorned with cheerful designs and declared her soul was his. Satoshi Todoroki, with frizzy blonde hair and calm teal eyes, introduced himself as the head of the Rescue and Support Division. He was responsible for internal security, including the police, and bowed respectfully to Naruto. Indra Wadashi, leader of the Frontline Soldiers Division, had dull eyes and limp black hair. He bowed deeply, acknowledging Naruto with humility. He carried a large sword known as the Kubikuribaku, a weapon Naruto had given him after a scouting mission. The men and women before Naruto were the embodiment of his efforts. They had stood by him from the beginning, helping to support the thousands who depended on him, as he could not manage alone. The scrolls and documents Naruto had acquired from Orochimaru's village were the focus of study for his followers, who had chosen their areas of specialization. Like everyone in the Flying Kingdom, they were devoted to him, willing to face any challenge. This thought brought a small smile to Naruto's face, enough to fill his followers with pride as they stood tall. The level of control he held over them never ceased to amaze him. With a commanding presence, He declared that they would begin their operations in the Lightning Country, given their proximity to it. His followers responded eagerly, ready to carry out his orders without hesitation. He instructed them to eliminate key officials in the capital and to have the Hunter Ninja Division handle the shinobi forces stationed at the borders. There would be no mercy in their approach, and his followers affirmed their understanding. Naruto intended to oversee the takeover personally, even if it took months. He wanted the world to recognize his rule. Turning to Magi, the head of the Fuinjutsu division, he inquired about the status of the flight seals. Magi reported that the seals were operational and easy to use. These seals, developed over weeks, allowed users to fly for short PRDS, although some ninjas preferred to rely on their own inventions. He then asked Karen, the medic, and Nirvana, the inventor, if the emergency medical vehicles were ready. They confirmed that each vehicle would have teams of 4 medics and 2 engineers, with over 100 EMVs prepared for his command. The vehicles, designed by Nirvana with Karen's support, were intended to ensure injured soldiers could be transported safely for treatment. Naruto instructed them to prepare for a subtle and unexpected invasion of Kumo, allowing for more noise later. As his soldiers left, he decided to join the infiltration himself. Shinokora, his red-haired maid, expressed surprise at his decision, reminding him of the capabilities of his forces. Naruto acknowledged their strength but emphasized his desire to witness their abilities firsthand. He was eager to take on the Kage and high-ranking shinobi, viewing it as a challenge. Shinokora chuckled at his determination, and Naruto asserted that he needed to lead by example. He could not simply command others to fight without being willing to fight himself. She reminded him that his presence alone inspired his followers, but he dismissed her concerns, confident in his decision. As they made their way to the palace doors, Shinokora followed gracefully. The guards opened the grand doors, revealing the beautiful garden outside, with lush grass and well-maintained trees. Naruto walked along the paved path, feeling the intricate seals on his armor glow as he prepared. For the day ahead, Shinokora produced a black helmet from her sleeve, which Naruto donned. The helmet recognized his chakra network and linked with his armor, designed for high-ranking soldiers to wear under their clothing for quick access. The Great Tsukai Kingdom, a highly advanced civilization, sprawled before him as he stood at the gate of his palace. His keen eyes surveyed the progress made over the past 7 years, since many had left sound with him. The kingdom featured towering buildings and well-paved roads, a stark contrast to the lives of those in the nations below. As he lifted off the ground, hovering effortlessly, Shinokora followed suit. Although he could have taken a vehicle, he preferred to admire his accomplishments from above. People looked up, pointing at the 2 figures in the sky, recognizing their lord and his maid as they soared over Tsukai. They began to cheer and celebrate as he reclined in the air, relaxing with his hands behind his head and his left leg crossed over his right. Shinokora observed her master, the king of Tsukai Kingdom, gracefully accepting the praises of his people without showing any signs of arrogance. The calm air and the scent of the sea put her at ease. She inquired if he wished for her to fight as well, expressing her desire for retribution against Konoha. Her heart raced with anticipation, and Naruto sensed her eagerness to confront Konoha. She bowed her head, revealing her long, animalistic canines, and patiently awaited his response, knowing he was still her master. He granted her permission, stating that there were many countries to subdue before Konoha would be their focus. He landed gently on his feet, guiding Shinokora to do the same, and encouraged her to unleash her full potential. Grateful, she thanked him, and he nodded as he passed by, prompting her to quickly rise and enter the royal vehicle alongside him. The vehicle was adorned in gold and red with black trimmings, built to withstand significant damage, and equipped with reinforced windows and doors. The driver, an elderly man with gray hair, started the car as Naruto entered, and they drove through the gate. The driver halted the car on a flat green platform above the black road and activated a switch, causing the tires to latch onto the surface. The vehicle hummed and lifted off the ground, gliding smoothly as a fleet of soldiers followed, numbering in the thousands, utilizing newly administered flight seals. The car and soldiers shimmered in the sunlight, blending with the sky and concealing their presence from those below. Shinokora, sitting upright beside her lord, gazed out the window at the landscape, lost in thought. She was the soul of the nine-tailed fox, Kyubi no Kitsune. After months of deep meditation, Naruto had rescued her soul from the Shinigami's grasp and placed it into a body of his own creation. Initially, he had intended to resurrect his sister but discovered that the Shinigami held Naruko for reasons he could not comprehend. The Rinnegan allowed him to remove souls from bodies and return them to life, but only once a year. Unable to reach his sister, he chose to bring back the nine-tailed fox, with the death god permitting him to do so. The body he prepared for her belonged to a grass kunoichi who had attempted to attack his budding kingdom. He ensured that the original soul had vacated the body and fortified it to accept the soul of a tailed beast. Though the demon chakra within Naruto could not return to her while he was alive, Shinokora remained a formidable force. Upon her revival, she made a blood oath to serve his lineage in gratitude for her return. Naruto still vowed to rescue his sister one day, but he needed to devise a way to free Naruko from the death god's grip. As the car touched down, she exited alongside Naruto. Ninjas descended around them, creating a sea of humanity awaiting his command. The Lord of Tsukai narrowed his Rinnegan eyes beneath his helmet and turned towards Kumogakure, the hidden village in Lightning Country bordering the sea. With a simple command, their forms, from Naruto and Shinokora to the last soldier standing at attention, vanished from sight, their armor concealing them from view. From there, limited power was shared downwards, still connected back to the king. The Tsukai kingdom was a highly advanced society that had flourished due to the wise decisions of Naruto and the unwavering loyalty of his subordinates. The resources embedded in the ground were partly man-made, a result of a replication seal drawn on them before they were placed underground to expand with the earth, ensuring the kingdom's stability. The people were hardworking, motivated by their desire to impress their lord, which significantly propelled the kingdom's development. The kingdom remained aloft not solely due to Naruto's supreme manipulation of gravity but also because of powerful motors continuously spinning and seals powered by solar energy. These motors were maintained exclusively by those in the Inventors Division. The kingdom's structural integrity was upheld by another seal, creating a dome of air around it and thick clouds that obscured it from view, while also controlling the atmospheric conditions, from rain to snow, as the seasons changed. Various jutsus were employed to keep the kingdom afloat and hidden from sight. For the Raikage, the day began like any other. He woke up, got out of bed, prepared himself, and left his house for another day filled with monotonous paperwork and negotiations with both obscure and suspicious villages and countries. At exactly 8 in the morning, his lithely built, silver-haired secretary entered his office, dropped a stack of papers for him to handle, and left without a word. She had recently been upset with him for engaging in talks with Iwagakure, a village she despised for reasons he chose not to share. She insisted it wasn't important, so he shrugged it off. After she left, another jounin entered his office to report on the current state of his ninjas on missions outside of Kumo and the Lightning Country. I expected the usual report that everyone was fine but was mildly alarmed when the ninja informed him that the radios were offline. This meant they couldn't receive information from those in the field or send information out, a very urgent development. I conveyed his concern by commanding the ninja to have it fixed immediately before returning to his paperwork. It was a change, but a troubling one. The communication system for any village, hidden or not, was its beating heart. The leader's office was the brain. If the heart was in danger and unable to beat, it could not convey distress to allied villages, leaving them isolated like an island. Even the outposts surrounding the village could not communicate back to the home base or to each other. At that moment, in the Information and Communications Center for Kumogakure, a computer engineer called to fix the system scratched his head in thought as he examined the damaged equipment. It was clear that several sword strikes had slashed apart the main servers, which had caused the other connected servers to fail. He shook his head sadly, and the head of communications hovering over his shoulder raised an eyebrow, asking if there was a problem. The engineer replied sharply, indicating the extent of the damage. The head scoffed, rolling his eyes, and insisted that the engineer get it fixed. The engineer responded that it would take at least 6 hours to replace everything and reconnect the other boxes. As he began his work, he noticed the building was in complete darkness, prompting him to wonder why it had happened. He was sure there had been light when he entered. The head of the center informed him that the electricity had been malfunctioning since sunrise, likely due to someone using a lightning jutsu in the electrical room. The engineer continued to work, removing the bulk of the servers with a strong yank and starting to disconnect the colored wires. Suddenly, a low thump echoed behind him, and he turned to see the head of the communications center split in half, blood pooling on the floor. A black-haired man in silver armor beneath a red and gold outfit stood over the body, his clothing spotless. The engineer began to sputter as the katana-wielding figure smirked and turned to leave, where a small group of similarly dressed individuals awaited him, clad in blue and black with silver shoulder plates, forearm protectors, and shin guards. They cast a final glance at the engineer before exiting the building. The young engineer sighed in relief, placing his hand over his heart and panting from the close brush with danger. He sprang to his feet to report what had happened to the wreckage. The chilling sight of the lifeless body before him was almost too much to bear, but as he straightened up, his own head suddenly rolled off his shoulders. He hadn't even realized that his neck had been sliced by the assailant. As his headless body collapsed to the ground, it joined the grim collection of around 15 headless corpses scattered throughout the room, all victims who had been trying to figure out the server issues. The black-haired killer flicked his bloodied weapon to the side and sheathed it at his hip in one smooth motion. His 5 subordinate shinobi looked at him expectantly. The man informed them that Captain Eagle Eye wanted them to circle around the village and stand guard outside Kumo's ANBU headquarters while he and his team handled the situation inside. They nodded curtly and zipped through the shadows, away from the unsuspecting civilians who remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding in their village. They arrived just in time to witness a group of approximately 50 camouflaged ninjas, clad in red shirts and bronze armor, burst through the door with a gust of wind. Their weapons fell as they entered, splitting off in 8 directions to infiltrate the darkened living quarters of Kumo's Black Ops, the commander's office, and the training grounds. Why wasn't the building ablaze with alarms? The answer became clear when a middle-aged man with bleached blonde hair emerged from the electrical room, having short-circuited the systems and disabled the security seals. He was one of many spies who had infiltrated the village, having been selected 2 years prior due to his high concentration of lightning chakra, which granted him citizenship as a refugee from Kirigakure. As he entered the mess hall, he drew his weapon and fired 5 consecutive arrows, striking the hearts of his unsuspecting comrades in the ANBU. He reveled in the betrayal reflected in their eyes as they fought against the bronze soldiers of Tsukai. Moving confidently through the chaos, he slashed at any shinobi who leaped at him with the sharp edges of his bow. Reaching the door at the end of the mess hall, he retrieved an arrow and jammed it into the keyhole. The seals on the weapon disabled the door's security, allowing it to open slowly. Just then, a lightning strike erupted from the door as the commander of the ANBU charged out. The silver-ranked soldier gritted his teeth as the jutsu pushed him back, causing stray arcs to disrupt the bronze soldier's focus, allowing the Kumo ANBU to land critical hits. With determination, he spun to evade the attack and drew his arrow, shooting it straight ahead. The arrow whistled through the air but was deflected by another bolt of lightning. However, the distraction proved costly. A bronze soldier slid up behind him and swiftly incapacitated him. The soldier allowed the man to crumple to his knees before falling flat on his face, lifeless. A cheerful blue-haired bronze girl waved to her superior as she unsheathed her blade from the fallen body. The silver soldier acknowledged her with a thumbs up and continued to eliminate the last few surviving ANBU, relying on the bronze ranks to create diversions. He signaled for them to regroup at the end of the hidden building while retrieving a headset from his wrist storage seal. Placing it on his head, he held down the right ear and spoke, observing his subordinates rush out of the mess hall to subdue or eliminate ANBU. "This is Captain Eagle Eye. Patch me over to Division Head Yu Akuso." The response came quickly, and moments later he heard the lilting voice of his division head. Yu was seated in the Reikage secretary's chair, casually reading a magazine. The quivering woman kneeling before her former desk silently pleaded for mercy as she felt the sharp edge of a blade at her neck. Yu paid her little mind as he listened to his deputy. Requesting assistance for the Hunter Ninja Division outside Kumo, Eagle Eye stated, stepping over the bodies of Kumo and Bu as he moved forward. "Can I ask why?" Yu replied, raising a hand to pause the silver-ranked soldier who was about to strike the secretary. The platinum-ranked soldier tilted his head toward the civilian woman, placing a finger to his lips to signal her to remain silent. She tightly shut her eyes and clasped her hands together, silently pleading for mercy. The older man informed his team that they were nearly finished at the ANBU headquarters. He granted permission for their next steps but cautioned them not to interfere with the hunters, knowing how much they despised that. With a nod, he exited through the back door, revealing about 4 dozen ANBU operatives on their knees, at the mercy of the Sukai soldiers. His orders were to subdue them rather than execute them, and with their numbers appearing sufficient, he directed half of them to move to the outposts bordering Kumo while the others awaited a squad from the Scouting and Retrieval Division to contain the subdued shinobi. They would join the others pursuing fleeing Kumo ninjas when the time came. The king had a list of villages where he intended to significantly reduce the shinobi forces to quell any thoughts of revolt. Kumo was on that list. Meanwhile, Yu sharply rose to his feet and fell to his knees as Naruto ascended the stairs, with Shinokura following closely behind him, her posture rigid and her serene smile unwavering. The Rinnegan king glanced at Yu, then at the cowering civilian forced onto her hands and knees by the silver rank holding a blade near her neck. 20 golden ranks lined the walls in the secretary's office, just behind the door to the Kage, and they too fell to one knee, placing their right hands over their hearts in a sign of subservience to their leader. Naruto's lips curled into a slight smile as he gestured for the silver rank to step aside, looking down at the terrified woman who gazed up at him, her heart racing. He asked her for her name, his voice low, and she gulped nervously. She identified herself as Mabui, realizing that the platinum-armored man who commanded the golden-armored soldiers had knelt before Naruto, indicating his supreme authority. As the Raikage's personal secretary, she had witnessed many dangerous situations, but this one felt different. There were no screams or struggles, just the soldiers marching in and forcing her down. She recognized the cold determination in their eyes. They would not hesitate to harm a defenseless civilian if it pleased their master. Naruto inquired if she was scared, his glowing Rinnegan eyes fixed on her. She stammered her admission of fear. He stood up and instructed his personal maid to let Mabui go, telling her that she should indeed be very scared of his men and of him. He had many plans for her, but for now, he dismissed her, and she hurried out of the room, only to stop in shock at the sight of the staff in the Raikage's office, all on their knees, shoulders lowered. A silver rank ordered her to kneel as well. Yu, the head of the Infiltration and Espionage Division, sought Naruto's attention, asking if they should eliminate everyone present. Naruto replied that they wanted the world to submit to Sukai and to him. Killing everyone would undermine that goal. He envisioned a world where all nations and living beings acknowledged his rule, planning a global fighting tournament between nations where the winning nation would earn his favor, with further plans already in mind for when he grew bored. As Naruto approached the door of the Raikage, who remained unaware of the takeover, he raised his left hand and effortlessly ripped the door off its hinges, tossing it aside. The Raikage, startled, glared at the intruder, a tall teen with crimson-red hair and black eyes adorned with red concentric circles. He wore a deep red shirt emblazoned with the kanji for Sky King, and obsidian black armor beneath his clothing. Behind him stood dozens of similarly dressed soldiers, all at attention, with a royal maid directly behind Naruto and a man in platinum armor who smiled subtly. The Raikage demanded to know who Naruto was, his body crackling with lightning. He clenched his gauntlets, his white hair frizzing with energy. Naruto introduced himself as King Naruto, ruler of the Sukai Kingdom. The Raikage, puzzled by the mention of the Sukai Kingdom, refused to let his focus waver from the dangerous teen before him, who stood relaxed with arms crossed. He expressed outrage at the invasion of his home. Naruto noted that his forces had subdued the village with little resistance, expressing disappointment at the lack of struggle. The Raikage, filled with rage, unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning toward Naruto, but a transparent barrier shielded him from the attack. Naruto's Rinnegan pulsed with excitement as he began to drain the Raikage's chakra using his unique abilities. It was too late for the man to stop the attack when he noticed the consequences. Naruto continued to siphon the lightning Kage's chakra, watching with satisfaction as it fell to his knees, weakened. Naruto paused, tilting his head in curiosity as he observed the exhausted Kage, who was struggling to rise and hold his fist in a fighting stance. Naruto remarked on A's resilience, noting that he admired it, but added that if the villagers saw their leader in such a state, it would give them hope, which he could not allow. A powerful force enveloped the Kage's neck, lifting him off the ground. Naruto's red-ringed eyes followed the floating man as he smashed him through a window, then flew after him, hovering high above the subdued village. With a flick of his hand, he commanded gravity to bring it closer, catching him effortlessly. The Tsukai warriors holding down the civilians looked up in awe as they saw Naruto gripping the Kage by the neck, causing A to grit his teeth against the strength of the hold, unable to muster the power to break free. The king of Tsukai Kingdom raised his other hand, demanding silence. He proclaimed that this was their leader, the one meant to protect them, who had now failed. The villagers of Kumo fell silent, shocked by the desperate situation of their Raikage. Naruto commanded them to bow down, promising not to destroy their village. The people knelt, and as they saw their Raikage, the strongest man in the village, at the mercy of the godlike boy, they fell forward onto their hands in esping. Naruto smiled slightly and addressed the man he held. He expressed that there was nothing A or anyone could do to oppose him, noting that he hadn't even needed to fight, yet his soldiers had succeeded. Gasping for air, declared that his brother and Yujito would avenge him. Naruto replied with a wide smile, revealing that he was sending his hunters to find them and force them to kneel, suggesting that those Jinchuriki would serve well in his kingdom. A's final words were defiant, but before he could finish, Naruto tightened his grip, ending his life. Naruto's smile faded as he whispered to A's lifeless form that he had already won, allowing the body to drop from the sky amidst the cheers and shouts of his men. In the forests north of Kumogakure, 3 miles from the nearest outpost, chaos ensued. Yujito leaped from tree to tree, pursued by a relentless group of hunters led by a heavily tanned man in a white mask, accompanied by a woman with multicolored hair and unique boots that had spinning fans on the soles. The woman maneuvered with ease, while the hunter followed her with traditional agility. She laughed joyfully as she spun in the air, leaving a trail of white smoke that dissipated moments later. Behind them were several other hunters and 2 more individuals equipped with similar flying contraptions. B, racing on the ground with his own group of hunters, called out that he had no idea who they were when a spear connected to a gleaming silver chain narrowly missed him, causing him to hiss in surprise. Yujito, determined to fight back, whirled in the air and unleashed blue fiery afterimages from her nails toward her pursuers. Mora, the head of the Hunter Ninja Division, and Nirvana, the head of the Invention Division, signaled their subordinates, many masked figures in silver armor, who dispersed just in time to avoid the deadly claws. Yujito sensed the hunters surrounding her, forming a triangle with the contraption using ninjas filling in the gaps. The lead hunter jumped forward, drawing a striking red kunai to block her attacks. Blue chakra enveloped Yujito, causing Mora to dodge hastily as his weapons melted against it. He communicated with Nirvana, informing her that she was using her powers. She confirmed that the containment field would be operational in 15 seconds and instructed him to keep her within the triangle. Mora, frustrated, retorted that he was already doing just that as he swung from a branch to evade her strikes. Yujito roared in frustration, chasing after the head hunter, who managed to evade her lethal attacks. As he landed on a branch within the triangle, he quickly created a seal and leaped away just in time to avoid her. The seal enveloped her in a plume of smoke, but she channeled more chakra, burning through the restraints almost instantly. Nirvana informed Mora that the containment field was ready and urged him to get out of there. Mora signaled to one of his subordinates, who broke a branch above him and threw it aside. In a flash of smoke, Mora switched places with the branch, leaving it behind. The beastly chakra-clad woman snarled and charged at him. Nirvana, clapping her hands in sync with her subordinates, activated the containment field, causing the forest to light up in a brilliant flash. When Yujito opened her eyes, she found herself trapped in a glass cube that spanned about 15 feet from her position in the center. Her face collided with the glass in front of Mora when she couldn't stop in time during her headlong run. The man didn't even flinch as he stared back at her, his bright blue eyes catching her attention. Yujito's fist ignited with chakra as she struck the glass, but it remained unyielding even as she poured more energy into her attack, her body engulfed in flames. Fully activating her tailed beast cloak, she transformed into the two-tailed demon cat, but that change was short-lived. Mora placed his palm on the surface of the containment field, unaffected by the heat beneath his platinum-armored fingers. A great seal opened under his palm, and he turned his hand as if adjusting a knob on a stove. Several flashes of light erupted inside the containment field, stunning the two-tailed cat and causing her to stumble. As he continued to manipulate the seal, the beast chakra began to shed from her in clumps, a heavy vibration resonating within the cube that shook her bones, accompanied by a sharp pinging sound that only she could hear. The deadly chakra was absorbed into the cube swiftly, leaving Yujito unconscious at its center. Mora remarked on the effectiveness of the containment field, expressing satisfaction to Nirvana, who chuckled appreciatively. He instructed her to shrink the containment field and call for a retrieval squad to take Yujito back to Tsukai. Nirvana complied, pushing against the glass surface alongside the other hunters and inventors, causing the cube to shrink. She took a moment to check in with Gore, the deputy head of the Hunter Ninja Division, a short man with a red mask who wielded a mighty warhammer. Known for his wild and fierce nature, he had endured years of brutal encounters with sound shinobi, earning his name from Naruto after a particularly violent mission. Gore was relentless, tearing through any living creature before him with the ferocity of a wild animal, his masked face hiding a mouth filled with needle-like teeth. Gore expressed his eagerness to enter the containment field and take action against the unconscious Jinchuriki, but he restrained himself, knowing that such behavior would displease Naruto. He had fought valiantly, utilizing his skills, but the relentless tactics of the hunters and Gore's direct approach had overwhelmed him. Unlike Yujito, he had not tapped into the eight-tailed beast's chakra until it was too late, finding himself trapped within a vibrating containment field that rattled his chakra core. The hunters and inventors outside pushed hard against the glass until the cube was reduced to about 6 feet wide. Gore looked to his subordinates as he hefted his weapon onto his shoulders, inquiring if anyone had called for a retrieval team. A blue-eyed, black-masked woman sitting atop the cube containing Kurabi responded, indicating that she had arrived as soon as she received the call from Mora. She pointed to the large, hovering retrieval vehicle above them, which was too large to approach closely due to the dense forest. The vehicle resembled a land transport but lacked wheels, featuring a small driver area and a spacious rear for transporting those to be retrieved. Gore marveled at how such a large vehicle could operate so quietly. Nora, the platinum-ranked head of the Scout and Retrieval Division, patted the glass beside her, and her brother appeared beside her, casually wrapping an arm around her shoulder. While the sight might have seemed strange to outsiders, the hunters and scouts were accustomed to it, and rumors circulated about the twins' close bond, though it was never their place to inquire. As long as Mora and Nora remained loyal to Naruto, there were no issues. 10 minutes later, the large vehicle departed. For Tsukai Kingdom, the hunters resumed their efforts to round up Kumo shinobi at the outposts bordering Kumogakure. Despite their reluctance to split up, the twins understood the necessity of their roles, while the inventors returned to Kumo to regroup, with Nirvana eager to meet her lord. Their next target was to take control of the entire Lightning Country before moving on to either Spring Country or the Hidden Mist, with Naruto favoring Spring for its challenge. Nirvana communicated with Shinakara, maid of King Naruto, as she and her inventors leaped from tree to tree, propelled by gusts of wind from their leg-mounted propellers. After a brief wait, she connected with Shinakara, who handed the earpiece to Naruto. The Rinnegan holder placed it in his ears and spoke to the inventor, acknowledging the successful capture of the two-tailed and eight-tailed Jinchuriki, now en route back to Tsukai Kingdom. Naruto addressed his subordinates, who had been eavesdropping and nearly stumbled in surprise. He commended them for handling the 2 and 8 tails Jinchuriki and instructed them to return promptly. The girl expressed her excitement and confirmed her readiness before he ended the communication. Back in Kyumo, Naruto, the king of Tsukai Kingdom, activated his earpiece and requested a connection to Indra Watashi, head of Frontline Soldiers Division, and Satoshi Todoroki, head of Rescue and Support Division. The operator on the line stammered but successfully connected him to the 2 leaders. Indra and Satoshi acknowledged his call, and Naruto outlined their mission: to mobilize their soldiers to take over Lightning Country. He informed them that his spies were prepared to act once the capital was invaded, emphasizing the need for caution to avoid excessive force and to keep their plans discreet. After they confirmed their understanding, he ended the call. The teenage king settled into the chair of the deceased Kage, reclining with his feet on the table, lost in thought. He contemplated whether to wait for Lightning Country to fall under his rule or to advance with an invasion of Spring Country. He considered the potential challenge posed by their renowned chakra armor and decided a full frontal attack might be the best course of action, relishing the thought of his soldiers enjoying the battle. The next day, Spring Country was vibrant and serene, with gentle breezes flowing through its lush landscapes. Naruto recalled how Konoha ninjas had liberated the country from the oppressive rule of Doton, the uncle of the current leader, Koyuki Kazuhana. Once a desolate wasteland of snow and ice, Spring Country now flourished with life, reminding him of his own home, Tsukai Kingdom, albeit on a smaller and less developed scale. Despite the wealth of resources in Tsukai, vast areas remained untouched by civilization, allowing wildlife to thrive under the protection of his civilian division. These reflections made Naruto hesitant to disrupt the beauty of Spring Country. The words of Orochimaru echoed in his mind: "Pain teaches us who we are." This lesson had been imparted to him at a young age, shaping his understanding of life and struggle. As he stepped out of the royal vehicle on a gravel road leading to the capital, he waited for the ninja he had summoned to join him before continuing his march, his iron boots crunching stones beneath him. He chose not to wear his royal helmet, confident that his troops recognized him without it. Nirvana Kurigoku, a lively 19-year-old girl known for her cheerful demeanor and colorful hair, walked alongside him. She had once felt invisible among the ranks of the Sound, but now, under Naruto's guidance, she had found her identity. Though she shuffled her feet timidly, a legion of over 1,000 soldiers marched behind them, their presence unmistakable. Nirvana hesitantly inquired about her presence at his side, noting that it was usually Shinokora who accompanied him. She feared she had overstepped, but Naruto's small sigh reassured her that he was not offended. He gestured for her to walk beside him and pointed toward the capital, placing a hand on her shoulder. He asked her what made Spring Country unique among the legends of the continent. Though nervous, she managed to respond, identifying their chakra armor as the distinguishing feature. Naruto praised her knowledge and emphasized her importance in analyzing their defenses, assuring her that her contributions were vital, whether in the field or in her lab. He explained that Shinokora had remained behind to oversee the takeover of Lightning Country, allowing the other 2 leaders to manage the situation independently. He intended to meet Shinokora after securing Spring Country, knowing that the fall of a capital often led to the surrender of the entire nation. Admittedly, there would be some resistance from other parts of the country, but it would not compare to that of the capital. Naruto felt a sense of humility at the thoughts directed towards him. As the alarms of the capital blared, he observed a vast crowd, led by a single figure, marching towards him. His expectations of the shinobi had diminished after his invasion of Kyumo, so he did not dwell on it. He lifted his right hand to the sky, signaling his soldiers to halt, and patiently awaited the arrival of an envoy of Spring Shinobi, numbering in the hundreds. He instructed his envoy to speak on his behalf, and she placed her right hand over her heart and bowed. Naruto eagerly anticipated the day when all of Lightning Country and its resources would come under his control. He had faith in his 2 division heads to act in his stead. If the country posed a problem, all he had to do was give the word, and dozens of trucks from the Inventors Division would unleash their might, while the Fuinjutsu Division would ensure that no one could escape the boundaries of the country. His soldiers did not just fight for him, they lived and breathed for him. Naruto was not inclined to engage in prolonged battles for dominance. If a place became too troublesome, he would simply erase it from existence. His plans for world destruction lingered in the background, but for now, he was focused on world domination. After the events involving sound, Naruto acknowledged that he had lost a part of himself, primarily due to the death of his sister in his presence, as well as the horrific experiments conducted on him that altered his chakra network and body. He had become what they intended him to be, a mostly emotionless being who found enjoyment in the chaos he created. He led an army of individuals willing to do anything for him. War was not something he shied away from. He instigated wars, fought in them, and would stand over the fallen bodies of those who dared to defy him. He would not even need to lift a finger. His soldiers would handle the fighting. When he felt the urge, he would step down from his throne to demonstrate his power. He did not need to fight now, but he wanted to, not out of necessity, but to test whether years of developing his kingdom had dulled his abilities. He recalled asking his deceased godfather if he was ready to destroy the world, and the answer had been affirmative. He was prepared to bring about destruction, but not just yet. There was still much entertainment to be had from those living on the continent, not his soldiers or his people, before he could unleash devastation on the planet and venture into space with his kingdom, perhaps to seek out other worlds to conquer. The possibilities were endless. He was shaped by what they made him to be. That was the simple truth. Naruto placed his hands behind his lower back, elbows slightly bent, and regarded the armored shinobi with a stoic expression. He cast a brief glance at the inventor standing protectively by his side, who nodded with a small smile. He felt reassured that he had made the right choice by bringing her instead of Shinokora or any other division head, all of whom were platinum rank. He signaled for Nirvana to step forward and address the incoming ninjas. She raised her palm to command them to stop about 25 feet away. The shinobi hesitated in confusion, some even chuckling at the authoritative shout from the seemingly carefree teen with wildly multicolored hair. Behind her, Naruto crossed his arms over his chest and allowed his speaker to take the lead. The spring ninjas decided to humor her. They were instructed to state their name and purpose. Nirvana introduced herself as a platinum rank ninja and head of the invention division, proudly declaring that she was the honored speaker for the great king of the Tsukai kingdom, the almighty sovereign of the sky, and the immortal master of the six paths, Lord Naruto. She made a grand gesture towards Naruto, and the warriors behind him raised their fists in unison, chanting his name 4 times before Nirvana called for silence with a sharply raised hand. She proclaimed that they were there to take control of the country in the name of their lord. The leader of the spring soldiers let out a laugh, which caused a vein to throb on Nirvana's forehead. He dismissed her with a smirk, suggesting that it would be best for her and her Lord Naruto to turn back. While he maintained his cocky demeanor, Nirvana's anger boiled beneath the surface. She clenched her fists, shaking with rage, and declared that he would pay for his insolence. The spring leader's humor faded as he witnessed the strength emanating from the soldiers in red shirts and black trousers. Naruto remained in his crossed arm posture, but he tilted his head slightly, impressed by the fluid movements of his troops. They were quick, efficient, and effective at intimidating their enemies, just as they had been trained. Nirvana interrupted the leader, commanding her troops to take their positions. The soldiers of the Tsukai kingdom stamped their feet in unison, causing the earth to tremble beneath their metal boots as they formed 10 rows behind Naruto. The bronze ranks stood at the front, followed by silver and gold ranks. The first 3 rows consisted of the hundreds of inventors and medics, with the medics stationed behind them, while the remaining rows housed the frontline warriors graciously provided by their head of division, Indra Watashi. Their movements were swift and fluid. With a commanding voice, Nirvana called for the frontliners to ready themselves, while the inventors prepared their devices and the medics held their positions. The soldiers tightened their grips on their weapons, ready for the impending confrontation. The frontliners growled, displeased that their master had been insulted. The inventors, their boots expanding as fan propellers emerged from the soles and their armored hands raised in fighting positions, shared the same fury for the man they had sworn their lives to. They prepared as their superior had commanded, while the medics mentally readied themselves to rush in when the order was given. Although trained in hand-to-hand combat like every other soldier division, the medics were not to engage unless the situation became dire and they needed to drag a comrade out of danger. The thousands of soldiers stationed behind Naruto fell silent as he slowly lifted off the ground. Nirvana slammed her fists together, bright green and blue sparks flying from her armored hands. Her boots transformed into propeller forms as she crossed her forearms, sending a wide, crazed grin to the spring soldiers through the gap between her hands. A sharp, buzzing blade of iron and chakra slid out from the back of her wrists, extending to 4 feet long. Naruto commanded the first 7 rows of ninjas to step forward, separating from the hundreds behind them. The long-range weapons users at the back prepared their weapons, ready for action. The leader of the Spring Warriors hesitated, instinctively stepping back at the sight of the intimidating inventor, her multicolored hair thrashing lightly in the wind and her red and blue eyes darkening. With a decisive command, the attack was launched. The Spring soldiers barely had time to react as the Tsukai forces surged toward them. Weapons clashed as Nirvana met the katana of the commanding officer, the fluidity of their movements mesmerizing the Spring soldiers. This distraction, combined with the genjutsu subtly cast by the illusion users of the frontline soldier division, left the Spring Warriors momentarily stunned, as all commands seemed to blend into one word: attack. Though he had the power to crush his enemies with a mere thought, Naruto found no satisfaction in ending the fight so quickly. After 7 long years of building a civilization from blood, sweat, and dust, he believed in letting his soldiers earn their victories. The Tsukai forces, from copper to platinum rank, had undergone rigorous training that tested their limits, surviving trials that would break most. This resilience had been passed down through generations, ensuring that they were ready to fight for their king. Naruto hovered over the battlefield, observing his soldiers as they overwhelmed their weaker opponents. 30 minutes later, at the palace of the daimyo of Spring Country, Naruto stood at the front door, glancing at Nirvana beside him. He was reminded that a significant portion of the Tsukai Kingdom's population were mutants, himself included. Nirvana's combat uniform was free of blood, but her boots were stained. Shiny red, green, and blue scales adorned her cheeks and neck, her eyes taking on a reptilian appearance. Her mouth was filled with needle-like teeth that would revert to normal once she calmed down, and a short lizard tail protruded from her tailbone. She closed her eyes, calming her racing heart, and knelt before Naruto, placing her right hand over her heart. As she did, her reptilian features smoothed over, and she returned to her normal appearance. Naruto asked her if she had enjoyed the battle, turning to survey the sea of soldiers. Medics tended to the injured at the back, and thankfully, no one had lost their life in the skirmish. Around 600 Tsukai soldiers remained, while the others, about 400 in number, patrolled the capital, ensuring that the remaining Spring soldiers understood the new order. The plan was to deploy soldiers to various locations in Spring to maintain control, with a clear message that any attempt at rebellion would be met with swift and overwhelming force. King Naruto did not need to keep the bulk of his forces in conquered territories. A few would suffice to remind the citizens of their new lord. At that moment, he prepared to meet with the daimyo, Koyuki Kazahana, sensing the tension behind the door as the men and women barricaded it and armed themselves. It was amusing to him, and he allowed them time to prepare, standing at the door and speaking with Nirvana. She expressed her enjoyment of the battle, retracting her tail and teeth while smoothing her hair, apologizing for her appearance. Naruto dismissed her concerns, stating that her appearance showed her dedication in battle. She affirmed her loyalty, declaring that she fought for him and that if she did not give her all, she would not be worthy to serve. Naruto praised her and the assembled soldiers, expressing pride in their efforts and encouraging them to continue making him proud. They responded with enthusiasm, pumping their fists in the air. Inside the palace, chaos reigned as chairs, tables, and even cooking pots were thrown in front of the door to barricade it against Naruto's army. In the midst of the chaos created by rushing palace servants and soldiers stood the stunned daimyo, Kuki. She gazed in disbelief at the only man who had managed to escape the turmoil. He was the sole person Naruto had allowed to flee, intending for him to warn her of the impending danger. The trembling bald samurai nodded, his eyes wide with fear as he scanned the surroundings. He spoke of the enemy, his voice quivering. He described the army as a force that seemed to be devoid of pain, fear, or even the concept of death. It was as if they were not human at all. Koyuki struggled to comprehend his words. The way the soldiers moved and fought was unsettling. They operated as if they were a single entity, anticipating each other's actions without leaving any openings. The only way to harm them, he explained, was to injure oneself to reach them, and even then, their armor was nearly impenetrable. He described a terrifying leader, a woman with vibrant, multicolored hair, and he broke down in despair. Determined, Koyuki clenched her jaw and paced in front of her throne, contemplating the intentions of the Tsukai kingdom towards her recently liberated country. The reports she had received painted a picture of a formidable enemy, equipped with weapons and skills beyond her imagination. An idea sparked in her mind, and she called a servant to her side. The young girl quickly tore off her white sleeve and handed Koyuki a brush and a pot of ink. With urgency, Koyuki penned a distress letter to Konoha, instructing the servant to flee with as many valuables as she could carry through a secure tunnel leading to Waterfall, which was miles away. She urged the girl to leave immediately and revealed a hidden stairwell behind her throne. As she ushered her servants inside, she pushed the throne back into place, ensuring that the last servant could not follow her. A few ninjas and samurai chose to remain by her side, ready to face whatever came next. The palace fell silent as Koyuki settled into her throne, her heart heavy with dread as she awaited the arrival of the king of Tsukai. Her remaining guards stood beside her, gripping their weapons tightly, their nerves palpable as they prepared to confront the king who had so easily defeated her forces. Moments later, the barricades at the door began to shift on their own, sending shivers down the spines of the guards. Koyuki lifted her chin defiantly, watching as the door swung open. Soldiers clad in golden armor entered, their footsteps echoing through the quiet palace. They positioned themselves against the walls, placing their hands over their hearts while keeping their eyes fixed on Koyuki and her guards. A lone warrior, a girl with rainbow-colored hair, stepped forward, her platinum armor gleaming. She mirrored the soldier's gesture, bowing her head slightly as she awaited the arrival of her master. The soldiers outside the castle remained transfixed, their attention focused on the figure who commanded their respect and fear. Naruto entered the palace, a small smirk on his face as he surveyed the scene. His presence exuded authority, and Koyuki felt a chill run down her spine. He addressed her, expressing surprise at her actions. Koyuki summoned her courage and confronted him, demanding to know who he thought he was to invade her lands. Suddenly, an unseen force constricted around her throat, making it difficult for her to breathe. Naruto introduced himself, stepping closer, his presence shaking the very foundations of the palace. The guards around Koki began to fall, their heads succumbing to a violent fate, yet not a drop of blood touched her. As panic set in, Koyuki struggled for air, her vision blurring. Naruto continued his advance, and as he reached her, he revealed his intentions. He had orchestrated this moment, and Koyuki had unwittingly played her part perfectly. With a slight smile, he released her from the grip of his power just as she was about to lose consciousness. Looking down at her with his glowing eyes, he placed a gentle hand on her head, hinting at the knowledge he possessed about her distress letter en route to Konoha, carried by a child through the hidden tunnel. "Throne?" he asked slowly, his amused tone infuriating yet weakening the woman before him. The main question racing through her mind was how he had discovered the letter. He casually mentioned that he could have her enemies eliminated with a mere snap of his fingers. However, he had no intention of doing so. Instead, he wanted everyone to know about the strength of his kingdom, allowing them to prepare for their inevitable defeat. Leaning closer, he whispered in her ear, sending a shiver of fear through her. "And you know that, don't you, Madame Kazahana?" Desperate, she offered him anything he desired, pleading for her people's safety. He responded that he wanted one simple thing before leaving her country: all of Spring Country must swear fealty to him. If she refused, he would unleash devastation upon her people. His smile widened slightly as he reminded her of his power, and she nodded quickly, terrified. "But we have an understanding," he said, patting her cheek before standing tall again. He snapped his fingers, and Nirvana rushed forward, placing a scroll into his waiting hand. The king handed the scroll to the daimyo and turned to leave. He would send a squad to collect the scroll at dawn, leaving the decision to sign it in her hands, though he was confident she would choose wisely for her people's sake. Before departing, he knelt to meet her gaze and whispered that she had made the right choice by not attacking him. With a final pat on her head, he turned and left, his footsteps no longer heavy. Why spare the spring daimyo while eliminating the Reikage? Naruto recognized their shared stubbornness. He had seen the actress nearly draw her blade against him, even when her life was in danger. The Reikage had been too proud to accept defeat at the hands of someone younger, while Koyuki's stubbornness stemmed from her responsibility for her people's lives. He respected her determination. As the king of Tsukai left the palace, leaving the solemn daimyo surrounded by fallen guards and holding only a scroll, his soldiers marched behind him. Moments earlier, Indra Watashi had also delivered a scroll detailing Naruto's intentions to the Lightning Daimyo. The leaders of the frontline soldiers and the rescue and support division had given him time to consider his decision, knowing he had a family to protect, just as Koyuki did. They spread the scroll on the ground and signed their names. Nirvana opened the royal vehicle door for her master, and Naruto entered, praising his soldiers for their efforts and instructing them to remain calm. He addressed Nirvana specifically, entrusting her with the responsibility of overseeing the soldiers. Once the scroll was signed, she and the others could return home and await his command. He also requested that she summon Magi, the head of Fuinjutsu, to meet him in Water Country. With a wave, he signaled the driver to depart for Kirigakure, where he anticipated his previous orders had been executed. As the vehicle blended with the sky, he settled in the back to read a short novel. If they continued at this pace, they would reach Water Country in about 40 minutes. Minor nations like Frigid Country could wait, their threat level was low. Everything was proceeding perfectly. In Amigakure no Sato, a male voice inquired about the number of tailed beasts they had captured. Another male responded, reminding him that he had been absent for some time. The first man admitted he had been sent to check on his master's younger brother. The taller man informed him that they currently had 4 tailed beasts, noting that 2 and 8 tails had vanished but were reported to be in the kingdom. The news was exciting, and the second man expressed his eagerness to share it with their comrades in the Akatsuki. The speaker mentioned that Division Head Yu would inform them when it was time to reveal their true allegiances, his eyes shining with anticipation as he shifted the conversation to avoid being overheard. "How is the younger brother of the master?" one man inquired. "At the moment, he is still recuperating in Konoha from his battle with Sasuke Uchiha, Itachi's younger brother. He suffered 2 chidoris to the chest and a dislocated collarbone. Just yesterday, Sasuke had attempted to leave the village to confront Itachi, but his plan had failed, and now he was under house arrest for the next year. I feel sorry for Sasuke," the other man remarked after a long pause. They parted ways, and the man who had been updating about Naruto's younger brother continued walking until he met his partner. The first speaker, who had been discussing the number of tailed beasts they had captured, entered the Amikage's office. A soft voice whispered beside a 5-year-old Naruto. "Hey bro." Naruto turned to his red-haired sister and shuffled closer to her, despite the cramped space they shared in the small cage within the underground SLV containment room in Hidden Sound. Naruko rested her head on his shoulder and intertwined her right hand with his left, their other hands resting against their sides. "What are you going to do first when we get out?" she asked in a low, tired voice. They had just returned from their usual morning round of chakra virus infection and cure, and exhaustion weighed heavily on them. Naruto smiled faintly at his precious sister, feeling a sharp pain in his heart at her sleepy smile. "When we get out?" he coughed gently to avoid disturbing her. "Yeah, when we get out. I'm going to have ice cream." He stifled a giggle at the innocence his younger twin sister still managed to hold, even after everything they had endured. She was a ray of sunshine in the dark days their lives had become. She tightened her grip on his hand and buried her face in his neck when a sound shinobi passed by, ignoring the twins as he dragged a sick mother away from her child. Naruto sighed and closed his eyes at the sight. "Well?" his sister prompted, and he placed a gentle kiss on the top of her head as he felt her body weaken from lack of sleep. "I'm going to..." He began, feeling sleep wash over him as well. The twins yawned in unison and smacked their dry lips, longing for water that would never come unless they were dunked into a bucket of filthy liquid. "I'm going to eat ice cream with you," he finally said, and she smiled. Their connection felt almost supernatural, evident when they both finished each other's thoughts. Sitting on father's dead body, they said in unison before sleep overtook them. Naruto's black eyes, with red rings, snapped open when he heard a polite cough from his driver. "We're here, my lord." The king stretched like a cat on his comfortable seat, spacious enough for him to lie down and take a quick nap before arriving in the water country. A 10-minute nap would have to suffice for now. Naruto sat up and swung his feet onto the floor of the car, straightening his red and gold royal shirt with hazy eyes. "Thank you," he said to the driver, running his right hand through his shaggy hair just as the door was opened by Indra Watashi, his head of Frontline Soldiers Division. "I hope you had a pleasant journey here, sir," Indra said, his dark eyes lowered and his right hand over his heart, while the other hand held the door open for the king. Naruto stepped out, and the thousands of soldiers stationed around the water country snapped into attention, then fell to one knee before their lord. They had been stationed throughout the country, but upon his arrival about 60% had been ordered to be present to welcome him, while the others begrudgingly remained where they were, disappointed they could not join in the greeting. "It was fine, thank you, Indra," the king of Tsukai Kingdom replied to the platinum-ranked soldier. His gaze moved around and stopped at the two other platinum ranks accompanying Indra, Satoshi Todoroki, head of rescue and support, and Magi Hirai Gamatomo, head of Fuinjutsu. The other man and the youngest platinum rank had their heads tilted down, their right hands over their hearts. "I see you received the message to come, Magi," he acknowledged. The mint-haired girl bowed deeper, slightly trembling at being recognized by her king. "I am happy to have been called by you, my king," she said. One of the Rinnegan's abilities was to take the soul of a target, as he had done with Orochimaru. But that was not all. He could also extract memories from the victim's soul. This not only provided him with a significant advantage in expanding his jutsu list and intellectual prowess, considering Orochimaru's extensive knowledge, but also allowed him to understand the backgrounds of the former slaves. For instance, he was aware of the deep mutant abilities of those in his army, a result of the experiments they had endured, as well as the histories of the former slaves. Magi Hirai Gamatomo had originally come from Kirigakure, born into a merchant clan closely tied to the Toad Summoning Clan, though lacking any toad-like abilities. The Gamatomo clan had traded in oil, but when the Bloody Mist War erupted due to the madness of the Mizukage, they were slaughtered. Magi had been hidden in the bushes by her parents, who ran in the opposite direction to draw the attention of the Kiri ninja away from their baby daughter. Kabuto had discovered her in the bushes when the dust settled and taken her to his master. The vile experiments conducted on her, along with the constant reminder that she was the last of her clan, shattered her resolve and self-confidence. Despite her immense talent as a Fuinjutsu prodigy, she often berated herself for the smallest mistakes, making her a challenging person for Naruto to help. The teen to whom she had dedicated her life, the person she aspired to emulate in every way, took it upon himself to bolster her confidence, ensuring it wouldn't lead to her downfall on the battlefield. Among those Naruto chose to support were his division heads and his gold and silver rank soldiers. The girl straightened from her bow, clutching the straps of her bright green backpack adorned with unicorns and rainbows. The king nodded at her before turning to his other subordinate, the platinum rank head of rescue and support, Satoshi Todoroki. The humidity in the air did not affect the man's frizzy blonde hair. "Your forces are ready to fight for you, King Naruto," he stated in a deep, calm voice. "That's good. How many are here?" Naruto inquired. 3,000, sir," Indra replied as he closed the door. He adhered to Naruto's command to avoid overwhelming their ranks, as the shinobi were surprisingly weaker than anticipated. Naruto currently commanded roughly 46,000 soldiers, though only a fraction had been brought. Naruto sensed Shinokura's presence behind him and opened his arms, allowing her to drape a deep red overcoat over him, its length reaching his ankles. He raised his left hand for the maid, and the spirit of the QB stepped back, permitting her master to fasten the 4 buttons himself. The king rolled his shoulders, clinking his armored fingers together, nodding to himself when he found his movements unhindered. He instructed, "I want you to take 2,000 of them to the capital of this country while I take the rest." The platinum ranks and the king's combat mate exchanged concerned glances. Indra asked, "Are you sure, my lord?" "I'm sure. These ninjas haven't demonstrated their threat level to me yet, so I will not take them seriously. I believe even 500 of my forces can take down the capital with little trouble." "I too am confident in that, my king," Satoshi affirmed, and the others nodded in agreement. "Keep 1,000 of those soldiers on standby while the others actively participate. If the water daimyo remains stubborn and continues sending ninjas, ensure he is humbled and shown who the true master is." "Of course, sir." "Magi, you will be accompanying me," Naruto declared, briskly stepping into the country, crossing the border with a flourish, the tails of his coat lightly flapping behind him. The prodigy with the green backpack hurried to join him alongside Shinokora. The two male platinum soldiers began organizing 1,000 warriors, ensuring a balanced distribution of gold, silver, bronze, and copper soldiers. Despite her doubts, Magi expressed her concerns, wondering if Indra or Satoshi would be better suited to accompany him. However, she had grown stronger since her last time at home and was aware of her capabilities. It was her lingering self-doubt that made her question her ability to protect her master. "You will be fine," Naruto reassured her with a gentle pat on the shoulder. "Your particular skill set will be an advantage for us in Kiri." He glanced back at the silently following maid. "You can speak for me if I choose not to." The red-haired woman nodded in agreement. The Tsukai forces marched behind their king, careful to minimize noise as the mist began to settle around them upon reaching Kiri after a long hour of marching. Magi took a deep breath and tapped her right ear, where a single white earbud rested, instructing each soldier behind her to activate the buddy system seal. They responded in unison, forming the snake hand seal as the Fuinjutsu prodigy swiftly executed a series of hand seals, concluding with her fingers laced together as she whispered, "Buddy system seal, activate." The soldiers' metal hands began to glow gold, yet they continued marching. A quick flash of red leaped from the Fuinjutsu prodigy's fingers to Naruto and Shinokora before it jumped from one soldier to another, leaving their golden hands red in its wake until all their hands shone brightly. The light vanished as it reached the last soldier, an older gold rank, and they all returned their hands to their sides. Their right eyes blinked red before returning to normal, signifying that the buddy system seal was now active. This seal allowed each soldier to possess an innate awareness of each other's locations through a projection of light visible only to them. Even as the mist thickened, obscuring their vision, the mental seal light cut through it, illuminating their comrades and enabling the army to see several feet ahead. They had been trained to operate as a cohesive unit, and as long as they were aware of each other's positions, they would know how to respond. "Activate sensory seals," Magi instructed into her earbud. In unison, the Tsukai soldiers tapped the backs of their right wrists with their right hands, granting them the ability to sense a 4-foot radius around them. With their comrades nearby, this sensory ability expanded, allowing each soldier to sense for a mile or two. Naruto smirked at the display, and the sensory seal enabled the seal master to perceive her master's nod of gratitude. Blushing, she bowed in appreciation. Even the Rinnegan could not see through mist or smoke bombs, regardless of its power, leaving him reliant on his natural sensory abilities and the trust he had in his soldiers. They continued in silence until Magi suddenly alerted through her earbud, "Trap ahead 20 feet from me." 10 silver and 5 gold-ranked members of the frontline soldier division, specializing in traps, swiftly moved ahead and vanished into the mist. 5 seconds later, she reported, "Trap disabled. Scout for more and report back with each one you find." "Understood, ma'am," one of the trap specialists replied, and the 5 soldiers surged forward, their metal armor making no sound as they moved, their movements as silent as the night. After 10 more feet, they halted before a pit concealed by grass and soil, beneath which lay a bed of wooden spikes. The same trap specialist announced, "Trap found. Disabled." Another member of the team swiftly performed hand seals and covered the pit with earth, ensuring it was perfectly concealed before they moved forward. They continued on, and Naruto's buddy system seal allowed him to see 2 silver ranks quickly burning down a tree where a snare trap was hidden. The trap was found and disabled. A gold rank dismantled 7 Senbon launchers hidden in the ground and cut the tripwire. Another gold rank poured deep red fire into a pit of scorpions, covering their remains with earth. The trap was found and disabled. The gold-ranked captain of the squad knelt and tore off a Fuinjinjutsu seal tag on the ground that would activate when stepped on, reducing it to dust in his hand. The trap was found and disabled. Magi instructed the trap specialists to return to their positions in the marching group of soldiers. They had arrived in Kirigakure, and Naruto nodded thoughtfully. These commands were taught at the Tsukai Soldier Training Academy back in the kingdom, so he wasn't surprised that she knew the right command for the right situation. Multiple chakra signatures were approaching 40 Kiri ninjas. Despite his relative blindness, Naruto could push away the mist with a well-placed almighty push, but he preferred to observe his forces in action with his buddy system seal. He had no intention of being kind enough to speak with the ninjas, so he signaled for Magi to continue, sliding his hands into his overcoat pockets. The frontline and support teams, consisting of 25 to 50 members, were dispatched to deal with the incoming ninjas. A low whooshing sound filled the air as those in the designated teams took to the sky with the flight seals, landing directly on top of the unsuspecting ninjas. Each soldier wielded a weapon and struck down without hesitation. A few ninjas managed to dodge the initial aerial assault but were quickly overwhelmed by the sheer number of under-armored soldiers. The ground became stained as the leader of the first squad reported back that the enemy was subdued. Magi instructed the teams to return, and they complied. The mist lightened as they approached the gate of the village hidden in the mist. The soldiers who had engaged the shinobi returned on foot, clearing away the bodies from their king's path and using earth jutsus to conceal the evidence of their battle. The head of the Fuinjutsu division wanted the path to Kiri to be free of obstacles, knowing that a confrontation was imminent if the Kage refused to bow to Naruto. She wished for her master to have peace for as long as possible before that could occur. Shinokora, feeling left out of the action, communicated through her earbud, expressing her intent to take out the gatekeepers. Magi encouraged her without looking back, feeling her mint green hair whip around as the combat maid surged forward with determination. Naruto tracked her chakra signature, even as she suppressed it, aware that she had unsheathed her claws. Shinokora moved her right hand forward, and a silver sword, split into 7 pieces and connected by a chain, flew from her sleeve, striking the throat of a gatekeeper. She quickly switched places with the fallen body and dispatched the second gatekeeper before they could raise an alarm. The maid fluidly retracted her weapon, the chains slithering back into her sleeve. 2 gold ranks opened the gate, and Naruto walked into Kiri with his hands in his pockets. Magi instructed the soldiers to spread out and contain the shinobi. The Tsukai soldiers divided into teams, each consisting of 5 silver ranks and 1 gold rank, joining forces to secure the village while Naruto proceeded to the Mizukige's tower with Magi and Shinokora. It had been 3 years since the bloody Mist Civil War in Kirigakure, and the village was still struggling to recover. They had declined new alliances but were reaching out to former allies in Kumo and IWA for assistance. So far, only Kumo had sent money and resources. Despite this, Kiri still possessed powerful ninjas who had survived the war. The mist in the village was thin, yet the shinobi could still move stealthily. While this could be a disadvantage for others, it was not for the Tsukai forces under Naruto's command. The memories of Orochimaru had granted him access to the hidden secrets of the village, which he documented and shared with the academy for training purposes. Naruto observed 3 Tsukai soldiers scaling the walls and intercepting a Kiri ninja before they could attack him. 2 more soldiers blocked the ninja's right, and another 2 blocked the left, swiftly eliminating the threat. The soldiers converged, continuing to assert their dominance over the village. The only sounds were the quiet rustling of clothing and gasps of surprise as shinobi were taken down. Civilians remained unaware of the unfolding chaos, casting curious glances at Naruto as he walked toward the Mizukige's tower, flanked by 2 determined females who cleared a path for him. Suddenly, alarms rang out, and everyone rushed back to their homes, emptying the streets. Naruto halted, hands still in his coat pockets, waiting for the Mizukichi. "You certainly have guts, kid," Mei Terumi remarked as she stepped out from a cafe, her eyes narrowed but not hostile toward the Rinnegan holder. Ao and Chujiro followed closely behind, casting wary glances at the leader of the attacking force. Magi, feeling the tension, asked if she could eliminate Mei. Naruto dismissed her with a wave, sensing her killer intent rising. He instructed her to hold on, then addressed the Mizukichi and her guards, introducing himself. However, Mei interrupted, expressing her disinterest in his name. Killing her shinobi had already sealed her fate. The woman merely wanted to make a point. Without it, her claims would fall on deaf ears. This statement piqued the Kage's interest. She asked about the claims, and he elaborated that his army was far superior, that her village was not even on his radar, and that he would order the destruction of Kiri if he did not receive compliance. With a firm command, she instructed her companions to deal with the two at her side. They nodded and rushed toward Shinokora and Magi, while Naruto remained still. The two females beside him darted in opposite directions, drawing Ao and Chujiro's attention away from him. The Kage taunted him, promising he would meet his end soon. Naruto smiled, a glimmer in his Rinnegan eyes, and prepared for the oncoming challenge. As Mei charged at him, he decided against using his ultimate gravity control, opting instead to engage in hand-to-hand combat, wanting to hone his skills. The long-haired woman appeared before him, her fiery fist aimed at his face. Just as it was about to connect, he shifted his head aside, narrowly avoiding the blow. He sidestepped as her knee aimed for his arm and lifted his foot to evade a fiery sweep. As her palms shot forward, they missed him by mere inches, and surprisingly, his shirt remained intact despite the intense heat radiating from her. Throughout the encounter, Naruto kept his hands in his coat pockets, maintaining a relaxed posture. His Rinnegan flashed as he dodged a rapid series of kicks aimed at his neck, stepping back just in time to avoid another strike. The Kage, frustrated, unleashed a series of hand seals, taking a deep breath before releasing a torrent of lava from her mouth, engulfing Naruto. He raised an eyebrow as the lava dripped off him, seemingly unfazed. She quickly followed up with another set of seals, unleashing a blast of wind that cooled and solidified the lava. With a powerful leap, she broke the ground beneath her, sending a shockwave as she aimed to strike him. Her fist whistled through the air as it connected with the statue of Naruto, causing it to crack and explode, leaving only remnants behind. Proud of her display, she admired the destruction, only to realize that the statue was missing its lower half, revealing emptiness. Naruto's voice came from behind her, commenting on her impressive lava release Kekai Genkai. Startled, she turned to face him, her fighting stance faltering as curiosity mixed with fear. He explained simply that he had moved. The realization struck her she needed to end this quickly before he revealed more tricks. As his subordinates dealt with her companions, he beckoned her to come at him with all her strength. Determined, she flickered toward him, attempting to strike his chin. He deflected her attack, maneuvered her leg aside, and brought her down with a powerful slam that shook the ground. The impact was overwhelming, and she felt the force hit her like a stampede. As she lay on the ground, disoriented, Naruto straightened up and pointed his fist at her face. Before she could react, he unleashed a swift punch that sent her deeper into the crater. He repeated this technique, using his Rinnegan abilities to strike her multiple times, each blow weakening her further. Finally, he grabbed her neck, lifting her off the ground and cutting off her air supply. The wind picked up, causing his coat to flap wildly as he assessed her, ready to conclude their battle. He scoffed when he saw her preparing to perform a seal-less jutsu. He closed his left hand, leaving only his pointer and middle fingers extended, and his fingers glowed ominously over her weary, struggling body. He tapped her shoulders, elbows, wrists, thighs, and forehead, sealing her chakra while leaving just enough open to keep her alive. Mei gasped, blood escaping her mouth and nose, trickling down onto the armored hand that held her off the ground. She whispered about her chakra being depleted. All closed, Naruto stated as he dropped her limp body onto the ground. The Terumi attempted to will her body to move, but it remained unresponsive, as immobile as a lifeless figure. It felt like an out-of-body experience. She could see her own struggle through her expression, yet she was trapped in her own body. She wondered why she was still alive. "Because I want you alive," Naruto replied, squatting beside her. His coat rustled with the movement. He wanted to witness the moment she realized she could not defeat him. His voice held a pleased tone, barely containing a trembling smile that grew at the glare she directed at him. Two heavy thuds echoed beside her, and she managed to swivel her neck, the only part of her body she could move. Her eyes widened at the sight of a badly beaten Ao and a possibly unconscious Chujiro, his weapon, embedded in his stomach, still glowing with his chakra. She looked back at the Rinnegan king, who wore a small grin. And there it is. Defeat. Shinokora stood over Naruto's shoulder, wiping Chujiro's blood from her hands with a white handkerchief, while Magi rubbed her sore knuckles, still gripping her trench knife in her left hand. "Are you happy now?" "You've won," the Mizukage spat, disgusted by her own words and how easily she had been defeated. It felt reminiscent of her childhood lessons with her teacher. "Yes, I am quite happy," Naruto responded smoothly, nodding. The Tsukai soldiers had finished rounding up the Kiri ninjas, forcing them to kneel in the center of the village. The civilians were gathered in a separate group. Naruto waved over his shoulder, and Magi bowed curtly before inspecting the king's soldiers. "What now? Are you going to humiliate me?" she asked, her eyes flicking to Shinokora. "In front of her? I bet you enjoy that sort of thing." Naruto chuckled, shaking his head in amusement as he casually ordered Shinokora to stand down. "If I wanted to engage in such activities, I could do so with anyone at any time. However, I choose to restrict my choices to those willing within my kingdom." He mentally sighed, reflecting on how eager people were to join him, as if they desired to be part of a harem. "No, I want a signed agreement that Kiri, and by extension the Water Country, is a subordinate to the Tsukai kingdom and will also pay regular tribute to my kingdom." He motioned to her guards. "This was all to demonstrate what we are capable of, a sort of clue to what will happen if you do not agree to my terms." "A clue?" she questioned. "To put it bluntly, I will make Kiri a distant memory if you decline. Hundreds of lives depend on your decision now." He stood up and turned away from the immobilized Mizukage as he heard a voice in his ear. "Division Head Indra calling, sir," one of the members of the Intelligence and Interrogation Division said. "Yes," he replied. "The Water Daimyo has signed your fealty deal scroll, my lord," the head of the frontline soldiers said in a low voice, intrigued as blood was absorbed into his kubikuribaku. The cracks that had formed on the sword from cutting through dozens of ninjas began to seal. "Good. Send all the soldiers, even those still in Kumo and Spring, back to the kingdom. Inform the civilian division head to begin preparations for a week-long festival starting tomorrow to celebrate our outstanding victory. Everyone is invited." His lips twitched upwards at the sound of Satoshi whooping in the background. The carefree head of the Rescue and Support Division always enjoyed the kingdom's festivals. He knew that the division head was spreading the good news to the troops, who were undoubtedly getting excited. He chuckled when he heard Indra hiss for silence. "Thank you, my lord. Think nothing of it, you all deserve to celebrate. Naruto out." He cut the connection and spoke into his earbud. "Patch me over to Division Head Magi." "Patching you over, sir." The voice trembled with excitement. A moment later, he heard the soft whisper of the head of Fuinjutsu. It was as if she had a different personality when commanding troops compared to when he addressed her directly. "Have all the soldiers sent back home. We are going to celebrate." "Excellent news, sir. I will contact Division Head Nora of the Scout and Retrieval to come and pick us up. She doesn't have to come personally, she just needs to send a few retrieval vehicles." "I'm sure Division Head Nora would be more than happy to come herself with the vehicles, my lord." "Fine then. Tell all the division heads that we will have a meeting as soon as I get back home to formally report our discoveries." "Yes, sir." Naruto disconnected and turned back to the immobile Mizukage. "So what will it be? Life or death?" The woman slowly turned her head to him, having previously looked at Chujiro with concern. The boy was breathing shallowly, and if his wounds were not treated, he would not survive. She sighed and closed her eyes in resignation. "Life." Good choice. Shinokora dropped the fealty agreement scroll beside her head. Copies of the scroll were meant to be jointly signed by both daimyo. I will have a squad return to pick it up, but if you attack them, I will consider it null and void. His Rinnegan flickered, and the blade embedded in the young man's stomach was pulled out. Fix him up, he instructed over his shoulder to his personal maid, seeing potential for entertainment in Chujiro. He envisioned fighting tournaments and other life-or-death situations for him. Your major chakra points will open up in an hour if you don't try to force them open. Make sure you read the scroll in detail. I really hope you don't try to rebel against me. It would be a shame to eliminate the last of a clan. He left the woman lying there and entered the royal vehicle as it descended from the sky, taking off his coat and handing it to Shinokora. The other soldiers, except for a few who wanted to ensure their king's safe departure, remained behind and waved as he entered. Nora, the head of Scout and Retrieval, bowed to him alongside Magi. King Naruto was truly impressive, the black-masked woman thought with a wistful sigh, watching as the royal vehicle departed with several retrieval vehicles flanking it in the sky. Magi joined the older ninja and breathed out in awe, expressing her admiration in a low voice. The taller, older female threw her arm over the seal master's shoulder, and they walked into the back of a retrieval vehicle, with Shinokora joining them a moment later after ensuring that Chujiro was stable. It makes me glad to serve him, Shinokora remarked, observing the last of the Tsukai soldiers settling into the seats at the back of the truck. Out of 80 seats, 60 were filled, while the others that had already departed were at maximum capacity. The seats were adorned in black, red, and gold, with seat belts that each soldier secured over their bodies as the truck slowly lifted off the ground. The soul of the fox leaned toward the other two females and whispered, "Did you know that conquering these 3 countries was just a test to see if our army could take over the world? He tested us in all situations, stealth in lightning country, full frontal in spring country, and individual and group strength here in water country." Magi scratched her chin, suspecting as much. Nora responded, "Of course he did. Our master has the utmost confidence in our abilities." His other intention for invading those 3 countries was also to send a message to the other nations. "The Tsukai kingdom is here, and we are dominant," she proclaimed, and the soldiers echoed her enthusiasm. The masked woman laughed and leaned back, while Shinokora beamed at the two and settled into her seat, fastening her seat belt as the truck smoothly ascended toward their home. "Believe me when I say this, girls, our king believes in us all." The girls nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in Naruto's royal vehicle, the Rinnegan king instructed his driver to inform him as soon as they returned home before lying down on his seat and drifting off to sleep. In the Hokage's office at the Hokage Tower in Kanehigakure no Sato, Minato looked up as his assistant entered. She informed him that 2 people were there to see him. He replied that they should return in an hour, as he was on his break, swallowing a spoonful of ramen and taking a sip of sake. She persisted, saying it was of great importance. This caught the yandame's attention. Suki stepped aside to allow 2 individuals to enter, a bald man with bloodshot eyes and blood-stained chakra armor, and a girl with long silver hair in a pink and white dress, her chest heaving as if she had been running. They bowed graciously to the yandame, who motioned for them to relax. "Spring is miles away from Fire Country. How were you able to arrive so quickly if the invasion was 2 days ago?" The girl explained that they had first run to Waterfall, where Lord Shibuki had arranged for a ninja to carry her here. She then presented a hastily written letter from her mistress, Koyuki. The words were disjointed and frantic, but the yandame, experienced in deciphering hurried handwriting, managed to piece together the urgent message. "Danger, King of Tsukai, invincible, unstoppable army, he can fly, advanced technology, he will come for the other countries. Warn everyone, I might be dead, please save my people again." Minato pondered the mention of the King of Tsukai, recalling where he had heard that name before. He looked at the frightened individuals before him and stated that he would send some of his ninjas to investigate, but he needed more information about this King of Tsukai. The young girl glanced at the older man beside her, urging him to speak. After a moment of silence, the bald man gathered his thoughts. "Lord Forth, I was part of the army that was supposed to intercept the king of Tsukai and his forces before they reached the capital. His soldiers, they are monsters, he said, his voice filled with rage and disgust. They move and fight as a unit. They do not know what pain means. He recalled the chaos of that day, comrades falling, their strength unable to penetrate the tough armor of the Tsukai soldiers. The memories of his friends being overwhelmed flooded back, and he clenched his fists, his expression a mix of anger and despair. And their king did not engage in any fighting, he simply soared into the air and observed as they faced defeat. Minato raised an eyebrow at the description. The foreign ninja explained that the king flew high above the ground. He could gather from the shaky, paranoid report that the Tsukai soldiers were nearly unbeatable. Yet he felt a strong curiosity about this king of Tsukai and why the name resonated with him. He asked for a description of the king. The man described him as having the palest skin he had ever seen, red hair that seemed to glisten like blood, and eyes that were unsettling. He paused for a moment to collect his thoughts before continuing, stating that the king's eyes were black with red rings. Minato inquired if the rings were concentric. The man confirmed this with a simple yes. The Namikaze Hokage clasped his fingers together, resting his elbows on his desk, and narrowed his eyes in contemplation. The description reminded him of what his former teacher, Jiraiya the Toad Sage, had said about one of his first students, who also had red hair and similarly striking eyes, though his were purple with black rings. Whenever he asked Jiraiya for more details, the sage would mention how easily the boy learned taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu. He was a quick learner, and Jiraiya had associated this talent with the eyes. The third Dojutsu, the Rinnegan. That was the name of the Dojutsu, but that was nearly all he knew. Jiraiya had suspected the boy was either a descendant of the Uzumaki clan or the Senju clan. Could there be another Rinnegan holder with a more sinister appearance than the child Jiraiya had trained? The Toad Sage had claimed that the boy had perished. Minato needed to investigate further. If this was indeed a different Rinnegan holder leading an army of monsters, he had many questions. Did the different, more menacing color indicate a stronger ability? Was the Rinnegan holder the presumed dead former student of Jiraiya? Were the monsters truly as unbeatable as claimed? And why did the name of the Tsukai kingdom sound so familiar? Minato called for his assistant, Suki, instructing her to find Kakashi and inform him that it was time for the dog to go for a waka code for Kakashi to don his dog Anbu mask again. Suki rushed out, leaving Minato to ponder. A little girl, feeling slighted, questioned why the man seemed more concerned about a dog than helping her country and her daimyo. Minato reassured her that he would have his assistant attend to her needs while she was in Konoha. He scratched his chin thoughtfully instead of calling for Suki again. The two spring ninjas observed as he bit his thumb and smeared it on his desk. Moments later, a small toad in a white robe and wooden sandals appeared. Minato instructed the toad to reverse summon Jiraiya, needing to ask him about the red-haired individual he had taught long ago. The toad silently saluted and vanished, leaving Minato deep in thought, alongside the intrigued spring visitors. He ran his fingers through his hair, and a memory surfaced, not the complete answer, but a fleeting image of two red-haired toddlers on a playground swing, holding hands and gazing at the sky as they swayed gently. The boy had declared it would be called the Tsukai Kingdom, struggling to pronounce the long word, but his sister understood him perfectly. She smiled widely at her brother and asked if she could be the queen, blushing at his enthusiastic response. Yes, you can be the queen. Naruto, the outcast of the Namikaze clan, had been entrusted to his godfather, Orochimaru of the Sannin, along with his twin sister when they were just 3 years old. Tragically, Naruko was killed in front of him at the age of 9, a harsh lesson meant to toughen him up, which also awakened the Rinnegan within him. He learned to conceal this power until he mastered it. Eventually, he used his unparalleled control over gravity to break Orochimaru's hold, extracting his soul and gaining all of his memories. Naruto vanished with the other captives from various labs across the continent. Years later, he returned as the king of the kingdom hidden in the sky, the Tsukai Kingdom. He received word from his personal maid that his forces were ready to conquer the world in his name. To confirm their strength, he decided they would conquer 3 countries of his choosing: lightning, spring, and water while he observed. After achieving flawless victories in all three nations and their respective shinobi villages, he planned a week-long festival in his kingdom to celebrate his forces and their accomplishments. It was a time to ease the tension within the kingdom and reassure his people of their soldiers' superiority, especially since there had been no casualties among the Tsukai soldiers. Konoha had just become aware of the Tsukai, but the king welcomed this knowledge. Meanwhile, the Hokage was piecing together the identity of the supposed leader of the army of monsters while warning other countries to be cautious. As the story continued, a high-pitched voice squeaked, causing a nearby boy to wince and wiggle his fingers in his ears. The boy glanced at her briefly with his sky-blue eyes before returning to the scroll he was reading, an old report his father had allowed him to have about Minato's failed mission to rescue his older siblings from a mysterious kidnapper. He noted the extensive detail his father had included in the report, from every step taken to the exact shoe size of the kidnapper. For the young Minato clone, it felt strange. The girl suggested having a team dinner at her place the next day, mentioning that her mother wouldn't mind. She clasped her hands and shifted nervously on her heel, blushing as the stoic boy looked down at her from his perch on a tree branch, narrowing his eyes slightly. She continued, explaining that Kakashi-sensei was on a mission but that he and Sai were still available. She eagerly awaited his response. He agreed, asking her to tell her mother to prepare a lot of ramen. The girl pumped her fist in excitement but quickly straightened up when he looked at her, his empty blue eyes analyzing her for a moment before returning to the scroll. She then asked where Sai was, needing to inform him about what to say and what not to say when he was with her mother. The boy unrolled the old scroll a little more, his lips pursed, and replied that Sai was right behind her. The girl yelped in surprise and jumped away from the widely grinning artist named Sai, who commented on her lack of detection skills. The blonde boy muttered as his eyes scanned the scroll, having lost count of how many times he had read it and questioned those who had gone on the mission his father, the Yondaime Hokage of Konoha, Ibiki Marino, Inoichi Yamanaka, and Mabuki Haruno, Sakura's mother, who was currently scolding the smiling boy. Junior had not been able to extract much information from the former Jounin-turned-civilian councilwoman, but the chance for a team dinner at Sakura's house was too good to pass up. Sai remarked on how he had been standing behind her for 10 whole minutes, sounding pleased. Sakura responded by bringing her fist down on his head, expressing her frustration at being startled. As the two bickered, Minato Namikaze Jr. reflected on how his father resented his deceased older siblings. It was evident that Naruto and Naruko had their faces scratched out of every picture, and their birth records were kept hidden away in the attic of the Hokage's mansion, away from the public eye but not from the only living child of the Yondaime. Junior understood that Naruto and Naruko were the joint holders of the nine-tailed fox. One held the soul, and the other held the chakra. Despite his father's insistence that he abandon his investigation, the 13-year-old found it odd that everyone in Konoha, even those who had been on the failed retrieval mission, spoke of the twins as the nicest, cutest kids you will ever meet, while Minato frequently referred to them as vile beasts that should be slowly consumed by termites and worms. This was the man who had led the retrieval team. It was, for lack of a better word, strange. Minato skillfully concealed his disdain from the villagers, who had mourned the twins' deaths when the news returned. Yet, Junior was exposed to his father's feelings every day since he could think coherently. It was not widely known, but from Junior's personality and his impressive skill set for someone his age, it was clear that the Yondaime had been pushing him hard. From sunrise to sunset, Minato had the boy exercising and practicing repeatedly. 10 years of living up to his father's high expectations had taken a toll on Junior's body and mind, shaping his personality in ways he could not fully understand. Sakura dusted off her red apron shirt and kicked the mess of limbs on the ground before asking her stoic blonde teammate if he should ask his dad before coming to the team dinner. He replied that his father wouldn't mind, explaining that their team was on a break from missions while he healed from injuries sustained in a recent fight. His ribs were still sore, and the fracture on his collarbone had been sealed, leaving him with only the discomfort of itchy bandages beneath his shirt, which was why he wore a jacket over them. Sakura pressed him for reassurance, and Junior avoided the question, instead flipping off the tree branch and landing gracefully on his feet. He straightened up and zipped his jacket, suggesting they go see Sasuke. Sai, now on his feet, frowned slightly and asked why they needed to see Sasuke. Junior explained that he wanted to look through the Uchiha records for something personal. During his investigation, Inoichi, the head of the Yamanaka clan, had mentioned that Itachi and Shisui Uchiha had once been the twins' caretakers. The Minato clone wanted to learn more about his siblings, hoping for even a slight chance that they might still be alive, and to gain closure for his fractured childhood. Observing the interactions between Sasuke and Itachi, as well as other close siblings in the village, made him yearn for that connection, despite his detached personality and ruthless decisions. He longed to experience love, something the twins were said to have in abundance, yet which the villagers avoided out of fear of their father. He needed that love, or else his career as a Konoha shinobi would come under scrutiny. Sai pointed out that they didn't know if Sasuke would let him look through the records, especially since he was still upset about being brought back. Sakura hesitantly agreed with Sai's assessment. Junior crossed his arms and lowered his eyebrows, stating that they would just have to see. He spun around on his heel and began his trek to the Uchiha compound, with his teammates quickly following after him. A few hours later, in the kingdom hidden in the sky, Magi Hirai Gamatomo, head of the Fuinjutsu division, rushed down the stairs of her apartment in the soldier accommodations district of the Tsukai Kingdom, dressed in a white and black skirt and a bright red and black long-sleeved shirt, without her usual backpack. The platinum under armor symbolizing her rank glinted under the lights, each one dimming at her mental command. Her mint green hair was tied up in a ponytail, which she adjusted as she ran. She stopped at the bottom of the stairs, quickly scanning the parlor and living room to ensure the furniture was in place before leaving the house. She pulled up the sleeves of her shirt and clapped her hands. The platinum armor on her body shimmered and disappeared from sight. Even though it was still very much there, she couldn't feel it, much like when it was visible. Her metal boots transformed into white sneakers and deep red knee socks. The young girl straightened her skirt and closed the door with a click. Taking a deep breath, she smiled at the soldiers rushing past her house, chattering excitedly and dragging each other to different parts of the kingdom to enjoy the kingdom-wide festival. Clearing her throat, she glanced to her left, where a woman in her late 60s sat in a rocking chair, glassy-eyed and motionless. The green-haired girl approached the woman and gently kissed her temple. The woman remained unresponsive. The girl spoke softly, letting her emotions show. She mentioned that she would be going out for the festival and that a friend from the medical division would come by to check on her. She tried to keep her spirits up despite the silence. The woman she referred to as Granny had once been her cellmate during their time in Sound. Tortured by a sadistic snake summoner, Granny had been left in a vegetative state. The girl had made it her mission to help her recover, but finding a cure was slow, as they still couldn't determine what was wrong. With a sad smile, the girl looked up sharply when she heard her name being called. She beamed at the head of the Inventions Division, Nirvana, who was dressed in bright red khaki pants and a black sleeveless hoodie. Nirvana stood alongside Nora, the head of the Scout and Retrieval Division, who wore a white mask and a gold and black jumpsuit. Nora eagerly jogged in place, beckoning the younger division head to join her, barely able to contain her excitement for the festival. The Soldier Accommodations Division occupied a vast area of the kingdom, allowing nature and fields to flourish, ensuring they could defend the kingdom swiftly from any threats. Nirvana called out to the girl, urging her to hurry. She did a double take when she noticed Magi's Granny sitting there, greeting her with a cheerful morning, although the woman did not respond. Understanding the reason, Nirvana chose not to take offense. The green-haired girl ran over, and the three females set off together. As they approached the festival, they navigated through a crowd of enthusiastic Tsukai citizens moving from tent to tent, playing games and winning prizes. Their eyes widened at all the activities planned for the next 7 days. Magi hopped in place, grabbing the forearms of the two older girls and pulling them toward a stand filled with large stuffed animals. Just then, a purple-haired boy, looking to be in his early teens and dressed in black trousers and a black shirt, appeared, dragging the arm of an amused woman in a casual green dress. The boy wore a small smile as he gazed at the stand, where a pot-bellied man stood behind the counter, arms akimbo. The game was simple. Use a purple rubber ball to knock down a tower of 11 bottles. The girls watched as the boy bowed to them, introducing himself with enthusiasm. He expressed his desire to try all the games before the festival ended, and his guardian paid for 3 ball. He took the ball, sticking his tongue out in concentration as he wound his arm back. The ninjas nodded at his form as he released the ball, which clipped off the first 3 bottles at the top. The child bit his bottom lip in excitement and looked at the older girls with mild shock. He asked if they wanted to have a turn, introducing himself as Jinji and pointing to the woman beside him as Gami. The woman nodded in acknowledgement. Jinji tossed a ball to Magi, who caught it deftly. He reassured her that there was no need to pay, as Gami worked in the palace and he had just entered the academy, puffing out his chest with pride. The women exchanged amused glances, tickled by his attitude, but they chose not to reveal their own ranks. Magi, hiding her nervous smile, tossed the ball between her hands as she approached the counter. She asked Jinji how old he was, and he replied that he was 16. Magi rolled the ball in her palms before drawing her right hand back and moving it forward, releasing the ball with precision. It soared forward and crashed against the bottles, toppling them all down. With a triumphant smile, she pointed to a massive purple salamander and thanked the man as she hugged it close. Jinji took the last ball and threw it again, successfully knocking down the pyramid of bottles. He hummed and drummed his fingers on the wooden counter, carefully examining each stuffed animal before selecting a cartoonish-looking scorpion, which he held under his arm. "Why a scorpion?" Jinji asked, a slight shiver accompanying his words. He explained that his uncle in the army had a fondness for scorpions. The 15-year-old girl shifted her weight, scuffing her foot on the ground. The other platinum ranks exchanged glances, then looked at their caretaker, Magi. Jinji turned to leave, eager to join the crowd at the next game stand. Nirvana, squinting at his back, asked if they could join him, ignoring the elbow jab from Nora and the surprised look from Magi. She suggested they test their strengths at a nearby stand where a short, grizzled man observed others attempting to lift a heavy mallet. Jinji hesitated, expressing doubt about his strength. Gamma shrugged and followed him. Nirvana called out, proposing a wager. If he won, she would be his servant for a week. Jinji halted, intrigued. "Why do you want me to test my strength so much?" he questioned. Magi interjected, reminding them that Nirvana often acted impulsively when hungry. Jinji glanced back, still clutching his stuffed scorpion. "You think I'm an imposter," he stated. Nirvana waved her hands, trying to calm him. "I didn't say that," she protested, her eyes wide. "You don't need to say it," he replied, catching her off guard. She explained that he resembled someone she knew, trailing off as he turned fully around, flashing a knowing smirk. "My lord?" she stammered, but Jinji shook his head, winking. "No, my name is Jinji. You must be confusing me with someone else." Bystanders eavesdropped on their exchange, intrigued but unable to grasp the full context. Nora leaned in, whispering urgently to Nirvana, who insisted she already knew but wanted confirmation. Magi, meanwhile, appeared faint. "Do you want to join us?" "Gamma always wants me around friends," Jinji offered, handing the stuffed toy to his disguised maid. With the royal guards on break for the festival, only his reliable combat maid, Shinakora, accompanied him, disguised in casual attire to avoid drawing attention. Naruto, wearing a purple wig and black contact lenses to conceal his distinctive eyes, had opted against makeup, knowing that hiding in an illusion might attract unwanted attention. The girls struggled to suppress the urge to bow to their master, who was clearly in disguise. "Sir?" "Jinji," Magi replied on behalf of the others. The festival unfolded around the royal palace, situated on a raised platform at the kingdom's center, offering the king a panoramic view. However, the festivities extended to the edges of the kingdom, where bars in the soldier accommodations district offered free drinks by the king's decree, with Naruto covering the costs. As he surveyed the area with his concealed eyes, Naruto ducked into a dark alley, his companions following closely. The undercover police officers recognized the 3 division heads but remained discreet, maintaining a watchful presence. Shinakora, or Gami, lingered at the alley's entrance, allowing the other 3 girls to pass. The king perched on a dumpster, leaning back and gazing at the pleasant afternoon sky, the warm breeze comforting against his skin. With his eyes closed and hands behind his head, he sensed the questions brewing among the girls. "You're free to ask," he invited. They instinctively placed their hands over their hearts and bowed their heads. Despite his closed eyes, the king exuded an air of mild frustration. "Why are you in disguise, my lord?" Nor asked. "Is your life in danger?" "Jinji," he corrected, and then answered, "No, I want to enjoy this festival without the constant need for formality. I will be busy throughout, and this first day might be my only chance to truly relax." "Why not pretend to be a higher-ranked official instead of a new academy student?" Nirvana inquired. Naruto shrugged. "I just felt like it." "Sir Jinji, if I may, I don't think it's wise for someone like you to walk around without proper protection," Nora insisted, her voice slightly trembling. Naruto's lips twitched, but he kept his eyes closed. "Are you suggesting there's an assassin after me in my own home? Among my own people?" The masked woman stammered, trying to clarify her intent. "Are you implying that my police officers aren't capable of handling any potential threats?" he pressed. "No, I didn't mean to imply. Are you saying I lack the ability to protect myself?" he asked, sitting up abruptly. The trembling woman fell to her knees, ensuring her hand remained over her heart, eyes cast down in esping. "After everything you've witnessed me do without lifting a finger, you think I still require constant security?" His calm, low voice sent chills down the spines of the division heads, devoid of any threatening undertone. He leaned forward, resting his hands on the dumpster beside him. Naruto reflected on the capabilities of his servant, Shinokora, and acknowledged that she might not be fully equipped to defend him if the need arose. Shinokora, feeling the weight of her mistake, expressed her apologies, assuring him it would not happen again. Naruto regarded her with a stoic gaze for a moment before leaning back and observing the clear sky. He reassured her that it was acceptable, recognizing her concern for his safety, but he preferred not to be seen as a typical daimyo reliant on others for protection. Nirvana interjected, emphasizing that he was not just any leader but the great king of the Tsukai kingdom, the mightiest ruler the world had ever known. Magi nodded in agreement, reminding him that it was the people who needed his protection, not the other way around. They aimed to uplift his spirits, hoping to prevent any rash actions against Scout and Retrieval, Nora, though Naruto was not angry to begin with. He waved his hand dismissively, asking them to calm down. He then clarified that while in disguise, he would be known as Jinji, the academy student. Both Nirvana and Magi acknowledged this. Naruto expressed his confidence in the Inventions Division and Fuinjutsu Division to create effective defenses against any threats, whether they came in the form of jutsu, explosives, or physical attacks. The floating island kingdom was sustained by powerful solar engines, concealed by genjutsu that created clouds to mask their presence and sound. In case of discovery, a protective bubble of chakra surrounded the kingdom, capable of withstanding even the strongest attacks until reinforcements arrived. He reminded them that he had personally approved every security measure. His commitment to protect his people stemmed not only from his duty as a king but also from his genuine desire to ensure their safety, even if it meant sacrificing his own ambitions. Nora affirmed that his ambitions were shared by all, and Nirvana expressed their honor in being regarded with such care. Naruto opened his eyes, revealing the black contact lenses, and sat up. He decided it was time to enjoy the festival. Magi asked if they could accompany him, eager to share in the festivities. When he looked at her with a slightly narrowed gaze, she quickly clarified that they wanted to enjoy the festival together. He relented, a small smile forming as he agreed to let them keep up. The trio navigated through the bustling crowd, filled with laughter and vibrant colors as they followed their king from game to game and food stall to food stall. Naruto allowed himself to relax, his upbringing momentarily forgotten as he smiled and enjoyed the atmosphere. They engaged in various activities, from dart games to dance competitions, and Gami surprised everyone by devouring 10 spicy peppers with a grin, leaving the chef in disbelief. The group erupted in laughter, especially when the chef turned red after a single bite, and they quickly moved on as he shouted after them. The mood shifted slightly when they encountered Satoshi, the head of rescue and support, and Mora, the headhunter ninja of the kingdom. Both were casually dressed, and they greeted the group, momentarily surprised by Naruto's disguise but choosing to respect his wishes. Satoshi turned to Naruto, asking if he could leave to meet Hamato at the Grey Tusk Bar for an important discussion. Naruto inquired if it was something he needed to know, realizing the time and observing the soldiers stationed on the rooftops, impressed by their vigilance. Satoshi assured him it was a matter for the next day. Naruto nodded, motioning for him to come closer and whispering a request for Satoshi and Hamato to report to his office with Indra. Satoshi acknowledged the request and blended back into the crowd, while Naruto observed the police patrolling, some apprehending individuals who had caused trouble. As the night progressed, the crowd dwindled and the patrols increased, prompting Naruto to grow weary and decide to return to his palace. Naruto awoke with a soft groan as sleep gradually left him. Attempting to sit up, he found himself restrained by a weight on his chest. Looking down, he blinked in surprise at the sight of a white-haired girl nestled against him. To his right, a girl with rainbow-colored hair clung to his arm, and to his left, another girl with mint-green hair rested peacefully. All three girls stirred slightly as he shifted, reminding him that he had wrapped his arms around them under the thick blanket. With a gentle breath, he focused his energy, lifting the girls off him and allowing them to settle back onto the bed as he floated upwards. He landed silently on his feet and cast a quick glance at the sleeping girls before heading to the bathroom. As he passed the mirror, he paused to take in his reflection. His red hair was tousled with a cowlick on his forehead, and his chest bore several red marks. His black pants were frayed at the hem. Rubbing the remnants of sleep from his eyes, he entered the bathroom, recalling the memorable night he had shared with the women he trusted. It was not the first time he had welcomed multiple companions into his room, and with his energetic nature, it certainly wouldn't be the last. He felt fortunate to have chosen those who had sworn an oath of secrecy, given their close proximity to his office. Shinokara, usually a participant in these nightly escapades, had been sent on an errand within the kingdom. Emerging from the bathroom, steam trailing behind him as he dried his hair with a towel, he passed by the bed where the girls Nirvana, Nora, and Magi lay sleeping. He entered his wardrobe and dressed in a short-sleeved red shirt and pants, revealing his obsidian underarmor. Exiting his room, he encountered his maid, who followed him, ensuring the door was closed to maintain the privacy of the exhausted females. Indra and the others awaited him in his office. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement as he ascended the stairs, greeting the palace workers who were busy opening curtains and dusting furniture. Outside, the kingdom was already alive with the promise of another day of festivities. Two silver-ranked guards snapped to attention at his arrival, opening the door for him. He entered, and they closed the door behind him, allowing Shinokara to join. The office of the king of the Tsukai kingdom was modest, featuring a solid mahogany desk, deep red carpeting, and white walls adorned with gold accents. A large window on the right side offered a view of the kingdom. It was unassuming, as Naruto preferred, until he decided how to furnish it. Indra, head of the frontline soldiers, Hamato, head of intelligence and interrogation, and Satoshi, head of rescue and support, stood at attention before his desk in their combat uniforms, with Indra's kubikiri sheath resting on his back. Naruto settled into his chair, relaxing slightly. He gestured for Satoshi and Hamato to speak. Hamato was the first to address him, mentioning their previous discussion about preparations for the aftermath of the festival. Naruto recalled assigning specific tasks to each division head, particularly the need to monitor the countries he had already conquered. Their tracking device indicated that Madame Koyuki was currently meeting with Hatake Kakashi. Hamato presented a scroll detailing their conversation and inquired whether they should handle Kakashi and his team. Naruto's smile widened as he read the contents, and he returned the scroll to Hamato, his Rinnegan glowing with satisfaction. Perfect. That is exactly the message I want Konoha to receive. Speaking of messages, he rummaged through a drawer in his desk, retrieving a single sheet of paper. He handed it to Hamato, instructing him to send it to all leaders of the countries and hidden villages yet to be conquered, including Konoha and the Fire Country. He emphasized the importance of personalizing the DLVRY to make the recipients feel directly addressed. Indra then asked if they should wait for a reply. Naruto considered this before shaking his head, confident in his preparations for any potential responses. He wanted a squad of silver-ranked intelligence and interrogation soldiers to deliver the messages, as they were skilled at disseminating information and could defend themselves if necessary. Hamato expressed his gratitude for Naruto's consideration. Naruto leaned forward, encouraging his loyal soldiers to stand tall. He reminded them of the details in the fealty agreement scroll, which allowed village heads or daimyo to share information but prohibited them from aiding any revolt against his rule. He made it clear that ninjas from Konoha reported by Division Head Yu of espionage and infiltration, as well as those from Spring, were not to be attacked unless Spring provided ninjas to assist in a revolt. Though Madame Koyuki had likely read the agreement in detail, the atmosphere was tense. The 3 individuals present acknowledged the inquiry, understanding the gravity of the situation. Hamato spoke on behalf of the others, explaining that the Tsukai Force's individual strengths, technological advancements, and medical capabilities provided a significant advantage over their opponents. If they were to launch a full-scale attack, the grounders would stand no chance and would likely submit far too quickly. They wanted their adversaries to prepare as much as possible, so that after their defeat, it would be clear that the Tsukai Kingdom would always remain formidable. Naruto turned to Indra, inquiring if he would be available by noon. Indra confirmed his availability but mentioned his duties. Naruto insisted he would not mind if Indra was busy, but Indra explained he had a routine inspection of the barracks and a meeting with Division Head Karen regarding the well-being of the soldiers. Naruto expressed his desire for a quick spar to assess his skills. Indra, momentarily flustered by the prospect of fighting his king, tried to maintain his composure. Naruto reassured him, stating it would be just a quick check and that he would not go overboard. He requested Indra to postpone his inspections and meetings to make time for the spar. Indra felt honored by Naruto's request. After dismissing the others, Naruto turned to Shinikora, giving her a mission. She stepped forward, ready to receive his command. He instructed her to contact his spy in Suna to see if she needed assistance with the Sand siblings, should Suna refuse to submit. He advised her to stay even if the spy insisted on handling it alone. Shinikora acknowledged the task and left to prepare for her journey to the desert. An hour later, in the Hokage's office, Minato rubbed his forehead, feeling the weight of his responsibilities. He suspected Kakashi and his team had reached Spring by now. As he approached his desk, his assistant greeted him, and he responded absent-mindedly. His attention was drawn to a letter on his working table, which seemed out of place amidst the otherwise orderly office. He scanned the room, noting the open window that let in the cool morning air. With a sense of unease, he retrieved a small scroll from his cloak and tossed it onto the letter. It burst into white smoke, and when the smoke cleared, the scroll remained intact, indicating it was safe. He unrolled the scroll, revealing a message from Naruto, the king of the Tsukai Kingdom. The letter detailed Naruto's recent conquests of the lightning, spring, and water countries, emphasizing the ease with which his forces had achieved victory. He warned Minato that if he did not wish to be overrun, he should sign the fealty agreement scroll included with the letter. Failure to do so would be seen as defiance, and Naruto would take action if necessary. Minato's eyes narrowed as he processed the implications of the letter. Anger surged within him as he realized Naruto was still alive. He inadvertently released a wave of killer intent, affecting the ANBU hidden around his office and causing discomfort to his assistant. Minato's resolve hardened as he tore the letter to shreds with wind chakra, vowing to confront Naruto himself. Meanwhile, Kakashi entered the capital of Spring, noting the lack of significant changes since the invasion. He instructed his team to gather information from the citizens about the invasion and report back in 30 minutes. As they dispersed, Kakashi observed the large flag atop the Spring Daimyo's palace, which bore the kanji for sky, against a deep red background, a reminder of the recent upheaval. There were scuff marks on the ground, evidence of a struggle. As he approached the palace, he noticed blacksmiths mending the hinges of the great door, not because it had been ripped off, but to check and reinforce it. The masked man entered the palace, disregarding the workers who hurried about to reorganize their lives, and made his way to the woman seated on the throne. Cookie wore a sad frown on her beautiful face, her eyes closing as she recalled how easily her personal guards had been dispatched. She opened them again when she heard a polite cough. The masked man introduced himself as Dog of the Konoha Anbu, sent by the Yondaime to assess whether her country still needed help against the Tsukai forces. Koyuki raised an eyebrow, questioning if he was alone. He assured her that several squads of his comrades were stationed outside the country. With a sigh, she slumped further into her throne, expressing that it was too late. The enemy had already departed. Dog sought more information about the Tsukai forces to strategize their defeat. Koyuki hesitated, her gaze on the masked man growing more intense. She revealed that the only reason her messenger had reached Konoha was because their king had shown mercy. Her eyes dulled as she recalled the king of the army of monsters, who had effortlessly crushed the heads of 3 of her guards without a second thought. She pointed to her neck, where a thin red line encircled it like a necklace, a reminder of his power. Dog insisted that this did not mean the king could not be killed, as he was still human. Koyuki shook her head, asserting that none of the Tsukai soldiers were human, and she suspected the civilians were not either. Despite her reluctance, Dog pressed for details about the Tsukai king. Koyuki wilted in her seat, rubbing her sore neck as she mentioned the king's name, Naruto. Dog's eyes widened in alarm at the mention of Naruto. Koyuki, noticing his reaction, asked if he was familiar with the name. He urged her to describe him. She recalled that he had red hair and pale skin, seeming unable to express himself fully, wanting to smile but unable to. As an actress, she recognized this. Suddenly, she had an idea and called for a boy with white hair and glasses, who rushed to her side with a small handheld device. After thanking him, she activated the device, revealing a video recording from the palace's security cameras. The footage showed the door opening easily after the materials used to block it had shifted aside. Dozens of soldiers in red shirts and black pants with golden armor entered, standing by the walls. A woman with rainbow-colored hair marched in, synchronizing her movements with the other soldiers. Then Naruto appeared, and Dog felt his heart race as he witnessed the boy's presence shaking the very foundation of the building. The scene turned grim as guards fell one by one, their fates sealed by an unseen force. Koyuki's face paled as she recalled the terror of that moment. Naruto approached her, releasing her from his grip, and she described how he had known about her message to Konoha, predicting her actions while wanting them to receive the warning. She looked up at Dog, her expression eerily calm, and shared her fear that he could eliminate anyone with a mere thought. Dog listened intently, recognizing that this was not the joyful child he once knew, but a twisted shadow of his former self. He recalled the Yondaime's words about the twins' demise, and a nagging feeling told him that one of them had indeed perished. Naruko. It was clear that Naruto held a deep affection for his sister. Koyuki offered him a copy of the video, and Dog accepted it. He scratched his chin, deep in thought, realizing he needed to report this to Minato-sensei. He hurried out of the palace, meeting his team, all wearing grim expressions beneath their masks, as they made their way out of spring. In the Tsukai Forces Arena Alpha, Indra Watashi drew the kubikiri from his back and rested it on his shoulder. Small drops of sweat formed on his forehead as he surveyed the training ground. A red-haired teen stood with his hands at his sides and a wistful smile on his face. Naruto called out to the platinum rank, urging him not to hold back. Indra, the head of the frontline soldiers, responded with determination, bending his right knee and gripping the handle of his sword, which rested on his shoulder. Despite the tension in the air, Naruto remained still. Arena Alpha was a testing ground for silver ranks, assessing their readiness for promotion to gold ranks. The arena was fortified with numerous reinforcement seals, requiring an additional seal to stabilize the floating island kingdom. The other promotion arenas, Beta and Gamma, were less fortified, as the abilities of the lower ranks posed less danger. The division heads watched from designated seats, including the king, who was participating in the examination. Indra grit his teeth and charged at his king, moving so swiftly that he appeared as a faint black blur. Just before reaching him, Naruto's eyes pulsed with power, and the world around them slowed to a crawl. The division heads, too, seemed to move in slow motion, their anticipation palpable. Naruto observed Indra as he brought down his sword, intent on striking. With a stoic expression, Naruto moved behind him, executing a swift maneuver that forced Indra to his knees. In that moment, he seemed to pause reality itself, his keen perception allowing him to anticipate every movement. He then delivered a swift kick to the side of Indra's head, but instead of sending him crashing into the wall, he redirected the force, causing the ground to shake as the division heads felt the impact. As Naruto stepped back, the world resumed its normal pace. The division heads blinked in disbelief, witnessing the sudden shift from an imminent attack to their king standing over Indra in a flash of red light. It wasn't that Naruto had stopped time. Rather, his enhanced vision allowed him to perceive events at an extraordinary speed. Naruto's lips curled into a smile as he watched Indra struggle to regain his footing. He took a few steps back, raising his hands to signal Indra to come at him again. Indra, feeling a mix of pride and frustration, acknowledged his king's invitation, expressing that he would have gladly served as a practice dummy. Naruto apologized, explaining that the previous encounter was merely a quick eye check, and now it was time for the body check. Indra complied, charging at Naruto and swinging his sword. The king raised his forearm to block the attack, and bright sparks flew upon impact. Instead of transforming his arm, he relied on his unbreakable obsidian underarmor to defend against the strike. He sidestepped a follow-up palm strike and countered with a swift kick to Indra's midsection, forcing the air from his lungs. In a blur of motion, Naruto swept Indra's feet from under him, sending him crashing to the ground with a decisive kick. Stepping back, Naruto dusted off his shirt, satisfied with his performance. He approached Indra, helping him to his feet, and offered words of encouragement. Indra bowed his head in humility, grateful for the praise. Naruto instructed him to get patched up, reminding him that a festival awaited his celebration. Indra nodded, allowing Karen to assist him toward the medical bay. The other division heads approached, kneeling with their right hands over their hearts. Mora, the head of the hunter ninjas, inquired about Naruto's next plans. The king contemplated for a moment before revealing his intention to undertake personal missions, emphasizing the importance of his tasks. Mora hesitated, questioning whether Naruto desired a guard detail. The king waved off their concerns, asserting that the missions required his undivided attention and that he did not want any followers. The division heads exchanged nervous glances before bowing their heads in acknowledgement. Naruto instructed them to ensure his absence went unnoticed, advising them to inform anyone inquiring that he was not available. They affirmed their understanding, and Hamato, the head of intelligence and interrogation, reiterated the protocol for their duties in his absence, though he was clearly displeased with the king's decision to go alone. It was not that they doubted their king's ability to defend himself. The recent battle had demonstrated that he was still fully capable. However, there was a persistent concern among them for their king's well-being and health. The head of espionage and infiltration, Yuakuso, inquired about the king's return. Naruto informed them that he would be back in about 6 days, though he was uncertain if it would be sooner or later. He instructed Hamato to ensure that the kingdom remained intact during his absence. The division heads pledged their loyalty, swearing to protect the Tsukai kingdom with their lives. Even Karen and Indra, who had just returned after healing, joined in the oath, kneeling and placing their hands over their hearts. It was a well-known fact that their duty was to defend the kingdom, and such oaths were rarely spoken aloud. Naruto gestured for them to leave as he began his steady walk toward the entrance gate of the floating kingdom. He chose to fly down to the ground instead of using the royal vehicle, having already packed his belongings into a small compartment on his wrist. His division heads escorted him, parting the crowd of excited citizens who had gathered to see their king. Some were so overwhelmed that they fainted. Naruto smiled and waved to them, acknowledging the salute from the gatekeepers standing at attention. As he looked back at the division heads, the gatekeepers, and the throng of citizens, a genuine smile spread across his face. He waved to them one last time before lifting off the ground, descending amidst the cheers of his people. At that moment, the Tsukai kingdom floated over the ocean, far from Uzushio and Kumo but still within Lightning Country. Naruto landed on solid ground, ensuring his black armor beneath his short-sleeved red shirt and black pants was secure before sprinting toward Konoha. On the first day, at 9:30 p.m., in the Konoha graveyard, The Death Reaper seal was one of only 2 seals capable of containing the strongest tailed beast, the 9-tailed fox. No ordinary seal could hold the beast for long without being destroyed, and the backlash from unsealing it would devastate the surrounding area. The first effective seal was the demonic beast 14-chain shackle seal, which conjured 14 great binders to restrain the fox completely. This seal was trusted to contain the beast until the death of the holder, at which point both would perish. However, it required 14 consecutive days to draw and shackle the beast, and only an Uzumaki could effectively contain it due to their unique chakra. The process was grueling, and even an Uzumaki would succumb to strain after completing the 14 shackles. Mito was the first to use this seal to contain the fox, leading it away from a battle between Madara Uchiha and her husband, Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage and the strongest ninja to ever live. Kushina Uzumaki was the second to wield this seal. The sealer had to remain awake and actively seal the beast for 14 straight days, as did the person being sealed. The world witnessed the toll this took on the sealer, leading to a slow descent into madness before their inevitable demise. If all 14 shackles were destroyed simultaneously, the tailed beast would be violently torn from the Jinchuriki, resulting in terrible insanity. This was the fate that befell Kushina after enduring the Third Shinobi War and numerous missions that would have broken anyone else. Despite being a strong kunoichi, she lost her mind when the beast was taken from her. The Death Reaper seal was not without its own challenges. While it could be drawn relatively quickly, sealing the beast into its next holder required summoning the Shinigami, the death god. Minato lacked the chakra for the 14 shackles, and Kushina was too far gone to assist, leaving him no choice but to summon the death god to separate the Kyuubi's chakra from her soul, sealing them into Naruto and Naruko, respectively. Before the god could complete the deed, the Sandaime intervened. Unbeknownst to anyone, the Shinigami had a strong desire to consume Minato's soul, as the blonde man had created 2 high S-rank abilities, one of which transcended the realms of mortals into that of heavenly deities. The Flying Thunder God seal allowed Minato to travel faster than lightning, to any point he desired, as often as he wished. Minato was a man feared across the continent for his extraordinary ability to be in multiple places at once. His mastery of taijutsu and various jutsu made him the strongest and fastest living shinobi on the planet, often compared to legendary figures like Madara and Hashirama. The death god was pleased when summoned to seal the Kyuubi into Minato's twin children, but his satisfaction turned to anger when the older Hokage pushed aside his meal to take his place. Unable to alter his course, the Shinigami continued, sealing the Kyuubi into the twins while inadvertently claiming the soul of Hiruzen Sarutobi. As punishment for being denied the soul he desired, the Shinigami vowed to consume one of the children's souls upon their death unless he was satisfied with the soul of someone else he longed to devour. Minato was unfazed by Naruko's death. To him, being consumed by the death god was more merciful than what he had planned for his children upon their return. Konoha had many individuals who frequently defied death, which only served to benefit him. With dark Rinnegan eyes, Minato gazed at the tombstone of the third Hokage. Konoha had a long list of people who often escaped death, much to the annoyance of the Shinigami. The Rinnegan King needed to discover who topped that list. He couldn't summon the Shinigami to inquire, as the cost was too high, but he knew someone who might know every death-defying person in Konoha. Turning away from the grave, Naruto faced an open area of land dotted with trees and bushes. His eyes, black with red rings, glimmered in the darkness as he raised his left hand, palm up. As he did, the ground trembled slightly, enough to alert the Konoha ninjas, but he had that covered. A shadow clone was causing the ground to shake far behind him at the village's east gate. As his hand rose to his hip, the earth cracked open, shaking the surrounding trees and bushes. The crack widened as Naruto lifted his hand to chest level, revealing a large, dark purple dome emerging from the ground. The tremors ceased abruptly, but Naruto's hand continued to rise, unveiling the massive head of a creature with black and red-ringed eyes and a large, light purple nose, covered by a light brown-red cloak. Naruto quietly hummed the Rinnegan ability. He commanded the King of Hell to open its mouth, revealing a terrifying maw filled with sharp teeth above and darkness below. Unfazed, Naruto lowered his left hand but raised it again with his right to his belly. A puff of smoke revealed a clean white body bag, about the size of a 10-year-old child. Kneeling, he unzipped the bag, tears streaming down his face as he beheld his twin sister's peaceful smile, a stark contrast to the tragedy that had befallen her. He gently tucked a strand of red hair behind her ear, sobbing quietly, his tears falling onto her immaculate face. After a few moments of mourning, he revealed that she wore an armless red dress with gold trimmings, bandages covering the painful stitches on her body. Though Orochimaru and Kabuto had intended to incinerate Naruko's body, they had first conducted tests on her remains. It had taken Naruto months to recover her body from Kabuto's lab, piecing her together with care, driven by the bond they shared. Wiping his tears with the back of his hand, Naruto felt the stoic gaze of the King of Hell upon him. He gently lifted his sister from the body bag and walked toward the gaping maw of the King of Hell. Kneeling, he placed her inside, stepping back to admire her serene expression for a moment before retreating from the creature's mouth. As the King of Hell closed its mouth, Naruto waited patiently. His patience was rewarded when darkness gathered above the King of Hell, forming a formless shape with a pair of menacing red eyes. The king remained steadfast, crossing his arms as he met the glare of the Shinigami. 5 years prior, Naruto had attempted to use the outer path, some sort of heavenly life technique to revive his sister, but the Shinigami had blocked his efforts, reiterating his condition before releasing Naruko's soul. At that time, Naruto had known few individuals the Shinigami would want to consume, aside from his father. Summoning the King of Hell was a technique derived from the Naraka path of Naruto's Rinnegan. It allowed everything it consumed to be healed and rejuvenated in both mind and body. It was a medic's dream. The Rinnegan ability could heal but could not resurrect. Naruto would need to tap into the outer path for that. Unlike when he was younger, he intended to use the outer path before healing his sister. This had inadvertently summoned the death god to inform him of the price for Naruko's soul. This time, Naruto wanted to do it right. He wanted his sister to return to the living without pain or trouble. He would heal her body of every abnormality and disease before placing her soul back inside. The reason the Shinigami was now present was that it had sensed the mortal body of the one it had devoured or imprisoned within itself. The god of death reminded Naruto that he could only have her soul back when he provided the soul of someone who frequently defies death. Naruto remained unafraid, narrowing his eyes at the god and asserting that he would have this soul ready soon. The Shinigami hovered silently, observing the Rinnegan king. It spoke in a deep voice that would normally drive any other mortal to insanity, noting that it could not reap Naruto's soul because of his Rinnegan. Naruto understood that his eyes were special, even by normal standards, but to possess the ability to repel the death god's touch was extraordinary. He insisted that the Shinigami would give him his sister, and he would find one of those who frequently defy death. The god grumbled sourly, like a pouting child, stating that if Naruto brought him the soul, his sister would be his, but if he failed, he would never see her again. Naruto reluctantly agreed, and the death god disappeared. The King of Hell began healing the wounds of the girl inside its mouth, removing the stitches on her body and sealing her skin, making it as good as new. Though the process might take up to an hour, Naruto had commanded him to take his time to properly fix his sister, more than enough time for the king. Naruto turned back to the grave of the Sandaime, a smile creeping onto his lips. Soon he would have Naruko, and the sacrifice would be in vain. His black, red-ringed Rinnegan flashed in the night, and dozens of chakra smoke bursts surrounded the head of the King of Hell. The smoke cleared to reveal roughly 15 hulking monkeys stationed around the head housing his sister's corpse, all bearing his brand of Rinnegan eyes. He could see through each of them. The summoned animals crouched low, hiding their presence as their summoner ran out of the graveyard and into the hidden village. It was ironic how the summoning animals of the late Sandaime were contributing to the destruction of the village they once loyally served. The irony almost made Naruto chuckle. 3 minutes later, in the hospital of Kanehigakure no Sato, Tsunade Senju yawned loudly and smacked her lips as she pushed her key into the door of her office and twisted, locking it. Being the head doctor and medic of the hospital was hard work. She was responsible for screening medics, nurses, and doctors, making her rounds to ensure everyone was working, checking hospital records for discrepancies, taking charge of patients with severe problems, and sifting through endless reports from her subordinates. Today was particularly taxing for Tsunade because Konohamaru, the late Sandame's son, and Hanabi, the youngest child of the Hyuga clan head, had gotten into a vicious fight over a ridiculous playing card. There were many injuries in the children's wing because of this fight, but thankfully no one had died. Sasuke had suffered a severe concussion after being slammed into a wall multiple times. Asuma and Guy had injured their calves during a spar. A few genin thought it would be amusing to prank a teammate by pouring powdered ghost peppers into her pants. Lastly, Kushina had stubbed her toe on a door while entering Inoichi's office for a mental evaluation. Needless to say, Tsunade was beginning to regret agreeing to become the head medic. Her guilty conscience weighed heavily on her. With Kushina losing more of her mind, Tsunade found less reason to stay alive but more reason to atone for her ineffectiveness in saving her family. The main reason she remained in Konoha was to look after her niece, Kushina. The medic sharply looked up when she felt a flicker in the air. It seemed strange, but she shrugged it off. Tsunade slipped the key into her pocket and began her trek out of the hospital, already making plans to unwind. The building was fairly silent, with just a few patients and staff members around. Technically, she wasn't supposed to leave until everyone was asleep, but she felt exhausted and needed a break from the noise. Stopping outside the hospital, she sighed deeply. A genjutsu enveloped her surroundings, and she realized she was on the empty roof of the hospital, facing a shadowy figure with his back to her, gazing at the Hokage's monument. Using a C-rank genjutsu on a jounin as experienced as she was felt like an insult. The figure had his arms crossed and turned slightly, glancing over his shoulder before returning his gaze to the monument. Tsunade tried not to step back when she saw his eyes were black with red rings, a painful reminder of a child she once knew with purple and black rings. He noted that she had still gone along with the illusion. Tsunade wanted to get straight to the point. She demanded to know who he was. The figure waved his hand dismissively and referred to himself as an old memory. When she pressed for clarification, he posed a question that unsettled her, whether it was true that she enjoyed lying. Tsunade denied knowing what he was talking about. Now answer my quest. The good poker face is the key to winning a game of cards, or so it is said, and burying the truth under layers of lies is a way to conceal the pain of loss and the dread that can decay one's soul. The figure shook his head, stating that he had come to ask a few innocent questions and would leave afterward. For now, he remained a mystery. He turned to her, and she felt an overwhelming force that locked her body in place as his piercing gaze met hers. He instructed a creature behind her to take her and follow him. A large blast of chakra smoke erupted, and she was lifted by the back of her shirt by a bird with a drill-like beak. The bird, resembling its summoner, flapped its mighty wings and soared into the sky, creating the illusion of a shooting star. No one noticed the abduction or the chakra smoke, as Naruto was using a high-level genjutsu to conceal both his presence and that of the bird. The figure began to explain himself as he mentally commanded the bird to gently set the sannin on her feet. The bird retreated into the shade of a nearby tree. The woman noticed that the figure wore a short-sleeved shirt and black pants, though she wondered if he was barefoot or wearing thin sandals. Behind him loomed a massive rise from the ground, which shivered as a pair of eyes with red rings opened near the top. A large, light purple nose flared beneath the eyes, and thick light purple eyebrows emerged above them. In the dim light, she could only see the awe-inspiring eyes and the gaping mouth of the creature. As it opened wide, a darkness emanated from within that made her heart race. Unbeknownst to her, on the other side of the King of Hell, Naruko's body was being healed. For now, Naruto commanded the creature to create another face on the back of its head. He warned her that if she answered his questions dishonestly, she would face dire consequences. This would allow him to access her memories, which would be beneficial in his quest. The woman trembled, feeling the weight of his chilling voice and the terror of being plunged into eternal darkness by the beast. He continued, stating that any vague or cryptic responses would also lead to her downfall. Breathing became difficult for the seasoned warrior, who had faced formidable foes in her past, Yet never had she encountered someone as intimidating as this figure with control over such a nightmarish creature. He pressed on, making it clear that any lightheartedness or refusal to answer would result in severe repercussions. He asked if she understood, and she summoned her pride, tilting her chin up and whispering her affirmation. Surprised that he didn't need to prove himself further, he asked her to name the 5 strongest shinobi currently in Konoha. She listed Minato Namikaze, Shikaku Nara, Chusa Akimichi, Might Guy, and Asuma Sarutobi. Next, he inquired about the 5 strongest retired shinobi. She named the 3 council advisors to the Hokage, Koharu, Himura, and Danzo, along with Mabuki Haruno and Fugomen, a farmer. He then asked which among those 5 bore the most scars, and she identified Mabuki Haruno, Danzo Shimura, and Fugomen, noting that scars indicated a history of dangerous encounters. Continuing, he asked which of those 3 had refused regular checkups, to which she answered Danzo Shimura and Fugomen, indicating their stubbornness. He pressed further, asking who was the oldest among them. She hesitated before responding, revealing that Danzo was 73 years old. When he asked for her assessment of Danzo's strength, she rated him as a jounin. He then queried whether she had conducted an unsolicited scan of him and why. She confirmed that she had, wanting to understand how a man of his age remained in such good shape. Finally, he asked how desperate she believed Danzo was to stay alive. Trembling, she sensed different chakra within him, particularly around his arm and eye, noting that he had seals attempting to suppress them. The secrecy surrounding Danzo was concerning. Satisfied, he acknowledged her answers, remarking that it hadn't been so difficult. Tsunade's vision blurred, and she collapsed onto the ground. Awakening with a start, Tsunade's eyes widened in horror as she stared into the darkness before her. Her trembling hands felt the blanket covering her, surprised by its presence. She reached with her left hand to her side and clicked on her bedside lamp, sighing in relief as the light illuminated her bedroom. The door suddenly swung open, and Shizune stood at the entrance, gripping a kunai so tightly that her knuckles turned white. She hesitated for a moment, then stashed the kunai back into the pouch on her lower back, her voice trembling slightly as she expressed her concern for Lady Tsunade. Tsunade stared at Shizune for a few moments, grateful to be alive, before shaking her head with a gentle smile. She reassured her assistant that everything was fine, explaining it had just been a bad dream and encouraging her to return to bed. Meanwhile, in the graveyard, Naruto smirked triumphantly. His gaze shifted to the massive head behind him and the hidden animal path summons. He pondered how to locate Danzo's residence, knowing he needed to confront him. After a moment of thought, he snapped his fingers, recalling that he had 2 spies in Konoha, one of whom was particularly close to the old man. He tapped the back of his hand, causing a red dot to light up in the center. He dragged the dot towards his pinky and then tapped his right ear, where a white earbud rested. Closing his eyes, Naruto searched his memory for the name of the spy he needed. Finally, it clicked, and he spoke to the awaiting receiver, requesting to be patched through to Sai. 3 hours earlier, at the Haruno household in the wealth district of Kanahigakure, a tall, lithe woman with flowing pink hair and smooth skin greeted the children who were Sakura's teammates. Her voice, naturally alluring, caught their attention, prompting her daughter to eye her suspiciously. Mabuki, realizing the effect her presence had, cleared her throat and invited them in with a lighter tone. Despite Sai and Minato Jr. being rather stoic, the 13-year-old boys gulped nervously, prompting Mabuki to chuckle softly. Sakura, feeling protective, pulled both of them inside by their ears to prevent them from staring at her mother. They complied, removing their shoes at her insistence and placing them neatly by the door. Sakura understood her mother's charm but disliked seeing it affect her friends. Mabuki called from the door, asking if they could help set up the dinner table as she closed the door behind them. Sakura eagerly responded, leading the way to the living room once the boys regained their composure. Mabuki Haruno was undeniably beautiful, with a heart-shaped face, lovely teal eyes, and perfectly painted lips. Her presence could captivate anyone, and she had climbed the ranks of the shinobi world not by compromising her dignity but by becoming a mistress of illusions. Known as the shimmering pink flower, she was a skilled jounin, though her expertise in ninjutsu was limited and her taijutsu was primarily self-taught. Despite her looks, Mabuki struggled to maintain lasting relationships, often finding herself at odds with her partners. However, Minato Namikaze stood out to her. He embodied all the positive traits she admired. Mabuki had often clashed with Kushina over who was better suited for him, but ultimately, Kushina won his heart. Nevertheless, Mabuki's advances never ceased, even after his marriage. Her perception of Minato changed drastically when he summoned her and others to inform them of a fake retrieval mission. He revealed that kidnappers had taken his children, Naruto and Naruko, and they were to attempt a rescue but ultimately fail. The truth was that their godfather had taken them for training, viewing them as tools rather than children. Mabuki, who loved children and had always desired a family of her own, felt her dreams crushed when Tsunade informed her that she could not bear children due to an unknown injury. Despite her past, she had a faint idea of what had caused her condition, but she preferred not to dwell on it. Retiring from her role as a kunoichi due to Minato's disdain for children, she became a civilian councilwoman overseeing traveling merchants from Konoha. It was during this time that she found Sakura, a small girl of 5 with dirty pink hair and bright green eyes that sparkled with intelligence. Sakura resembled her so closely that Mabuki felt as if her prayers had been answered. Sakura embodied everything Mabuki had ever wanted in a child: smart, adorable, and fiercely determined. Although not a prodigy, she excelled in her studies and eventually became Kunoichi of the Year, much like her mother. Mabuki, while concerned about Sakura's struggles to make friends at the academy, remained hopeful. In her early 40s, she maintained strong friendships with her former teammates, believing that Sakura would eventually find her place among her peers. With a gleaming pot of ramen in one hand and another pot filled with roasted pork in the other, Mabuki happily entered the room, ready to share a meal with her daughter and her friends. She didn't particularly like the food choice her daughter's teammates had requested, but she was just too happy to see her child making friends. The retired kunoichi placed the pot in the center of the table and gracefully moved around, serving the children as she passed, leaving the air fragrant with the scent of her rose petal shampoo. Her every movement resembled that of a professional ballerina, smooth, fluid, and in control. Before long, she spun on her toes and gently settled into the seat at the head of the table. Sakura glared at her and cleared her throat loudly. Mabuki, who was about to take a bite of ramen, paused and glanced at her daughter, who was subtly nodding toward the front door. The woman slowly lowered her fork, realizing she would need to spend an extra hour in her private gym to burn off the calories, and grinned mischievously. Sakura's green eyes remained defiant. She cleared her throat again, more insistently this time. Mabuki replied that she enjoyed eating as well, but her daughter was now in a fit of coughing. The woman pouted and, with a sniffle, looked away, suggesting she would go organize her underwear and inviting anyone to join her. Mabuki laughed at how red-faced her daughter had become. She was about to leave when the son of the yondaime spoke up. He addressed her respectfully, asking if he could call her by her first name. Mabuki encouraged him to do so, explaining that Lady Haruno was her mother's name. Sakura groaned and slumped in her chair, feeling embarrassed. The boy, a blonde mini-clone of the 4th Hokage, expressed his desire to ask some questions. Mabuki sat down and invited him to proceed. He wasted no time, inquiring about a retrieval mission she had gone on years ago with the yondaime and others. He referenced a detail from the mission report, and Mabuki's expression tightened as she noticed how much he resembled his father. The silence that followed was heavy, and she felt a wave of guilt wash over her. Suddenly, she excused herself, claiming she had an errand to run, and left the room in a hurry. Junior narrowed his eyes, sensing something was off, while Sai and Sakura exchanged glances, both curious about the sudden departure. 2 hours and 20 minutes later, in the Forest of Death, little could be hidden from the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan king approached the gates of the forest, bending his knee and leaping over the gate in one swift motion. Upon landing, he spotted a tiger, much larger than any ordinary creature, which quickly scampered away at the sight of him. The king scoffed and continued forward, a red-haired teen with an intimidating presence. It was as if his entire being radiated an otherworldly energy, drawing attention while simultaneously instilling fear. As the trees grew denser, blocking out the faint moonlight, Naruto's eyes glowed, illuminating his path and causing the leaves around him to tremble. He stopped before a tree devoid of any green light and placed his palm against its trunk. A low hiss echoed as he pushed forward, and the tree crumbled away, revealing a large metal cylinder hidden within. Using his gravity control, he cleared the debris and pressed on, activating a seal beneath his palm. A burst of fire erupted, which he skillfully contained, forming a translucent bubble of energy. As the bubble expanded, he compressed it into a spinning ball of energy reminiscent of a jutsu created by his father. He propelled the ball forward, and the seal erupted in a dazzling display of sparks. The sound of grinding and cracking filled the air as he directed the concentrated fire toward the door of the hideout. With a tremendous force, the door burst open, revealing a dark staircase leading into the unknown. Naruto pulled back his hand, holding the orb of gathered fire, and glanced down the stairs before tossing the ball of molten energy into the abyss. The ball lifted into the air, illuminating the darkness like a torch. Naruto glanced over his shoulder, and with a series of smoke bursts, 5 grotesque centipede-like creatures emerged. Each one stretched nearly 20 feet long, their poisonous fangs glistening, and their eyes glowed with a Rinnegan hue. The multi-legged beasts coiled around the entrance, blocking the exit with their armored bodies, while 2 stood guard at the door, ready to confront anyone who dared to approach. Naruto had no intention of leaving any survivors. The Predapath's suppressed bubble of fire lit his way down the stairs. He hesitated at the top, weighing his options on whether to fly down to the hundreds of ninjas waiting below, with the prideful Shimura Danzo standing defiantly among them. Ultimately, he chose not to fly, not because he couldn't handle using more than 2 paths of the Rinnegan at once. He could if he wished, but because he wanted to savor the chance to eliminate one of his greatest enemies. Shimura Danzo was a figure from Naruto's past, a man who had visited him and his sister during their time in Sound, overseeing their harsh training under Orochimaru. The old man often expressed his ambition to have them as his tools and to become Hokage, even if it meant killing Minato. This desire fueled the twins' hatred for him. As Naruto descended the long flight of stairs, his sensory abilities heightened, allowing him to sense the growing number of people awaiting his arrival. He focused further and realized that the network of tunnels was gradually emptying as everyone gathered to confront him, except for those stationed in a large, separate room, likely as backup. Root was an illegal organization founded by the old Warhawk himself, and Sai was one of its members. Naruto recalled the words he had shared with the 2 5-year-olds 7 years ago, shortly after they had escaped Sound with other former captives. He had just assigned spies to various villages and countries, choosing children for their potential to rise through the ranks and earn the trust of the populace. His distrust of adults had influenced this decision, though over time, he had excluded most adults from his inner circle. Despite their busy missions in other lands, Naruto ensured to call back his spies, one by one, to assess their ranks based on skill. Civilians received bronze armor, while ninjas were given silver. Sai and his fellow spy, both silver-ranked, wore their underarmor beneath their regular clothing, disguised to blend in. Their rank was a source of pride. Naruto remembered exactly what he had told the 2 loyal children. He had asked them to be his eyes and ears in Konohagakure, to gain the trust of the people while keeping their allegiance to him a secret. They had responded with determination, promising not to disappoint him. After escorting them into the village, he had left them at an orphanage. The other spy was the first to be adopted, while Sai had been taken back to Root to serve as an operative. Although Sai had vanished from sight for a few years, his fellow spy kept him updated. When Sai resurfaced, Naruto learned that the boy, now 11, had climbed the ranks of Root and become one of Danzo's top 3 operatives. Naruto pondered why Danzo's brainwashing had failed with Sai. The answer was simple: both spies remained fiercely loyal to Naruto, just as everyone in his kingdom did, which kept their minds clear. Currently, Sai was on a covert mission in Hidden Mist, investigating claims made by a traveling salesman that the village was now under the command of a powerful kingdom led by a king revered as a god. Minutes after dinner, Danzo had dispatched him on this mission. The king could sense the younger teen's regret for not being able to meet him, but Naruto reassured him that it was fine. All he needed was information on Danzo's whereabouts. The boy exceeded expectations, revealing the locations of all 5 entries and exits of the hidden base, its approximate size, and the number of ninjas present. A few root members had embarked on a separate mission to Demon Country to retrieve an ancient artifact, but aside from them and Sai's team heading to Kiri, the rest remained inside the base. This information was more than sufficient for the Rinnegan King. Naruto paused 10 steps above the ground floor, mentally shifting his floating orb of fire behind him. The orb expanded into a large bubble that covered the exit, casting light into the dimly lit area and blocking their escape. It was filled with dozens of root ninjas. He glanced over the still forms of the white-masked ninjas and noticed an open door, where even more ninjas awaited in a larger room. The redhead smirked darkly. The black and red-ringed Rinnegan pulsed, and the bodies of the ninjas in the area became rigid, standing at attention. He raised his right hand, palm open and facing the ground, and their feet lifted off the ground as if under a powerful spell. They couldn't even struggle against his overwhelming control. When his hand reached shoulder level, he suddenly closed it into a light fist, causing all the levitating ninjas to crash together in the center of the room, forming a chaotic mass of limbs. As he tightened his fist, the pressure became unbearable for the human bodies. The air filled with a sickening sound as they were crushed together, echoing through the dim area. The redhead's smile twitched slightly as he increased the force around them, transforming the mass into a thick red paste, mixed with human bones and fairly intact organs. He flicked his hand over his shoulder, sending the mass into the orb of fire behind him, commanding the thick black smoke to carry it up the flight of stairs, ensuring the scent wouldn't irritate him. The Preta-path-controlled ball of fire sputtered as the blood entered it, releasing nothing more than a thick, pungent air. He suspected the forest animals would catch the scent and flee, which was precisely his intention. The ball of fire bubbled but remained contained, controlled by the Preta-path, which allowed him to extract chakra from anywhere or anyone, among other abilities. He began his walk toward the remaining root ninjas, feeling a thrill of excitement. The chase proved to be more amusing than he had anticipated. Upon entering the room with the next wave of root operatives, arms crossed and Rinnegan eyes gleaming with hidden humor, the ninjas descended upon him in waves of black, a flurry of metal and limbs intent on eliminating the intruder. As they approached, the world slowed to a crawl, moving much slower than a snail. He could see each blank-masked man and woman rushing toward him with lethal intent. He counted exactly 65 root operatives. The teen uncrossed his arms, keeping his shoulders hunched as his arms momentarily disconnected from his shoulders. He lowered his head, allowing his shaggy red hair to obscure his eyes. In a flash, he lifted his gaze, and his Rinnegan flared brightly. Despite the pause in motion, a thud resonated around his feet, heavily suppressed so that all of Konoha wouldn't feel it, but not the entire base. He raised both arms, fists tightly clenched at his sides. Bright blue, scorching hot lasers erupted from his fists, cutting through each shinobi with ease. He abruptly stopped, bringing his arms back to his body, crossing his forearms over his chest and shutting his eyes in concentration. As he opened his arms and eyes, the world resumed its normal pace. The air around him vibrated violently, surging outward in a bubble of thick air that sent the root ninjas crashing against the walls with tremendous force. A few were propelled out of the room and into the next, colliding with their surprised comrades. The Rinnegan King continued his steady advance, each step sending tremors through the base, though the seals kept it from being felt in Upper Konoha. The thudding grew louder and heavier as he approached the arena, stopping abruptly at the door with his hands at his sides. He regarded the gathered, tense ninjas, numbering close to 70 and standing about 25 feet away. All of them were in fighting stances, weapons or fists tightly gripped. Silence enveloped the room for a few moments until a commanding voice, which he suspected belonged to Danzo, echoed throughout the fighting area, urging them to attack. With a smirk, he charged toward them, head low and arms trailing behind him in a classic ninja run. As they rushed to meet him, he leaped high into the air, landing in the midst of the fray. His fist struck out, caving in the face of a shinobi. He deflected a sword, causing it to slice open the throat of another ninja, then delivered a spinning kick to the swordsman, sending him flying across the room. He caught a blow with his right palm, dragging the root operative closer and tripping him with a smooth sweep of his legs, using the limp body as a shield against a fire jutsu. He tossed the fallen ninja aside and struck another in the torso, causing blood to spray from the mouth. The Rinnegan holder shattered the left knee of another ninja with a swift kick, again using the incapacitated ninja as a shield against a barrage of shuriken. He drove his elbow into the chin of one ninja, then seized the face of another who thought he was vulnerable, slamming it down to the ground with a force that shook the earth. His palms surged forward, striking the chests of 4 root operatives, leaving noticeable dents above their hearts as they fell. He turned his attention to other Black Ops, smoothly evading 7 sword strikes aimed at him. His Rinnegan eyes flickered as they scanned the area, utilizing his ability to perceive chakra and anticipate his opponents, similar to the Sharingan. His eyes darted around without him needing to turn his head, pulsing 7 times in rapid succession as he assessed the remaining ninjas, still numbering around 60. The king clenched his fist and stepped on the foot of a ninja with enough force to incapacitate him, sending the screaming ninja soaring into the ceiling. The man's body hung limply, resembling a grotesque chandelier. He seized the flak jacket of another ninja who charged at him with a kunai wrapped in 3 seal bombs, a desperate attempt that would have caused widespread destruction. With a swift motion, he disarmed the ninja, breaking the mask in the process, and delivered a powerful blow to his chest, sending him flying as he tossed the kunai in another direction. A blinding light erupted in the room, overwhelming those unprepared for it and causing chaos among the nearby ninjas. He took a small step back, his foot connecting with the head of a root ninja attempting to ambush him from below, swiftly incapacitating him. With another kick, he sent the decapitated head crashing into another shinobi. He then shifted aside, his fingers moving with blurring speed to grab a handful of shuriken from his last attacker, swiftly incapacitating him as well. He brandished the shuriken and launched them into a small crowd of ninjas. Taking a breath, he stood tall, his Rinnegan surveying the scene, a smirk forming as he looked at the fallen bodies around him, many twisted in painful positions, some headless or scorched from the explosion. The king dusted off his red shirt with his armored fingers and continued walking toward a stunned Danzo. After witnessing a single teenager take down a room full of highly trained root ninjas, Danzo began to seriously doubt his own chances. He stumbled away from the eerily calm wielder of the Rinnegan, never truly meeting Naruto's gaze, much to Naruto's disappointment. The elder hobbled with his cane into another room, and Naruto followed at a leisurely pace. He still had about 10 minutes before the King of Hell would fully heal his sister, and the monkey and drill-beaked bird summons were keeping careful watch over them. He could see through their eyes, which would have been a disadvantage given his current situation, but he could switch between multiple fields of vision without disrupting his own. The desire to bring back his sister was overwhelming, but he also wanted one of the top 5 most hated individuals on his list to experience terror before he met his end. The master of the Rinnegan deftly picked up a tanto from the ground, twirling it in his fingers before flicking it to the side, removing the dried blood from it. His obsidian boots splashed through small puddles of blood and scuff marks left by the explosion. He slashed through 2 ninjas and stepped over their fallen bodies. His new weapon shot forward, striking a ninja, and he unsheathed the blade, pushing the lifeless body aside. His left hand reached out, grabbing a ninja by the neck as he fell from the ceiling. The blade blurred as it struck the root ninja repeatedly. After discarding the bleeding man over his shoulder, he threw the tanto ahead, slicing through the hearts of 4 ninjas before pinning a 5th against the wall. He walked around the lifeless shinobi to face Danzo. The one-eyed elder had finally found his courage and stood in the last training ground, looking down at the king's superior eyes. He stood just a few feet from the wall. Naruto stopped 10 feet away and tilted his head. He questioned Danzo's awareness of his identity. The elder narrowed his eye, then widened it slightly, expressing surprise. He had thought Naruto was dead. Naruto assured him that he still had much to live for. Danzo glared, asserting that Naruto had made a mistake by coming there. Naruto opened his arms, gesturing to the destruction he had caused. He had assumed this would be enough to quell Danzo's pride, but he should have known better. The elder had always been foolish. His eyes glowed ominously after his statement. Danzo snarled, gripping his walking stick tightly, revealing a hidden blade. He accused Naruto of lacking respect, expressing regret for not taking him and his sister from the snake that had harmed them. Anger flared within him at the sight of Naruto's small smile. Naruto shook his head in exasperation, revealing that both he and his sister had despised Danzo, wishing to see him suffer. Danzo retorted that they were weak, but then a realization struck him, and he smirked at Naruto, taunting him about his sister's demise. In an instant, the amusement faded from Naruto's eyes, and he slowly tilted his head, staring at the older man with a hollow gaze. Naruto watched the man recount the story of a snake attacking his sister, a twisted amusement evident in his voice. The man's eyes sparkled with a sinister delight as he recalled how she had reassured Naruto not to worry about her. The man chuckled, the sound echoing ominously in the dimly lit room filled with remnants of past battles. As he spoke, Naruto's Rinnegan glowed fiercely, illuminating the shadows around him. The man continued, oblivious to the tension building in the air, dismissing her concern as naive. Suddenly, an unseen force gripped the man's throat, causing him to gasp and claw at the air. He struggled, dropping his cane, but found no relief from the invisible grip. Naruto approached, forcing the man down to his knees, his hands trembling under the weight of his own body. The anger radiating from Naruto intensified as he confronted the elder, who had just insulted his sister. With a swift motion, Naruto's foot connected with the man's chin, sending him crashing against the wall before collapsing to the ground. Each word Naruto spoke resonated with a deepening fury, shaking the very foundation of the underground base. He delivered another blow to the man's chest, causing him to grunt in pain as he was thrown back against the wall once more. The elder's body lay limp, almost lifeless, as Naruto grasped the back of his head, his eyes burning with rage. Naruto declared that the man's soul would be the price for his sister's return, emphasizing the importance of her life to him. He struck the man again, driving him against the wall with enough force to leave a dent, all while maintaining his grip on the elder's throat. The former leader of Root was lifted into the air, following Naruto as he soared out of the base and towards the cemetery. As the wind whipped past him, Naruto communicated with the centipedes that had wrapped around the trees, commanding them to allow the forest animals to feast on the fallen bodies within the base. He requested to be connected to Sai, and moments later, he heard the Root ninja respond, acknowledging his command. Naruto ordered Sai to eliminate the remaining Root operatives and ensure their bodies were taken care of, giving him a strict deadline. Sai pledged his loyalty to the mission, drawing a kunai in preparation for the task ahead. Naruto instructed him to remain in Konoha to protect his brother while waiting for the right moment to meet with the Akatsuki. Arriving at the graveyard, Naruto landed with a force that tilted several tombstones. He discarded Danzo's body carelessly, watching as it crashed into a tree. Observing the fallen form of the once proud leader of Root, two monkeys emerged from their hiding spots and seized Danzo by the shoulders. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he focused on the chakra network of the elder, signaling the monkeys to proceed. One monkey removed the bandages to expose Danzo's hidden eye, eliciting a grunt of pain from him. The other monkey then tore away the wood-release arm, leaving Danzo severely weakened. Naruto noticed the seal that would activate upon Danzo's death, a reminder of Orochimaru's influence. He dismissed the thought and turned to the King of Hell, holding his sister's body. Clapping his hands, he performed a series of hand seals, culminating in a powerful technique. A dark cloud enveloped the King of Hell, revealing a single demonic eye that gazed down at Naruto. A pure white head emerged from the ground, its small Rinnegan eyes glinting with anticipation. As the monkeys brought Danzo's limp body closer, Naruto grasped the elder's head, preparing to confront him. He inquired if Danzo felt fear, but before receiving an answer, he swiftly tore away the man's soul. Without hesitation, Naruto cast the soul into the mouth of the King of Hell, who reveled in the offering. The darkness above hummed with satisfaction, and Naruto demanded his sister be returned to him. The Shinigami complied, vanishing in a swirl and leaving behind a small ball of light. The monkeys bowed as the soul descended, entering the king of Hell's head. Naruto watched as the head returned to the underworld, his heart racing with anticipation. After an hour, he sensed her body had healed, and as the mouth opened, the brightest, happiest purple eyes sparkled from within the darkness. Tears slipped from Naruto's eyes as he recognized the familiar spark in her gaze. She remembered him. He paused, attempting to blink away the tears, and froze when warm hands gently cupped his cheeks. Looking up through his hair, he tried to conceal his emotions behind a veil of wetness, meeting the bright smile of his sister. "Why are you crying, bro?" The girl, appearing to be around his age, had flawlessly pale skin and long, straight red hair cascading down her back. Her bangs framed her forehead, revealing sparkling purple eyes, while 2 strands of hair curved down past her chin, adding a delicate touch to her appearance. Though her features were slightly more mature, they were unmistakably familiar to Naruto. She wore a neat, armless red dress that flowed just above her knees, showcasing her smooth skin. Despite being barefoot, she approached him with the same confidence as before. Naruto hunched his shoulders, looking down and sniffling. He insisted he wasn't crying. The girl giggled, knowing how stubborn he could be. "Yes, you were." Her voice, though deeper than in their childhood, still held the warmth he remembered. She had grown into a 16-year-old version of herself, matching his height and body type, with the only difference being her longer hair and more feminine features. Surprised, she gasped when Naruto wrapped his arms around her in a tight embrace. He expressed how much he missed her, and she returned the hug, nuzzling her nose into his neck, inhaling deeply. "I missed you too, bro," she replied, her heart swelling with affection. The siblings settled on the ground, allowing the king of hell to retreat back to the underworld, and they spent the night happily chatting, catching up on lost time. Naruto still had tasks in Konoha before heading to the Hidden Rain, but for now, he cherished this moment with his sister. As they talked, a genuine smile spread across Naruto's face. Mirrored by Naruko, their fingers intertwined. A loud grumble interrupted their conversation, causing Naruko to blush as Naruto chuckled at her embarrassment. You have been gone for 7 years." She puffed out her cheeks adorably, watching as he released her hand and retrieved a scroll from a storage seal on his armored wrist. He dropped it onto the ground, kicking it open lightly, and a cloud of smoke erupted. His smile widened at the astonished look on his sister's face as she beheld the array of food neatly arranged on the scroll, from roasted turkey to beef, salads, and a towering stack of cinnamon rolls. She had never seen so much food in her life. "Thank you, bro," she said, her eyes glistening with gratitude. "Don't worry about it," he replied, letting go of her hand. She eagerly pounced onto the food like a hungry animal. Naruto's godfather had often shared his plans to create a specialized group of ninjas to serve as his enforcers, known as the Sound Four. However, the group never materialized because he wanted to take his time selecting the members. He chose 4 individuals he was brainwashing: Sakan, Yukon, Kidamaru, Tayuya, and Jirubo. At that time, Naruto and Naruko were 8 years old, while the chosen 4 were only 6. The 3 boys were relatively easy to manipulate, but Tayuya was a girl with a strong will and a stubborn attitude that surprised even Orochimaru. She would resist fiercely, screaming and fighting whenever she was taken to the conditioning room, refusing to listen or comply. Remarkably, she maintained her defiance for 2 years while the boys succumbed after 6 months. Despite this, Orochimaru was determined to make her loyal, believing her strong mental resolve would make her an excellent servant. To expedite this process, he administered what he called the cursed mark of heaven to all 4 candidates. A girl, around 14 years old, lay hidden under a camo blanket on the roof of an apartment complex, her dark brown eyes peering through binoculars. She ensured her body remained still, concealed from sight while observing a target. Dressed in ANBU-grade brown and white desert camo pants and a midriff light brown shirt, she wore shiny silver underarmor beneath her clothes. A long desert camo scarf covered her nose and mouth, protecting her from the sand, while her blood-red hair fell over her shoulders, with a thin bang brushing against her chin, secured by white bandages wrapped around her forehead. Beside her lay one of her weapons of choice, a 7-foot-long black barrel with a handle and trigger, equipped with a powerful scope and a grip near the trigger. Stacked beside it were cartridges filled with blue and black senbon, as well as another stack of gold and red senbon, ready for action. The second weapon weighed 50 pounds, not including the powerful scope and cartridges. It was crafted from strong metals and plastic, but the girl had been trained to handle it expertly. She carried a long brown bag designed to hold the weapon, which she usually slung over her back when moving. Her master had it made, inspired by a plan from Orochimaru. He called it a sniper rifle, the only one of its kind in existence. The silver-ranked spy of the king of Tsukai observed the Sans siblings as they sat in the Kazekage's office, discussing their discoveries regarding the recently invaded countries. Temari waved a letter in the air, her lips moving animatedly as the spy read her expressions. The words conveyed her frustration about the king of Tsukai, whom she deemed a dangerous figure ordering their SBMs. Gaara sighed and rubbed his forehead, feeling the weight of the situation. They had been in his office for 3 hours, arguing about how to respond to the new information from their ninjas in spring. The Tsukai forces were among the most powerful he had ever encountered, and it was fortunate that the king had not ordered the destruction of their village, which would have created chaos. He urged Temari to sit down. With a huff, Temari returned to her chair, tossing the crumpled letter at Gaara. She questioned whether he intended to simply allow this man to walk all over them. Gaara clarified that he would not submit to anyone, but he reminded her of the reports detailing the capabilities of this man and his army, described as monsters. Temari argued that people often exaggerated when their lives were at stake, but Kankuro, who had been focused on his puppets, interrupted her without looking up. He reminded them that he had first-hand experience. After returning from an A-rank escort mission to Spring, where he encountered the Tsukai forces, he had been deeply affected. He recounted how dark figures had descended upon him, surrounding him before he could react. He had felt a sharp blow to the back of his head, which knocked him down but did not render him unconscious. The soldiers had recognized him as the brother of the Kazekage and had spared him, forcing him to witness their takeover of the village with little resistance. Concerned, Temari and Gaara noted that Kankuro had been preoccupied with fixing and enhancing his puppet arsenal. Kankuro shared a chilling detail from one of the ninjas, who had expressed a willingness to spill blood to please their king, doing so without hesitation. His eyes were wide and haunted as he looked at his siblings, conveying the horror he had witnessed. He described how the soldiers had laughed as they took lives, treating them as if they were mere insects. Gaara suggested that Kankuro go home and rest, assuring him that they could manage the situation. Kankuro dropped his tools in frustration, questioning how they could handle things after hours of arguing with the council. He refused to leave, insisting that the threat was imminent and he had no time to rest. His body trembled with suppressed emotion. The spy, eavesdropping on their conversation, smirked, mentally praising her king for instilling such fear in Kankuro. She adjusted her binoculars, feeling energized after hours of surveillance. She had endured worse during her training at the Tsukai Academy, including a harrowing experience where she had been buried in hot sand by Orochimaru as part of an experiment. This was nothing compared to that. A buzz in her ear interrupted her thoughts, and she tapped it twice, acknowledging the call. The voice of Shinakora, the king's personal maid, came through, smooth and slightly amused. The spy greeted her with a mix of surprise and annoyance, expressing her frustration at the maid's impending visit. Although she didn't particularly dislike Shinakora, she felt a twinge of jealousy over the maid's closeness to the king, which was a sore spot for her. Shinakora revealed that she had been sent to assist the spy, which prompted a defensive response. The spy accused her of lying in the name of their master, but Shinakora insisted she would never do such a thing. The maid straightened her uniform, a standard attire for a platinum-ranked soldier in the combat maids department of the civilian division, and teased the spy about her jealousy. The spy retorted that if the master wanted her in his presence, he would simply ask, reminding Shinakora that he had given her her rank personally. Tension filled the air as Shinakora leaned closer, whispering provocatively, which caused the spy to react defensively. In a swift motion she brandished a sunban, but Shinokora disarmed her effortlessly, displaying confidence. The spy, gritting her teeth in frustration, resumed her observation of the Sand siblings, aware that the blanket she had been lying under was a clever creation from the Fuinjutsu and espionage divisions, designed to provide comfort while filtering the air for those beneath it. The area was covered with subtle chakra suppression seals designed to conceal the presence of those beneath it from detection, particularly from sensory ninjas. The material consisted of 5 layers, with the middle layer containing the majority of the seals, while the outer layers helped regulate temperature, ensuring the spy beneath remained comfortable in the sweltering heat. This blanket was standard issue for every Tsukai spy, along with binoculars, sunban launchers, sunban cases, quick cooking ration packets, and other smaller items. Spies were trained as long-range experts, and the rifle the girl possessed was unique, a deliberate choice by Naruto to give her a sense of individuality. He understood the needs of each of his people, believing that in order for them to serve him better, they must know he cared for them. Now, Shinokora, the platinum-ranked spy, had found a way beneath the blanket. The older redhead lay on her back, propping her hands behind her head, and looked at the spy beside her with playful eyes. She teased about magic being the reason for her presence. Tayuya, the younger spy, responded with irritation, insisting she wasn't joking. The playful banter continued until Tayuya revealed that their targets were considering tearing up a letter, expressing her frustration with their foolishness. Shinokora reminded her that they had been ordered to wait 6 days, with only 5 remaining, before taking action against them. Tayuya admitted she might have zoned out during the briefing, prompting Shinokora to make casual conversation about Tayuya's recent mission with Naruto in lightning and water countries. Tayuya acknowledged Naruto's commanding presence, affirming the loyalty of the Tsukai Kingdom to their king. She had spent 3 years training at the Tsukai Kingdom's academy, choosing to become a spy to serve her master better, believing that spies provided crucial information to strengthen their kingdom. Tayuya expressed confidence that Gaara's imperial defense would be challenging to breach, suggesting they focus on taking down Temari and her brother first. Shinokora questioned her certainty about handling Gaara and his siblings, to which Tayuya explained the automatic nature of Gaara's defenses even after losing the One-Tails. The Senbon bullets they carried were formidable, capable of penetrating solid materials, but she acknowledged the difficulty they would face against Gaara's sand defense. They needed to execute their mission swiftly and cleanly, eliminating the leaders to make subduing the followers easier, leaving no room for mistakes. Tayuya, eager for the mission's conclusion, inquired about returning to the kingdom afterward. Shinokora informed her that Naruto had already arranged for the civilian division to prepare for another celebration once the world was conquered. Tayuya's excitement grew, and she expressed her admiration for Naruto's strategic planning. Shinokora agreed, noting that he had a plan for every possible outcome. Tayuya, with a mischievous grin, remarked that their enemies stood no chance. She brought up the Jinchuriki, recalling information from a mole within the Akatsuki about the beasts in the kingdom. Shinokora explained that Naruto wanted to turn them to his side, but if they resisted, it would be simple to seal them into more willing hosts. Tayuya realized that while some beasts would be resealed, others might have a chance to survive, leading to her disappointment at the missed opportunity to eliminate them. What now? They were to remain until the 5 days were up and observe the situation. If the agreement was disregarded, they would take action when the time came. She exchanged a knowing look with the younger redhead. However, there was no need to worry. She could use her rifle or her flute later if their master sent them to the Fire Country or Earth Country. Both the daimyos of Fire and Earth had torn their letters to shreds, along with the Tsukiji, Onoki, and the Hokage, Minato. A notification appeared immediately after, and those in the Intelligence and Interrogation Division noted the events, relaying the information to Naruto as the list grew. At that moment, Hidden Star, Hidden in the Darkness, and Hidden Fong had shredded their letters, while Chill, Marsh, Waterfall, and Hidden Tree Villages, along with their respective country daimyos, signed their agreement scroll. Tayuya lovingly rubbed her hands on her weapon, expressing her eagerness to use it for their king. Both nodded in agreement. Shinokora returned to making casual conversation, while Tayuya resumed her watch over the Kazekage's office. In the S-rank library of the Kage's mansion, the Hokage's mansion in Kanahigakure no Sato, Fire Country, a loud yell echoed through the halls. A bored voice responded to Jiraiya's outburst, stating that the scroll had been ripped up. The Toad Sage grabbed his iconic spiky hair in frustration. "Why would you do that?" Minato, with his bright blue eyes focused on the scrolls scattered across his desk, replied that he did not make deals with the devil. He believed that the beast needed to be dealt with. Jiraiya groaned and slammed his fist on the table, scattering papers and tipping over an ink pot. He questioned why Minato hadn't waited for Kakashi's report or for him to return. Minato glared at his former teacher, asserting that as Hokage, he made the decisions for the village. Neither man backed down, their stubbornness evident. Eventually, Jiraiya sighed and slumped into a chair, explaining that Naruto possessed the Rinnegan, the strongest of the three Dijutsu, capable of creating or destroying life as they knew it. He had trained a child with the Rinnegan before and had learned much about its power. He emphasized that Nagato had perfect control over his massive chakra reserves and could master all 5 nature transformations, including Yin and Yang release. Jiraiya recalled that it took Sarutobi-sensei 10 years to master all 5, while Nagato had done so by the age of 6. Minato's expression hardened as he listened to Jiraiya's passionate recounting of Nagato's abilities, which included miraculous powers he called paths. The younger Toad Summoner stood up and moved to another section of the library, prompting Jiraiya to follow. "If you think all that is going to change my mind," Jiraiya interrupted, insisting that Naruto's Rinnegan was far more powerful than Nagato's. This revelation caused Minato to stop in his tracks, scowling over his shoulder, questioning how Jiraiya could be so sure. Jiraiya retorted with his own questions, reminding Minato of the video and reports that provided ample proof. He placed a hand on Minato's shoulder, urging him to listen to reason. Minato shrugged off the hand and confronted Jiraiya, asserting that Naruto was not a threat, merely a nuisance that refused to die. He declared that he would be the one to eliminate him. Jiraiya, barely containing his frustration, questioned how Minato planned to achieve that, given Naruto's formidable abilities. He lamented the grave situation the world faced, recalling how Minato had indirectly caused Naruto's sister's death, knowing how much they loved each other. Regret washed over Jiraiya as he remembered the twins, who had always been friendly despite the village's neglect. They had each other and that was enough. However, Naruko had been taken from them in a cruel manner, and Naruto had been forced to witness it. Jiraiya leaned against a bookshelf for support, his eyes tightly closed to hold back tears. Minato observed for a moment before turning to the shelf beside him, riffling through the books. If only the village had treated the twins better, perhaps this global threat could have been avoided. "They are the reason the love of my life lost her mind," Minato said in a low, solemn voice. "They are the reason Junior has to live without a mother." Jiraiya cast a disgusted look at his student, denying the claim. The one to blame was the person who had unsealed the QB 16 years ago. The hatred directed towards those innocent children was unfounded, baseless, and utterly misplaced. They had not asked to be born, nor had they asked for that man to attack. They were simply born into a world filled with animosity. Now, Naruko was gone, and Naruto possessed the Rinnegan. It was time to face the truth, he was the child of hate. Minato felt the slow footsteps approach but kept his gaze fixed on the books in front of him, his hand hovering over one that discussed sealing away dojutsu. The older ninja spoke, mentioning the Toad prophecy, and recited ominous lines about blood soaking the ground and the earth trembling under the weight of fate's heralds. The child of hate, born of both darkness and light, would command respect from all. Minato had always been skeptical of prophecies, and as he pulled out a theoretical book on sealing away dojutsu, he felt a chill. He instructed his companion to leave the task of eliminating Naruto to him while he focused on sending a message to every nation that had not signed the agreement scroll. His former teacher expressed concern about the Akatsuki, who had already captured 4-tailed beasts, but Minato dismissed this threat, prioritizing the Tsukai kingdom and their king instead. With a heavy heart, Jiraiya left to fulfill his mission of rallying allies against the Tsukai kingdom. Minato contemplated the need for a Hiraishin seal on Naruto, determined to ensure that there would be no mistakes. He had sent letters to all the countries, seeking an alliance, and now he awaited Jiraiya's return with news. Later that evening, at Konoha's psychiatric institution for the dangerously insane, Naruko admired her older twin, Naruto. Their bond was undeniable. They were identical twins, sharing not only physical traits but also a unique connection that allowed them to communicate without words. Despite their differences, they functioned as one. Naruto's Rinnegan and the enhancements from Orochimaru's memories did not hinder his training. He maintained an average physique, save for his distinct eyes. Naruko, too, was strong in her own right, having trained under their deceased godfather. Although she was not as powerful as Naruto, she was far from weak. Under the cover of night, the twins stealthily navigated the pristine corridors of the psychiatric institution. They had chosen this time to break in, knowing that security would be lax as patients were confined to their rooms. The atmosphere was eerie, with patients restrained or sedated, leaving the hallways mostly unguarded. Naruto felt Naruko's gaze on him and responded with a subtle thumbs up, their connection evident even in silence. They raced up the zigzagging stairs, determined to uncover the secrets hidden within the institution. They had gained entry simply by casting an illusion to appear as hospital workers. Naruko hissed softly and skidded to a stop behind a corner leading to a separate wing of the hospital reserved for special patients. Her brother stopped as well, hiding across from her behind an open janitor's room door. He looked at her, and she signaled with one finger pointed down to the ground and then over her shoulder. Naruto nodded, understanding that only one person was approaching and that they should incapacitate him without causing harm. With Root exterminated, Danzo dead, and Tsunade easier to handle than he had anticipated, Naruto felt confident. Jiraiya would be no different, but he still wanted Konoha to put up a fight that would entertain him and his sister. Naruko was accustomed to following his lead, with only a few exceptions when they silently formed plans together. Suddenly, hurried panting echoed from the forest behind the academy. 4 small feet pattered over the dry leaves, allowing their pursuers to track them by sound. The 2 children ducked behind a tree, forced to separate their joined hands to hide behind different trunks, 3 feet apart. 2 bright purple eyes, wide and frantic like cornered animals, locked onto their pursuers, and they gulped. The boy swallowed hard and tried to steady his gaze, mirroring the courage of his twin sister. Their almost spiritual connection strengthened their resolve as they stared at each other with determination. Naruto nodded, and the girl closed her eyes briefly before opening them again to signal 7 with her fingers. Naruto tapped his right fist on his left elbow twice, and she tapped her knees. He responded with a series of taps on his neck, chin, and then his groin. The girl hesitated, not keen on targeting sensitive areas, but Naruto was undeterred. Naruko rolled her shoulders and prepared herself. A pair of bright red Sharingan eyes hidden above them furrowed in concentration, trying to decipher the rapid signals exchanged between the twins. Itachi and Shursui, exposed to the secret language known only to the siblings, struggled to find meaning behind the gestures. Naruto and Naruko counted down with their fingers. 3. Naruto's elbow jutted out abruptly, connecting with the first bully's belly, followed by another elbow to the back of the boy's head, knocking him out. Though the 3-year-old's movements were clumsy, they proved effective. As Naruto regained his footing, Naruko struck another bully in the neck, dodged a blow, and landed a punch on another aggressor's chin. The leaves almost caused her to trip, but she quickly recovered, delivering a swift kick to the groin of a 4th bully. All 4 were down, either writhing in pain or out cold. Naruto helped his sister up, but they were suddenly attacked by the 5th and 6th bullies, while the 7th ran back to the academy to report their antics. Although none of the children were of academy age, they often gathered there after school. The red-haired twins attempted to support each other back to their feet, but they were viciously kicked in their sides. Naruko's head struck a tree trunk, and Naruto grit his teeth as he struggled to catch her before she fell. He rolled with her, using his body to shield her, even as his back hit a strong root. Naruko closed her eyes, gripping his shirt tightly, wanting to take the brunt of the attack, but a firm look from her brother made her relent. The blows struck Naruto's back, but he stubbornly refused to let them reach his sister. Just as the 5th and 6th bullies prepared to unleash more attacks, the Uchiha swooped down and intervened. While some might have seen the twins as angels, the other children viewed their red hair and deep connection as oddities, which, in the minds of children, were often seen as undesirable. The corridor was narrow enough for 3 average-sized men to walk through shoulder to shoulder, but only if they brushed against the walls. Naruto pointed to his left foot and then to his upper back with his thumb, and Naruko nodded, indicating her groin and neck. Quick, mischievous smirks appeared on the twins' faces as they silently counted down with their fingers. 3. Naruto stomped down on the Chunin guard's foot while Naruko struck him in the groin, causing the ninja to bend forward in pain. That was when Naruto delivered a precise chop to the Chunin's upper back, just under his neck. To finish, Naruko lifted her knee, connecting with the gasping ninja's throat, sending him sprawling backward. The two grinned deviously and shared a triumphant fist bump. Naruko remarked to her brother about their impressive teamwork, and Naruto agreed, noting their strong bond despite the years that separated them. His Rinnegan confirmed there were no more guards, and as they stepped over the fallen Chunin, he used his gravity control to shift the man into the janitor's closet. Naruko questioned why they needed to be subtle, insisting that they could easily overpower the village if it came to that. She pulled away only to hold his hand, peering into the small windows high up on the doors, briefly glancing at each mental patient. She skipped gleefully, swinging their hands together while Naruto walked steadily, using his Rinnegan to track the chakra network of the person they were heading toward. Despite being a 9-year-old in the body of a 16-year-old girl, trying to grow up quickly for her brother, she still had her quirks. Naruto nodded, a serious expression on his face. He assured his sister that no one stood a chance against them, not even their father. As he looked at her, the happiness that had once been absent from his life radiated through his eyes as he smiled sincerely. He reminded her of the plans they had made while staying with their godfather, to bring the world to its knees and take Konoha last. The girl pouted but continued skipping. She expressed her impatience, noting that their father was just a short distance away. While they could leave Konoha for now, she suggested they take decisive action against him. With pleading eyes, she urged her brother to consider it. Naruto, however, encouraged her to trust him, explaining that allowing their father to stew in his hate and madness would make the eventual confrontation all the more satisfying. She sulked but eventually relented, agreeing to his plan. As they reached the last door of the corridor on the 2nd floor, Naruto placed his left hand flat against it. A seal matrix lit up with blue chakra, and his sister watched in fascination as the seals shifted and broke apart at his mental command, leaving the door unsealed and silent. She marveled at her brother's mastery of the Rinnegan, which allowed him to command various ninja techniques. With a click, Naruto eased the door open. On the 2nd day, it was Naruko's turn to protect her brother. The tears on her cheeks had dried but left visible tracks on her dusty face. She held her older twin close as he lay on her abdomen, shivering uncontrollably, his skin a mottled gray with hints of green under his eyes and on his fingernails. He curled inward, his eyes tightly shut, trembling as if caught in a fierce blizzard. Naruko sobbed softly, hugging him tighter, but he remained unresponsive, like a statue that refused to warm. Today was particularly difficult for Naruto. Their godfather had placed a nature-funneling seal on his back, causing the natural chakra around him to wreak havoc on his body. The result was a sickly gray hue to his skin, a consequence of the overwhelming chakra that was too much for him to handle. Orochimaru had buried him in a coffin 6 feet underground in a lush meadow, a place rich in natural chakra. The worst part was that while the natural chakra tore through his system, the Kyuubi chakra within him struggled to repair the damage, depleting the little boy's already limited resources. Their sadistic godfather had claimed that this process would condition Naruto to never feel pain again, and he had weeks of this torment ahead of him. For now, the seal had been removed but would be reapplied by sunrise. Naruko sniffled and rocked back and forth, her dirty brown dress rustling as the chains connected to their suppression collars clinked softly. The SLV area was eerily quiet as those nearby watched the little girl try to soothe her trembling brother to sleep. She swallowed hard and attempted to hum a song from a distant memory, but it came out broken and tearful. Frustrated, she tightened her hold on him as a sound ninja passed by, flashing a wide smile that made her bare her teeth in response. Naruto's shaking did not lessen. He coughed weakly, instinctively shuffling closer to the warmth of his sister, but his arms remained immobile. Feeling this, Naruko's tears began to fall anew. He called out to her, sensing her familiar warmth enveloping him. His nervous system was nearly non-functional, but the Kyuubi chakra worked tirelessly to mend it. Naruko gently rubbed his back, reassuring him that she was there. He struggled to speak, asking if their mother would love them. It was a question that haunted the twins, as they had never known her. Their father often spoke of her in a way that implied they were the cause of her absence. They had no idea that their mother had lost her mind after the Kyuubi's departure. Despite their circumstances, they held on to the hope that there was someone in the world who would love them. In Konoha, they had never made friends, as the villagers kept their distance. Love was a foreign concept to them, one they only understood through their bond with each other. Naruko ran her fingers through her brother's dirt-speckled hair, feeling a flicker of hope when he managed a slight movement. A soft giggle escaped him before it turned into a tired cough. He acknowledged her affection, but his thoughts lingered on their mother, his fingers flexing as they grasped at her clothing, trembling with uncertainty. The red-haired girl hesitated, not wanting to disappoint her brother by admitting she didn't know their mother's fate. Sometimes, the truth had to be faced, but in that moment, Naruko chose to offer her brother as much love as she could. She reassured him, saying that their mother would love them. Naruto smiled, his head resting on his knees, gripping her clothes tightly. His eyelids grew heavy as Naruko gently ran her fingers through his hair. He expressed his gratitude, feeling comforted by her presence. Naruko shifted to the ground, wrapping her arms around him and pulling his head to her chest, resting her chin on top of his head. She declared her love for him, a love greater than the stars in the night sky or the sands in the desert. As Naruto's shivering lessened, he clutched the fabric around her waist tightly, tears welling in his eyes as he reciprocated her feelings. Naruko swallowed hard when she felt a comforting hand grasp her own, pulling her from her troubling memories. She looked at Naruto, who wore a concerned expression, but her gentle smile reassured him, bringing a smile to his face in return. The twins turned their attention to the figure before them. A woman with long red hair sat in the far corner of the room, her frame smaller and less healthy than it once had been. She wore a white, seal-reinforced straitjacket and baggy black pants, her bare feet resting on the cold floor. Despite their height of 5'5" the woman appeared to be about 5'8", her sickly pale skin and frantic bloodshot eyes giving her an unsettling presence. She rocked back and forth, humming a disjointed tune, hissing in frustration whenever she stumbled over the melody. Naruko felt the tension in her body ease as Naruto's grip on her tightened, a reminder that they were in this together, facing the same whirlwind of emotions. The song the woman hummed was eerily familiar. It was the same one Naruko had tried to sing to lift Naruto's spirits during his darkest moments. Though they had never known their mother, Kakashi Hatake, one of their father's students, had recounted how, when he and Jiraiya returned to the hospital to retrieve the twins, they found her huddled in a corner, surrounded by the aftermath of a tragic event. She had been holding the silent twins she had given birth to, her eyes wide with madness, struggling against the urge to harm them. Despite her turmoil, she had attempted to sing to her babies, her voice strained and shaky. The woman whispered words of love, rocking back and forth, occasionally hitting her forehead against the padded wall in her distress. She had been humming that same song for 16 long years. The sight was difficult for both twins to bear. They did not shed tears, for they did not truly know their mother. Even though they had confirmed that Kushina had loved them, they felt no grief for a love they had never experienced. A shared understanding passed between them. If they discovered that Kushina did not love them, they would take drastic measures. This unspoken agreement settled in their minds as they looked at their mother. Naruko raised her hand, showing 4 fingers while pressing her thumb against her palm. Her nails glowed with a light green chakra before she released it, sending a burst of energy toward their mother, who slumped forward as alarms blared in response to the sudden surge. Naruko explained that the chakra was a heavy tranquilizer, non-lethal but effective. She noted the unique abilities they had inherited, similar to how Nirvana Kurigoku could take on aspects of a rainbow Komodo dragon. Naruko could manifest fox-like traits, while Naruto could grow tails and change the pigmentation around his eyes. As they sensed multiple chakra signatures approaching their mother's room, they separated their hands. Naruko hesitantly lifted her mother onto her shoulders while Naruto retrieved a piece of deep red cloth from his pocket. He unfurled it, revealing the kanji for sky written in gold, and placed the small flag of the Tsukai Kingdom at the center of the room before closing the door just as the first ninja rounded the corner, racing toward them. The Rinnegan King raised his right arm towards the super seal-supported wall opposite the door leading outside the facility. He uttered a low, intimidating command, and the Rinnegan pulsed with energy. With a sudden crack, the entire wall of the Yandame's wife's room burst outward. The female twin chuckled, impressed by the display. Naruto couldn't help but buff his fingernails on his shirt, feeling a sense of pride. A terrible shriek echoed from outside the room, followed by a loud whooshing sound as a drill-beaked bird swooped down from the sky, hovering just outside. The creature had been circling above at Naruto's command and was now ready to serve. The red-haired girl leaped onto the bird, and Naruto followed suit. While he could see through the animal's eyes, he could not control it directly. However, he maintained ultimate command over all his animal summons, making direct control unnecessary. The door they had just exited began to bang as strong shoulders rammed against it, the keys having failed. Naruto instructed his sister to hold on while Naruko bent her knees, gently placing their tranquilized mother on the bird's back. She hurriedly settled beside Kushina, holding the limp woman securely. Once he was sure their mother was secure, Naruto commanded the bird to fly to Hokage Mountain. The bird screeched in response, its mighty wings flapping twice before it soared toward the monument. The siblings exchanged excited glances, their eyes brightening as they sensed a surge of wind chakra emanating from the Hokage's mansion. Their father was nearby. Their bodies tingled with a desire to return and confront him, but they remained resolute. If they eliminated the other nations, Konoha would be left in a state of paranoia. Naruko raised an eyebrow, questioning the choice of destination. The bird landed on the head of the Naidame Hokage, taking a few steps forward before coming to a halt, its wings flapping to slow its descent. Naruko watched as Naruto gracefully dismounted, and he helped her down before their mother followed. Naruto expressed his desire for their mother to be taken back home. Naruko nodded, understanding that home referred to the Tsukai Kingdom, but her brows furrowed in confusion. She asked how they would manage that, considering home was far south of Kumo. Suppressing a smile, Naruto tapped his right ear, activating his communication device. He requested to be patched through to Division Head Nora of Scout and Retrieval. His twin sister pouted at being ignored, prompting him to acknowledge her with a small smile. Once he received a response, he ordered a stealth retrieval vehicle to his location. This vehicle was a more advanced version of the standard retrieval vehicle, designed to carry about 30 individuals in near silence, especially at night. The king had ensured that each vehicle was equipped with 3 medical division personnel and 4 of the best retrieval guard soldiers. Nora, the black-masked leader of the division, acknowledged the request with a deep bow. She had been busy in her office, sifting through potential candidates for the new Jinchuriki of the three-tailed turtle. At Naruto's command, the retrieval division had successfully acquired the tailed beast during their invasion of the water country. Nora leaped over her desk, calling for a stealth vehicle to be prepared. She assured Naruto that she would reach him in 4 minutes. He encouraged her to take her time and ended the connection as she hurried out of her office into the large storage room filled with various retrieval vehicles. She communicated with her team to prepare Stealth Vehicle 1 for takeoff and jumped into the driver's seat. As the vehicle's engines roared to life, it levitated into the night sky, camouflaging itself against the stars. Meanwhile, Naruto smiled at his pouting sister. He reminded her that their home was one of the most advanced places on the planet. She expressed disbelief at how quickly Nora could arrive, given Kumo's distance. Naruto explained that it was possible due to dedication, breakthrough engineering, and seals, playfully tapping her nose. He then shifted the conversation to the approaching Konoha ninjas, aware that he could simply fly and deliver their mother to the stealth vehicle without landing. However, he relished the opportunity to confront a few of them first. He noted that they had Nen-ken trying to track them down, having summoned a wall gecko to keep watch. Naruko suspected as much. While she was still learning about the legendary eyes, her connection with her brother gradually revealed their capabilities. She suggested they blow the village sky high, but Naruto urged her to be patient. The bird squawked in agreement with his mental command, and he proposed that she take care of any intruders while they waited. Would that make you feel better? He playfully pinched her cheeks, and she rolled her eyes before swatting his hands away. For now, she steadily jogged toward the incoming Konoha ninjas, her features transforming as she began channeling her mutant abilities. He reminded her not to forget that they had 2 minutes before the vehicle arrived. More than enough time, she thought, as fox ears emerged atop her head, her long red hair concealing her human ears. Her fingernails elongated to about 4 inches, and her toenails followed suit. While she might not have known many jutsus, her training had focused on physical strength, flexibility, agility, and intelligence, making her more than capable of handling the approaching jounin. 8. Her senses counted, along with 2 Nen-ken that began barking wildly as they caught the scent of fox in the air, a smell only those with a keen sense of smell could detect. Her long nails turned silver, and she rubbed them together, creating sparks as she surged toward them. Her godfather had called her bones adamantium, having altered DNA from a dead bone pulse user with the magnetic release of Sunagakure, allowing her to sprout metal claws from various places. However, she preferred the traditional, savage animal claws to having them emerge from her fists or knees. With her head lowered and speed increasing, her metal bones did not slow her down. When the first ninja caught sight of her, it was too late. She pounced forward, using his mouth, which was open in shock, as a stepping stone to dive onto those coming behind him. Her metal toenails pierced through the back of his neck, and she gingerly removed her foot before he could fall, spinning in the air to face the others. She raked her nails down a ninja's face as she dropped down, then backflipped under a Nen-ken, grabbing its tail before it could escape and using the poor dog as a bat to strike its handler's face. She ended the creature's life by slamming it into the ground and finished off the Inuzuka partner by slicing under his chin, elongating her nails to reach the brain. She didn't stop moving for a second, delivering a powerful right hook to an approaching woman and striking another ninja in the stomach, causing chaos as he fell. Naruko wrapped her hands around the intestines of her fallen opponent, using them to swing at the last ninja, slamming him into 3 trees before he finally stopped in a ditch. She dropped the organ onto the ground, puffing out her hair to push away a bang that touched her lips. Turning to Naruto, she smirked proudly at his mildly awestruck nod as she jogged to him, her features smoothing out until they returned to human. If he didn't know any better, he wouldn't suspect she had been dead just yesterday. He raised his right palm, and she deftly slapped it in a high five. 7 years with the Shinigami, and she still knew how to fight. He watched her slump against the drill-beaked bird, panting for air. That was amazing, he thought. She waved her hand dismissively, pretending to be modest. Their godfather had conditioned them to better serve Konoha, involving intense exercises, injections, and traumatizing fights with Sound Ninja. Naruto's Rinnery Birth technique was a flawless version of the Impure World Resurrection technique. Instead of being at less than half her strength after being brought back, Naruko had reclaimed all her training memories, both muscle and mental. The only minor issue was that she was still a 9-year-old in a 16-year-old's body, having been killed at 9 and revived at 16. However, this wasn't much of a problem for the twins, as any child who survived a month in the SLV pens of Hidden Sound was no longer a child. They had to grow up fast or perish even faster. It was similar to the red light district in Konoha, except the violence was not mutual. Naruto looked up when he heard a low whistle, and a dark mass dropped down lightly before him. The driver hopped out of the window, handing the wheel to the retrieval captain for the stealth vehicle. Nora, the masked head of division, fell to her knees before Naruto, placing her right hand over her heart. Division head Nora of Scout and Retrieval reported respectfully, her head tilted down in a SBMSSV posture, as all Tsukai soldiers were trained to do before their ultimate master. He asked her to help transport his mother and sister back home, nodding to Kushina, still lying on the ground, and Naruko, who shot to her feet in surprise. Wait, what? Nora looked up, gaping at the red-haired girl who approached her king. She looked exactly like her master, with a few small features that made her appear more feminine, confirming that she was truly one with him. Nora asked if this was Lady Naruko, his sister, in a quivering voice, barely holding herself back from standing and kneeling before the girl. He confirmed that this was indeed his sister, and Naruko nodded politely but gasped when Nora shuffled closer and bowed deeply, placing her forehead on the ground. "It is an honor to meet the sister of my lord. I am humbled." Naruko stammered, urging her to stand up. The sheer politeness and devotion expressed in those words caught her off guard, momentarily distracting her from her anger at her brother. The medics were placing Kushina in a stretcher, strapping her down while Naruto idly noted that she was not in the best health and ensured a constant drip of mild sedatives in case she woke up. His sister whirled him around, jabbing her finger into his armored chest. "And where will you be going?" Naruto's sister asked, crossing her arms stubbornly. "Hidden Rain. I have a few things to do there," he replied, glancing back as the medics carefully maneuvered their mother on a stretcher over the uneven rocky ground at the top of the monument. They had to be extra gentle, this was their king's mother. Naruto sighed deeply, rubbing his forehead. He knew they had a lot of catching up to do, but this mission was crucial. He wanted to finish it quickly and return home. His sister narrowed her eyes, and a bead of sweat formed on Naruto's brow as he reconsidered his words. She clenched her fists, her shoulders tensing. "Are you saying I'm a burden?" "Come on, sis, you know you're not a burden." He had seen her hold her own, even against Chunin trackers. The village was in chaos. Alarms blared from the psychiatric ward as people rushed to find a missing patient. Then it settled. "I'm coming with you." She glared at him. "And if you dare try to knock me out." Her warning hung in the air, but Naruto scoffed, nodding in agreement. She pumped her fist in triumph. "Is there any spare armor in the vehicle?" the king asked the woman still kneeling before him. Nora remained on her knees, aware of the presence of the two redheads who had impacted the lives of many. The woman trembled at the question. "My sincerest apologies, my lord. I did not know." "It's fine. I should have known she would want to tag along." His sister winked at him, eliciting a mild glare in return. "If you wish, my king, I shall take off my own armor and give it to my lady Naruko," Nora offered without hesitation. Naruto shook his head, frowning slightly. "Your armor is your rank, you should wear it with pride." She had earned her platinum rank, just below the king's obsidian rank. He disliked the idea of anyone relinquishing their rank, even for a moment. "You are right as always, my lord," Nora replied. "If you don't mind, is there any underwear or shoes in there?" His sister shot him a frosty look, and he winked back. "My brother didn't seem to give me any." Her clothes were a mess, as were her hands. "I thought you would have appreciated the privacy." "Privacy? Between you and me? What's that?" "Really, I do not know what privacy between us means," she teased, jabbing him playfully with her elbow and waggling her eyebrows. After a moment, Naruto pursed his lips and nodded in agreement. They shared everything in Konoha, and that hadn't changed. "Yes, my lady, we have spare clothing and equipment in the stealth vehicle," Nora confirmed. "Perfect." Naruto began, but his words slowed and then stopped. His senses flared, and his Rinnegan glowed. The world around him seemed to freeze as he scanned for danger. Nora and Naruko were motionless, watching him intently. He turned toward the retrieval vehicle, moving swiftly to the massive open back door where his mother's stretcher was securely strapped down. The medics and retrievers were seated, engaged in idle chatter, but they paused as Naruto moved faster than anyone could comprehend. He stopped beside his mother, frowning at the glowing seal on her forehead. The Flying Thunder God seal. He could see it brightening, a testament to the legendary speed of the S-rank seal. Naruto pulled out a palm-sized scroll from his wrist, summoning it in a small burst of smoke. He placed it over the seal on Kushina's forehead. The back of the paper bore a seal written in gold, with another kanji in red and a final one in black. It was the Fuinjutsu absorption seal, designed to transfer the contents of one storage seal to another, but it could also absorb the copied seal, albeit only once. The Rinnegan King ripped off the successfully copied Hiraishin seal, crumpling it in his fist and setting it ablaze to prevent Minato from flashing to their position. Back in Kushina's former room, the yondaime was suddenly thrown back by a swirling vortex, his cloak singed at the sleeves and soot in his blonde hair. As his ninjas rushed to him, concerned, Naruto returned to his sister and masked subordinate, allowing time to resume its normal flow. "We have 2 minutes before they arrive," he stated, ushering them to the vehicle. He snapped his fingers, ignoring the soldiers who snapped to attention, saluting before kneeling with their hands over their hearts. Nora rushed to the seat behind the driver's section, revealing a neat black duffel bag. She pulled it out and returned to Naruto, handing it to Naruko with a bow. The girl graciously accepted it, still flustered by the respect she was receiving. "Tell Division Head Karen of the Medical Division that she is to place our mother in a secure room, treat her well, and begin treatment," Naruto instructed. Karen was an exceptional medic. The kingdom boasted remarkable advancements in technology, Fuinjutsu, and civilization, with its medical field making significant strides beyond what was commonly seen. There was a safe and effective method to heal those who had lost their sanity, but Naruto's mother was a unique case. He instructed Nora to inform the head of the Fuinjutsu division, Magi, to begin repairing the broken seal shackles as soon as their mother was secured. Nora saluted and wished him good luck as he exited the vehicle, his sister following closely behind, carrying a duffel bag filled with spare clothes and equipment. She knocked on the driver's section of the vehicle 3 times before it lifted off the ground, the open back closing as they ascended into the sky. The king and his sister watched the vehicle rise until it disappeared into the clouds, heading back to the Tsukai Kingdom. Naruto contemplated their next move, suggesting they spend the night at a hideout belonging to one of his spies near the capital of the Fire Country before proceeding to Rain. Gravity lifted him and Naruko into the air, propelling them toward the capital with a powerful gust of wind that left Naruko momentarily stunned. The bird they had summoned returned to its realm, having fulfilled its purpose. The red-haired twins departed the village amidst a state of emergency, filled with terror and paranoia. In the underground meeting room of the Akatsuki, located in the Amigakure no Sato, 3 Tsukai spies were present. 2 of them shared a similar experience of changing allegiances, while one had been recruited much earlier. As the leader of the S-rank organization spoke, one of the Tsukai spies recalled the moment he had been recruited by the legendary king of the Tsukai kingdom 5 years prior, when the remarkable boy was just 11 years old. Art was a concept that endured forever, unchangeable, incorruptible, and indestructible. This was the philosophy that Sasori of the Red Sands had embraced since he began studying the art of puppeteering under Lady Chiyo. To him, art was immaculate and eternal. It could not die. He remembered a time when a low voice had spoken to him while he lay incapacitated. His eyes flickered open, and he attempted to move, only to find solid black rods piercing through every joint in his arms and legs, disrupting his chakra painfully. Realizing he had been easily defeated by this individual, he understood that the person had allowed him to attack, demonstrating the futility of his efforts. Sasori had been in the mountain country, seeking a mountain lion he believed would enhance his arsenal. Upon entering a cave where the creature was reported to reside, he encountered a calm red-haired child sitting on the lion's lifeless body. Frustration from weeks of searching surged within him, manifesting through his puppets. The Kazekage puppet was pinned to the cave's ceiling with numerous black rods, while his Hirako puppet lay shattered at the back, beyond salvage from an invisible force that had allowed Sasori to escape just in time. His entire collection of 100 puppets was similarly restrained, as if mere decorations to the boy. He had been overpowered by a child, slammed to the ground with a force that would have crushed any other being. Though he felt no sensation from his wooden body, he understood that the mountain itself trembled upon impact. The rods had effectively severed his control over chakra. Sasori looked up, his gaze meeting a pair of eyes filled with such power that every thought in his mind came to a halt. The boy's coal-black eyes, adorned with red concentric rings, glowed in the darkness of the cave. His pale complexion radiated an otherworldly presence, and his red hair seemed to sway in an unseen breeze, exuding an aura of authority and respect. After several moments of silence, Sasori managed to utter, "You are art." The boy narrowed his eyes, and for the first time in years, Sasori felt a genuine fear for his life. He closed his eyes tightly and whispered, "You are beauty. You are perfect. You are art." The boy remained silent for a moment before speaking again. He acknowledged Sasori's reputation as a great spymaster. Sasori eagerly affirmed this, his once dull eyes now shining with hope. He expressed his willingness to serve the boy, who he now believed to be a god. The boy instructed Sasori to be his eyes and ears on the ground, and Sasori vowed to do anything to please him, determined to protect the interests of art. The boy assured him he would be in touch soon. As the boy prepared to leave, Sasori, driven by urgency, called out to him, asking for his name. The boy looked down, and Sasori instinctively knelt, placing his hand over his heart. "My name is Naruto. I am the king of the Tsukai kingdom." 2 years later, Sasori received an invitation to the great kingdom in the sky, feeling even more humbled to have captured the attention of the king. He became the deputy head of espionage and infiltration, with Yuakuso as the head. He wore his gold-ranked armor with pride beneath his Akatsuki robes. The unbreakable armor did not hinder his ability to create puppet strings. He reported everything to his new master. Upon learning of an S-rank organization and receiving an offer to join the higher ranks, he immediately informed Naruto and sought guidance on what to do next. This was a year before he was awarded his gold rank. He was instructed to agree, and a few months later, 2 spies from the Tsukai kingdom were added to the Akatsuki. Sasori stood before the meeting room, where Nagato, seated on his throne, addressed him. Konan stood beside her childhood friend, her gaze fixed on Sasori, as did the others. As the chief informant of the rogue organization, he began his report. A spy in Kumo had informed him that the king and his forces had marched in undetected, swiftly taking control of the village before the Reikage noticed. Sasori continued, explaining that roughly 5,000 Tsukai forces had arrived, but only 1,000 had actually taken over. He noted that they were all at least Jounin rank. He allowed the others to imagine the implications of his words. He added that their armor was impenetrable, their skills unmatched, and paused, contemplating whether to reveal more about their king. Itachi, who had remained silent until now, prompted him to continue. The wooden man hesitated but recalled an order from the head of intelligence and interrogation, urging him to make them aware of their strength. He revealed that the king of the Tsukai kingdom possessed the Rinnegan. A heavy silence fell over the room as they processed this information. His words had often aided the organization, but claiming that the king had a Rinnegan seemed far-fetched. Sasori then added that the king's eyes appeared even more powerful than Nagato's. He passed a photo of the king to Nagato, who narrowed his eyes at the image of Naruto holding the Reikage by his neck, hovering over the village. The photo had been taken by a bronze-ranked hunter ninja and given to Sasori before the Tsukai left. Kisame stifled a laugh, questioning how 2 Rinnegan could exist simultaneously. Sasori speculated that the king might have the necessary genes to activate the eyes, though he was unsure of the specifics. Kakuzu then inquired about Sasori's confidence in the king's superiority. Sasori exaggerated his response, noting that while the Rinnegan's appearance was intimidating, they needed more evidence. He recounted how his informants in spring had reported that the king could grasp the daimyo's neck from several feet away and had crushed the heads of her ninjas effortlessly. The members were unaware of the full extent of the Rinnegan's power, and even if Sasori continued to list his observations, they might still doubt him. He pondered the implications of facing such a powerful opponent. They would soon understand the true nature of art, he thought, exchanging secret glances with the 2 other spies. Most were unaware that the king of the Tsukai kingdom and his revived sister would enter the rain village the following day. He had ordered Sasori to keep them in the village until he arrived, while he stayed the night in the spymaster's hideout in the fire country with his sister. At the far end of the meeting, standing opposite Zetsu and beside Deidara, who was next to Sasori, Obito suppressed a grin. If this king's Rinnegan was indeed more powerful than Nagato's, he would no longer need him. His excitement grew as he considered the potential of acquiring the king's army. The countryside of Onitochi lay on the outskirts of the Fire Country capital. Sasori, hunched over inside his Hirako puppet, insisted that there were better living conditions in the capital than in his hideout. Deidara rambled on about something that Sasori barely registered. He urged Naruto to consider lodging in the capital, even offering to pay for it himself. Naruto stood before a dilapidated wooden shack, which appeared to be falling apart. Weeds surrounded it, and trees stretched for miles until the capital walls, about 3 kilometers away. His sister slipped her arms through his and hugged his side, resting her head on his shoulder. She smiled peacefully, recalling their past. This place felt familiar to her, and Naruto nodded in agreement, noting that while they had lived in worse conditions, this hideout was still an improvement. He asked Sasori if there was a security system in place. Sasori confirmed that there was a chakra sensor seal allowing him entry. Naruto inquired about a backdoor seal, as he had no chakra to access it at that moment. Sasori informed him that a key was hidden under the floorboard inside, which he kept in case of low chakra. That would be all for now. Stay vigilant, Sasori, Naruto instructed, and the red-haired puppet master bowed with his hand over his heart seal, responding from within his Hirako puppet body. Of course, sir, he replied. The king ended the connection and hefted the black duffel bag his sister had dropped before them with his left arm, slinging it over his shoulder as he walked toward the shack. Naruko pried open the door with her right arm, wincing as it collapsed inward. Naruto dismissed her concerns. Sasori wouldn't mind. The interior was as small as he had anticipated, forcing him to separate from his sister and enter alone. The floorboards creaked underfoot, and his Rinnegan flashed in the dim light, guiding him to a loose floorboard at the center of the room. He lifted the board with his foot, and the key flew into his hand. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through the shack, causing the hairs on the back of Naruko's neck to stand on end. 3 floorboards at the far back slid aside, revealing a stairwell winding downward. He felt his sister's hand grip his shoulder as he began to descend the narrow stairs. She followed closely, trusting in his ability to sense danger despite the unsettling memories the tight space evoked. She shut her eyes tightly, allowing her brother to lead her. Upon reaching the bottom of the staircase, a low buzz filled the air before the lights flickered on, illuminating a room about 4 times the size of the Hokage's office. 3 work tables occupied the center, joined by sturdy welded bars yet separated enough to indicate they were originally distinct. On the tables lay wooden and metal parts of unfinished puppets, including weaponized body parts like an arm equipped with kunai launchers and a toxic green eye that could spit acid. Completed and unfinished puppets hung on the walls, frozen in eerie poses and gathering dust. Surprisingly, there were no cobwebs and minimal dust in the hideout. Naruto's Rinnegan scanned the area for any traps his servant might have overlooked, noting that the space felt untouched for years. His gaze landed on a cylindrical glass container reaching the ceiling, wedged into the wall with a red and blue knob to the left and a large nozzle at the top. His attention shifted to the far left of the workshop, where a large banner of the missing ninja was plastered on the wall in a deep red hue, a striking yet simple depiction of a red scorpion. Beneath it lay wooden parts of a bed haphazardly stacked against the wall, with a mattress toppled over them. The king sensed his sister tighten her grip on his shoulder, and he instinctively placed his hand over hers, squeezing gently to encourage her to open her eyes without saying a word. When Naruko's bright purple eyes opened wide, she took in her surroundings. The room was well lit and appeared intact, unlike its deceptive exterior, but the puppets hanging on the walls made her frown. Sasori of the Red Sands is one of my most trusted subordinates, Naruto explained. He is an S-rank missing ninja from Sunigakure who defected after defeating the Sandaime Kazekage, but he submitted to my will after I proved my superiority. Naruko's hand slid down his arm, intertwining with his fingers. The king dropped the duffel bag on the ground, allowing his sister to explore the hideout. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed up at the puppets while listening intently to her brother. He continued, he is such a skilled puppet master that he managed to trade his mortal body for an undying wooden one, capable of feats that ordinary puppet masters can only dream of. For instance, he is one of the few who can use human puppets alongside regular wooden ones in battle. She nodded, her brow furrowed in thought, contemplating the nature of this hideout. It resembled something their deceased godfather might have created, but Naruto reassured her otherwise. I suspect this was perhaps the last place Sasori was truly human. He gestured toward the mattress and the parts beneath it. Since he is no longer flesh and blood but wood, metal, and chakra, he doesn't require sleep, only chakra. The twins walked hand in hand around the tables in the center of the room. Naruko gently ran her fingers over the parts, cautious not to trigger any traps, but Naruto shook his head, signaling with his eyes that the traps had long since been deactivated. She scrunched her nose, and Naruto smiled slightly. "I'm guessing he's an unusual guy," she remarked playfully, trying to maintain politeness despite her usual bluntness. After all, Sasori had kindly allowed them to stay the night in his hideout, and she wanted to show her appreciation even in his absence. "He is a bit eccentric, but nothing to worry about, I assure you," Naruto replied. They stopped in front of the glass cylinder, and Naruko eased her hand from his grasp. She playfully adjusted her dress, moving closer to Naruto, who raised an eyebrow, mirroring her teasing expression. "It looks like there's enough room for two," she noted with a grin. "Apparently, it does," he said, returning her smile. She leaned in closer, her playful demeanor evident. "I want to try that technique Orochimaru used with Kabuto," she suggested, her finger tracing a path up his chest. "I can be Kabuto, and you." She leaned closer, and Naruto tilted his head down slightly, almost closing the distance between them. His arm wrapped around her, drawing her nearer, eliciting a small gasp from her, yet her grin remained unwavering. A blush crept across her cheeks as she pressed closer, the atmosphere charged with unspoken possibilities. "You can be Orochimaru." She was referring to a time during a particularly intense experiment on the twins, conducted simultaneously by their godfather and his assistant. Orochimaru had approached Kabuto unexpectedly, and while the two men thought the children were too distracted to notice, the twins, being part Uzumaki, were more aware than they seemed. Orochimaru, with his own frustrations, had taken advantage of the moment, pushing Kabuto against the wall and engaging in a way that left the twins both horrified and fascinated. The disturbing nature of Orochimaru's actions and the things he compelled Kabuto to do were unsettling. Naruto felt a heat rise within him at the thought of similar actions directed toward Naruko. He didn't want to spoil the mood or disrupt the charged atmosphere surrounding them by explaining that the glass-walled cylinder was not a shower but a high-pressure power wash used for disinfecting metals, strong enough to cause serious harm. He decided she didn't need to know that, and he had enough water jutsus to distract her. Naruko wrapped her arm around his neck, biting her lip and pressing against him, whispering that he could do whatever he wanted with her. The intensity of her gaze and the warmth radiating from her body made his heart race. She pulled away playfully, turning before he could catch a glimpse of her, though he couldn't help but notice the sway of her movements as she walked toward the power wash. The small specks of blood on her skin only heightened his thoughts. She glanced back at him, and he felt a rush of desire. Without hesitation, he removed his clothes, his obsidian armor falling away as he hurried toward her. He reached for Naruko's duffel bag at the base of the staircase, unzipping it to retrieve a bar of deep green soap just as he stepped into the power wash. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a gentle rain to fall upon them, the dark clouds forming above their heads. Naruko turned to face him, breathless, as he pinned her against the wall. "Whatever I want, huh?" 1 hour later, Naruko perched on one of the tables in the room, dressed in a red shirt and black ninja pants. Her long red hair was tied in a ponytail, and she crossed her legs, her bright purple eyes focused on Naruto, who sat on another table, legs crossed and palms together in a hand seal. His eyes were closed, and he appeared to be in deep concentration. He opened one eye briefly, offering a faint smile before closing it again. "What are you doing?" she asked. He explained that he had accomplished many things before reaching this moment. He had defeated Orochimaru, established a successful kingdom in the sky, commanded a powerful army, and earned the admiration of his people. He even mentioned defeating Danzo, but he sighed, expressing that these were things they were supposed to do together. Naruko's expression softened as she reached out to touch his knee, reassuring him that it was okay. She acknowledged that she might not have been alive during those events, but she appreciated that he had done them to fulfill their dreams. He opened one eye, giving her a shaky smile, and she encouraged him to continue. He shared the story of their parents' attack by a masked assailant at their birth, which led to their tumultuous lives. Naruko listened intently, urging him to elaborate. He expressed his belief that despite the hardships, the outcomes they had experienced were better than if their parents had not been attacked. He mentioned having a hunch about the masked man's whereabouts. Naruko tilted her head, intrigued. He reminded her of the woman who had given her the duffel bag of clothes and equipment, revealing that she was a division head. He explained that one of his division heads, Yuakuso, was in charge of espionage and infiltration, overseeing spies in various countries and organizations. They shared a knowing smile, pleased to have outsmarted one of the so-called wisest individuals in Konoha. There was an S-rank organization composed of about 10 missing ninjas, all of whom were of S rank. The speaker had 3 spies within their ranks. Yuakuso provided updates on information that the spies could not relay directly, and a side mission had been assigned to 2 of the spies in addition to gathering tailed beasts. A moment of silence passed as the speaker's grin faded, replaced by a neutral expression. The girl inquired about the mission after a brief pause. The speaker explained that the goal was to investigate any connections between the organization and the Kyuubi attack that had occurred 16 years prior. Shinokora, the human form of the Nine-Tails soul, was mentioned. The girl nodded, recognizing Shinokora's status as the right hand of the king. Shinokora had been in contact with the organization regarding memories of that fateful night, struggling to recall the details due to being trapped in a genjutsu. After a harmless hypnosis session conducted by Hamato Toshi, the head of intelligence and interrogation, she had managed to recover some vital information that helped identify the masked man responsible for the attack. Naruko scratched her chin, deep in thought, while Naruto remained silent, allowing her to process the information. She felt a mix of emotions about the masked man, who had caused their mother's downfall and contributed to their alienation in Konoha. The grief and depression that followed their mother's death had left a lasting impact on Naruto, which only fueled her resentment. Clenching her fists and grinding her teeth, she closed her eyes and mimicked the hand seal Naruto held, channeling chakra to ease her tension, a technique taught to her by a sound ninja during a chakra-enhancing lesson. She exhaled and requested him to continue. The speaker revealed that Shinokora remembered the masked man had the Sharingan and could identify his chakra as belonging to one of their father's students. He had introduced himself as Madara Uchiha. Sensing her confusion, the speaker elaborated on Madara's history, explaining that he was an ancient ninja who had fought the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, over a century ago and had used the Kyuubi during that time, just as the current Madara had done. Naruko pondered the implications of this information, calculating that if the real Madara had fought the first Hokage 100 years ago and was likely in his 40s at that time, he should be long dead. No ninja or human could live beyond 120 years, and since the current Madara had fought almost evenly with their father, he must be either a blood clone or an impersonator. The speaker confirmed her deduction, feeling a sense of pride in her reasoning. Although their eyes were closed, Naruko could sense the smile on his face, causing her to blush slightly. The speaker then mentioned that their contacts in the Akatsuki had used the vital pieces of information to locate one of the members responsible for gathering the organization. All that remained was for him to admit to the attack on Konoha with the Kyuubi. The speaker contemplated a way to apologize for his actions against Orochimaru and Danzo. Naruko sighed, expressing her exasperation. The speaker quickly added that she could take care of the situation herself, acknowledging that while killing him wouldn't replace Orochimaru and Danzo, it could provide some closure. Naruko's laughter interrupted him, and she reassured him that everything was fine. After a moment, she agreed to take on the task if it would make him happy. They shared a smile, and the speaker suggested that after dealing with the Akatsuki, they could enjoy ice cream back home. Naruko's eyes lit up, and she cheered for her brother, proclaiming him the best brother in the world. She expressed her gratitude, promising he wouldn't regret her decision. She hopped off the table and moved to a duffel bag near the stairwell leading into the hideout. Pulling out a standard tanto, she examined its contents, which included kunai, shuriken, a katana, a foldable bow staff, bandages, ration packs, spare clothes, and a basic medical kit. As she equipped herself with the kunai and shuriken pouches, she twirled the tanto in her hand and approached a human-sized puppet hanging on the wall. She asked if the spy would mind if she used one of his puppets as a training dummy. The speaker assured her that he wouldn't mind. With determination, she hefted the puppet and moved it closer to the table in the center of the room, ready to begin her training. She found a stand and hung the puppet there. Her eyes narrowed as she bounced on her heels, holding a lethal blade in a reverse grip while clenching a kunai in her other hand, aimed at the forehead of the dummy. She took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice, questioning what was happening. Naruto let out a low laugh and opened one eye, revealing he was attending an Akatsuki meeting through one of his most loyal spies. Far away, in an underground Akatsuki meeting room within Amikage's tower in Amigakure no Sato, black chakra rods were one of the abilities granted to a Rinnegan user through the less physical outer path. These rods could destabilize the chakra of anyone they were inserted into, and while they could be weaponized, they also allowed limited control over the person, but only if permission was granted or if the person was deceased. The 6 paths of pain were all reanimated corpses equipped with chakra receivers, smaller versions of chakra rods, and each possessed a single path of the Rinnegan, excluding the outer path, which kept all paths of pain synchronized with pain Nagato. Naruto preferred to use the paths himself for greater effectiveness but made small exceptions. A voice called out to Konan, and she turned her head to her right, looking at the skeletal redhead seated on the throne. He had Rinnegan eyes, though not as powerful or ominous as Naruto's. They were purple with black rings. He exhaled lightly and she took a deep breath, looking into the mirror before her. In her reflection, she noticed one distinct change. Her left eye was black with red rings. The stoic angel felt her heart flutter, overwhelmed with pride and joy as Naruto, after many years of not utilizing her, had finally chosen to use the 6 chakra receivers implanted in her ears, one on her chin, and the last through her belly button. She breathed out, expressing her admiration for her master, feeling tears well in her normal right eye as she gazed at Naruto's unique Rinnegan. Nagato, the sickly man, smiled weakly, relieved that nothing was wrong when Konan had rushed to the standing mirror just moments before all Akatsuki members were to arrive. She turned to her longtime friend, smiling broadly, the happiest she had been in over a decade, exclaiming that her master was finally using her. Nagato closed his eyes and sighed, acknowledging her joy. She declared it an honor and privilege to serve as their great king's eyes and ears, her voice firm yet shaky as she marveled at her new eye, both in awe and trepidation. Though there weren't enough chakra rods in her body for Naruto to fully control her, with the ones he had implanted with her consent, he could see through her eye and subtly influence her thoughts. However, given her happiness to serve, he didn't need to exert much influence. Standing tall, she faced the mirror, bowing deeply and expressing her humility before her lord. Receiving no reply only made her heart swell further. Nagato instructed her to put on the contacts, ensuring that no one but Sasori knew of their lord's presence. She quickly retrieved a small square from her cloak, muttering apologies as she applied the light gray contacts that concealed Naruto's Rinnegan eye. Once ready, she nodded, smoothing her features and suppressing the urge to smile again. She pushed the mirror, which flipped upside down, transforming into a grayish-black wall of the meeting room. They heard footsteps approaching the door, and their attention shifted there. Sasori of the Red Sands entered, his wooden face neutral. Nagato greeted him with a nod and made a subtle gesture, prompting Sasori to halt abruptly, causing Deidara, who had been rushing after him, to collide with his Hirako puppet while animatedly sharing a story. Sasori's eyes widened in surprise, and he subtly tilted his head toward Konan, who nodded in understanding. They observed Sasori suppress a shiver as he took his place at the long meeting table, 3 seats away from the Akatsuki leader. Deidara, rubbing his nose and muttering insults at his partner, stood 2 seats away from Nagato, while Konan positioned herself at her friend's right, embodying the regal and lethal angel of aim. More S-rank ninjas filed into the room, and Nagato maintained his composed demeanor, surveying each of them with his purple with black-ringed Rinnegan eyes. Yet, within his mind, he vividly recalled the day he and his childhood friend, along with all of Amigakure, were recruited into the ranks of the Tsukai forces. 5 years ago, the Akatsuki was still comprised of Nagato, Konan, Obito, and Sasori, most of whom were far from Hidden Rain, seeking and recruiting other qualified S ranks for their organization. The sickly redhead remained behind with his childhood friend to care for their village when they suddenly sensed a great disturbance crossing the village's borders. Back then, Naruto was just 11 years old. The entire village trembled as the intruder passed through the protective rain dome. Naruto, dressed in a long-sleeved dark blue shirt and black pants, held a bright red umbrella over his head. A chilling yet amused smile graced his face as he walked, shielded from the chakra rain by his ordinary umbrella. His boots splashed in the small puddles, but he remained undeterred. He was on a personal mission to visit every ninja village that Orochimaru had deemed mysterious and too dangerous to attack, including Kirigakure, Hidden Darkness, Hidden Smoke, and finally, Hidden Rain. Orochimaru had been cautious about other smaller villages, yet he still frequented them, maintaining labs filled with captives that Naruto liberated and sent back to the Tsukai Kingdom, which hovered high in the sky over the ocean near Kumo. This information gathering was not for pleasure but to acquire the intelligence his godfather was too afraid to obtain himself, aiming to strengthen his burgeoning kingdom in the sky. The knowledge he gathered from the other villages proved invaluable, and he promptly sent it back to Hamato Toshi, head of intelligence and interrogation, so that the older ninja could relay it to the division heads, who would then train the soldiers to handle various situations. Amigakure no Sato was the last village on his list. It was also where his spy, Sasori, had informed him of a rising criminal organization. He could already sense the unrest his presence was causing, but he paid little mind to it. With each step, he created shockwaves that reverberated through the village without causing destruction, as he could easily do. He released just a fraction of his chakra suppression, enough to create a shimmering aura around him for those who could sense chakra. This was similar to his approach in all the other dangerous, hidden villages he had visited. He wanted them to recognize his threat level and challenge him so he could observe, test, and report back to the kingdom. His division heads and subjects were less than pleased to allow their king to venture out without proper protection, yet they dutifully obeyed his command to remain behind and develop the kingdom. Just a year ago, Naruto had single-handedly erased Hidden Sound and every connected laboratory or SLV pen from existence. It was clear he could defend himself, however, that didn't mean they had to approve of it. The villages he entered kept their knowledge from spreading to others, even their allies, due to their immense pride in being overpowered by a preteen. Naruto halted when he sensed 7 powerful chakra signatures approaching, accompanied by a small army of lesser chakra signatures. His eyes flickered as a dome of energy enveloped him, and 3 projectiles were launched in his direction. He effortlessly neutralized them, causing them to clatter harmlessly to the ground. The earth trembled as a sharp rock erupted, striking a massive ape that had attempted to fall on him from above. He scoffed at the tug on his shirt, tightening his grip on the umbrella that shielded him from the rain. The ground erupted around him, shattering the attempt to pull him in. As the dust settled, a small smile crept onto his face when he spotted 6 village defenders, with the 7th hovering above them, adorned with paper wings. They possessed the Rinnegan, purple with black concentric circles. His smile widened when he felt another tug on his shirt. His gaze darted to one of the paths, and the Deva path of pain gasped in surprise before charging at him. Naruto raised his other hand and rolled his wrist, causing the path to spin around him at blinding speed before he halted the motion and directed the path toward the flying paper woman, sending him hurtling like a bullet. The impact sent both the path and the angel of Amigakure crashing into the side of the Kage's tower. Naruto hummed with delight as the ground opened beneath the human and Naraka paths, swallowing them up to their necks. He flicked his wrist again, unleashing an invisible force that struck a charging centipede, obliterating the creature and spraying its green blood into the air. With his palm facing the airborne path, he silently brought him crashing down to the ground. The ground shook as Naruto clenched his fist and pulled back, violently yanking the animal path toward him. He caught the path by the neck and slammed him into the ground without hesitation. The Predapath felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead despite the rain. Watching the other paths fall felt like witnessing a puppet show. The boy with the umbrella never uttered a word. The Predapath felt a sense of weakness as he realized the boy was utilizing the Rinnegan's abilities with remarkable skill and experience, making him seem older than he truly was. The path grunted as his arms were wrenched from their sockets, and his knees were shattered in a cascade of blood. Like the animal path, he was yanked forcefully into the waiting hands of the other Rinnegan user. Naruto gripped the path by his hair, dragging him along as he approached the trembling ninjas. The Amigakure ninjas could hardly comprehend the sight of their strongest warriors being handled with such ease, tossed around like mere playthings. Some fled in terror, while others clutched their weapons with trembling hands. The war cry of the Azura path echoed through the air, the last path to confront him. Naruto grasped the armless, legless path's hair in one hand and swung it at the Azura path, effortlessly catching the other path. He whispered the words, "Almighty push," and the sensation was akin to an invisible force crushing the Azura and Preta paths into the ground. Satisfied with his work, Naruto narrowed his eyes at the remaining Amigakure ninjas. "Move!" The command was followed without hesitation. Nagato hobbled around his bedroom and pushed open the door, only to be met with the amused expression of the red-haired king. As Naruto stepped forward, he closed his umbrella and tucked it under his right arm, observing the Rinnegan in Nagato's eyes. Naruto noted with a hint of intrigue that they shared the same eyes. The older redhead stumbled back, stammering, "No, we don't, your eyes." As Nagato fell back onto his bed, he crawled away from the obviously stronger boy. "You truly have the eyes of a god." He covered his face with his hands, tightly shutting his eyes as waves of inferiority washed over him, a feeling he thought he had long overcome. "My eyes are nothing compared to yours." A smirk played on Naruto's lips at the admission of defeat. He then made a simple proposition: Nagato should serve him. In the aftermath of that moment, the only explanation for Konan's unwavering loyalty to Naruto was that a significant shift had occurred within her after a traumatic experience. There was no other way to rationalize her decision to receive a loyalty seal and tattoo Naruto's name over her heart. Like Sasori, they were both assigned ranks, achieving gold status for their years of loyalty. In return for their dedication, Naruto promised to consider sparing the people of Hidden Rain from the global tournament and to carve out AIM from the ground, temporarily merging it with the Flying Kingdom. He hesitated, however, not wanting anyone other than his own people to be recognized as Tsukai citizens. His ground spies were one thing, but incorporating an entire hidden village into his realm was another matter entirely. His alternative plan was to have AIM exist as a separate flying landscape, physically and symbolically tethered to the Tsukai Kingdom. He was indifferent to whether the people of AIM were viewed as lesser beings by his own. He was simply rewarding Nagato and Konan's loyalty. Despite the uncertainty surrounding the transformation of AIM into a flying island, he vowed to use his resources to protect the hidden village, which included the soldiers stationed there and the basic technology he allowed the ground ninjas to possess. His primary goal was to keep his fiercely loyal followers satisfied, ensuring their continued allegiance. Nagato understood that Naruto did not intend for AIM to be fully integrated into the Tsukai Kingdom, yet he felt content with the protection offered by the godly teenager. Konan, while sharing a similar sentiment, leaned more towards eternal gratitude for Naruto's presence in AIM. This gratitude led her to willingly submit herself to Naruto, ready to serve him in any capacity he desired. Nagato was also the one who confirmed that Naruto's Rinnegan might be the strongest in history. First order of business, Nagato announced, his powerful Rinnegan eyes gleaming in the dim light of the meeting room. The ghetto statue behind him responded to his gaze, bowing slightly as its 4 differently colored eyes brightened. 4-tailed beasts were locked within it, frozen in a state of helplessness. The members of the criminal organization tilted their heads in respect as he spoke. "Zetsu, have you found any leads on the remaining tailed beasts?" These beasts and their respective holders had mysteriously vanished from the earth. The plant man, now only his white half since the black half was monitoring events outside, nodded in response. Only the 3 spies knew the true whereabouts of the other beasts. Zetsu paused before replying. The 2, 3, and 8 vanished after the Tsukai forces attacked their villages. I suspect they were taken back to their kingdom, wherever that may be. The 7 Tails has been in hiding for 2 years since Kazu and Haiden's failed attempt to retrieve her. They wanted to avoid another attack, so they let her go. I followed a trail she left, but it went cold in Iron Country. My best guess is that she discarded her identity, created a new one, and chose to live permanently with the samurai. Given her energetic nature as a tailed beast holder, I'm certain she became a samurai. He glanced around the table, noting Obito's chuckle at a joke only he could hear, before continuing. While following her trail, I encountered some unusual information. Nagato and Konan remained silent, listening intently. The 7 Tails holders spent about a week in a 5-star hotel in the capital of Lightning Country before moving towards Iron Country, which is far north of Lightning, located at the southern end of the continent. She managed to travel from Lightning to Iron, 2 polar locations, in just a couple of days instead of the usual 2 weeks. Zetsu scratched his chin thoughtfully. It was as if she flew there, only landing to rest as the trail flickered while I followed. The 7 Tails has wings. Perhaps she was able to channel that ability, Kouzu suggested from the bottom left side of the table. I have been observing her since she was a child. She does not know how to use her tailed beast's abilities in that way, Zetsu replied, shaking his head. Moreover, she had no money after being cast out, only the clothes on her back, a kunai pouch, and a single water bottle. It would have required an extraordinary effort for her to afford even 1 night in that 5-star hotel, let alone a week. I know she stayed for a week because I accessed the hotel logs. Do you think a wealthy individual took her in and covered her expenses? Deidara asked aloud, intrigued by the possibility. That seems rather generous. Maybe they were causing her a lot of distress in the hotel. Kisame laughed, suggesting that they had kidnapped a young Jinchuriki with a strong control over her tailed beast and turned her into a captive. Kakuzu chimed in, acknowledging that Fu had posed a challenge for him and Haiden before reinforcements arrived. Zetsu clarified that he never claimed she was turned into a captive. He had watched her grow up and knew how strong and stubborn she was. He mentioned that her trail had gone cold in Iron Country and expressed his belief that the Tsukai Kingdom had been a significant influence on various events. They had demonstrated their formidable nature, making it plausible that they had the resources to pay for her hotel room and transport her north to Iron. He speculated that they had recruited her, helped her change her identity, and placed her in Iron as a spy. Sasori questioned Zetsu's certainty, to which Zetsu responded confidently, explaining that he had observed the soldiers equipped with seals that allowed them limited flight and large metal vehicles that could transport soldiers. He had attempted to infiltrate one of these vehicles to gain access to the Tsukai Kingdom but was repelled by seals he had never encountered before. The discussion of the emerging power of the Sky Kingdom only intensified the intrigue for the masked Uchiha. They had yet to discuss the 9 Tails. Nagato instructed them to go to Iron Country and find the girl, emphasizing the importance of locating her for future plans. He intended to act after the 3 Tails was found and sealed, a detail known only to a few insiders. Turning to Sasori, he asked for updates on the rising threat of the kingdom hidden in the sky, prompting the gold-ranked puppet master to share his findings with the group. In a lush, grassy glade, a mint-haired girl in her mid-teens fell to her knees with a silent huff, her head bowed in defeat. Her shoulders slumped, and her hands touched the ground, palms facing the sky. She appeared ragged, her dark blue long-sleeved shirt stained with dirt and blood, and her white pants filthy from weeks without washing. She had let herself go. Inhaling and exhaling small puffs of air, she listened intently as black metal boots walked around her in a 5-foot radius. The person was a red-haired boy, around 14, wearing a red shirt with the kanji for Sky King and black ninja pants. Beneath his clothes was impenetrable black armor. Kneeling around her in a wide circle were at least 30 others in gold armor, hands over their hearts and heads bowed slightly, showing deference to the younger teen she suspected was their leader. They wore similar clothing to the red-haired boy but displayed the kanji of their divisions on their right upper arms. A tall woman in a black hunter ninja mask and platinum armor stood among them, dressed in standard combat attire for a high-ranking soldier of the kingdom's army. She remained on her feet, unlike her subordinates, with her right hand over her heart, bowing her head to the red-haired teen. Naruto, the king, walked around the resignedly kneeling holder of the seven tails, acknowledging her pain in a low voice. He kept his hands in his pants pockets, his powerful Rinnegan eyes fixed on her. The girl tightly closed her eyes and whispered that he didn't understand her pain. Naruto offered her a small, sad smile, which she didn't see, and reiterated that he knew her pain. She sighed in defeat and remained silent as he continued. He shared his own past, revealing that he and his twin sister had been cast out by their father and handed over to Orochimaru, who had trained them to be pawns for their former home. The girl bit her lips as tears began to trickle down her cheeks. He spoke of the years of being treated like test subjects, broken and poisoned, all to serve a home that had never loved them. As he stopped before her, bending down, Fu peered through her unruly green hair into his powerful eyes, trembling with both fear and an unexplainable desire to be near him. He asked her if her former home had made her train from sunrise to sunset, forcing her to see and do things she would have preferred not to, all to mold her into a better puppet. In that moment, she confronted the truth she had denied her whole life. Her home had never loved her. Her heart thumped heavily, and she sniffed as her eyes filled with tears. Naruto reached forward slowly and wiped away her tears, a faint smile on his moon-pale face, so small that it almost seemed emotionless. He understood her pain deeply. Fu's head bobbed slightly as Naruto's hand pulled back. She hesitated, her eyes returning to the ground, and shook her head. Naruto gestured over his shoulder, and Nora approached, dropping onto one knee. He introduced her as one of his division heads, mentioning their shared past in a SLV pen. He pointed to a gold-ranked soldier with his lower face hidden behind a half-skull mask, explaining that he had lost all the skin on his bottom jaw due to a chemical used by his godfather. Then he indicated a woman with short white hair and an eye patch, who had endured a horrific injury. She nodded graciously, and Naruto turned back to Fu, who was subtly following his gestures. All of Naruto's people had faced rejection from their homes, becoming outcasts, sold into slavery by their families, or kidnapped and cursed to never return. Fu whispered in realization, understanding that she was not alone in her suffering. Naruto's loyal followers expressed their gratitude for his kindness and generosity. They spoke of how he had allowed them to follow him even as burdens, and had taught them to protect themselves. They fought for him because he had restored their humanity and given them purpose. They believed that dying for him, whether now or in the future, was the highest honor they could offer for all he had done. Fu felt a fire ignite in her chest as she took a deep breath. Her shoulders shook, and her hands clenched. The feeling of belonging to something greater than herself grew stronger, transforming from a small flame into an uncontrollable bonfire. She was certain it was real. As a natural sensor, she could tell the difference. With her head still lowered, she noticed a few of the gold ranks smiling at her from their lowered positions, and she felt happiness bloom within her. But a question lingered in her mind. What could she possibly do? Just moments ago, she had been surrounded by the gold ranks, feeling weakened by the division head who had easily sealed her control over her tailed beast. With how quickly she had been subdued, she wondered what this king could possibly want from her. Naruto spoke, assuring her that there was always a proper way to grow stronger, and that she simply had not found a compelling reason yet. Before she could become strong, he wanted her to swear her eternal loyalty to him. Without hesitation, she declared her commitment to serve him loyally, willing to be used however he wished. She yearned for a home, a place where she was welcomed, and she desired this more than anything. Naruto affirmed her loyalty, stating that she was now under his protection and part of his people. He placed his armored fingers on her shoulders, lifting her gaze to meet his. His smile widened slightly, and he promised to give her the chance to grow stronger, urging her to seize it. Fu vowed to take that chance. After he released her, she remained upright, feeling a firm hand pat her shoulder. She turned to see the masked woman beside her, offering a reassuring presence. Naruto had a mission for her while she trained to become stronger. 2 years later, It still felt surreal, but it was true. She had been summoned to the kingdom to receive her rank from the king, and on that day, she was gifted her katana blade, which she named 7. When she shared the name with Naruto, he rewarded her with his signature tiny smile and ruffled her hair, a moment that nearly overwhelmed her with joy. Not everyone was pleased, however. Tayuya and the second Konoha spy were not happy that their beloved king had shown affection to someone other than them or his deceased sister. When it was their turn to collect their expandable silver rank boots and chest plate, they subtly pushed for Naruto to ruffle their hair as well. Tayuya named her sniper rifle Singing Angel Blood, while the second Konoha spy called her kickboxing gloves Giant Slayer. They cherished their gifts from Naruto but also longed for his attention. Understanding their desires, Naruto ruffled their hair to keep the peace among the 3 girls. Fu felt a pang of discontent but kept her thoughts to herself, bowing to her king as he ordered them to return to their posts. A gray-haired man with bandages wrapped around his forehead and neck called out to Fubuki Kamakai, who lifted her head from her place at a small table. He poured green tea into a cup and handed it to the girl kneeling across from him, remaining composed as he served himself. The girl looked at the leader of Iron Country, whose face was set in a deep frown, and nodded. She raised her hands from her thighs to take the cup, tilting it to her lips before placing it back on the table in sync with the leader. He informed her that he had a mission of utmost importance for her. She accepted the mission but questioned if that was the reason for their tea meeting, suggesting he could have simply told her in his office. With her hands back on her thighs, she raised her eyebrows at the older samurai, her tanned face maintaining a professional demeanor, though her small, dark purple-painted lips turned down slightly. He explained that he also sought her personal counsel. She replied with respect, stating that the Iron Country Council was better suited for such matters, as she felt too young to offer advice. Apologizing for her outburst, she bowed her head towards the table, acknowledging it was improper. He reassured her that it was fine, expressing his intent to leverage her knowledge as a former ninja to better appeal to the major village leaders. He was organizing a summit to address the rising threat of the Tsukai Kingdom, which had demonstrated superiority through their technology and skills, though he believed they were not invincible. She straightened her white kimono, adjusting the deep red sleeves over her fingers and placing them back on her lap. The kanji for 7 was embroidered in gold on the back of her kimono. Underneath, she wore a white midriff shirt and a short white skirt, complemented by white sandals. Her silver rank armor was concealed by a subtle chameleon impersonation jutsu, making her armored fingers appear like her normal tan skin. Her deep red obi wrapped around her waist, and like her leader, she had bandages around her neck and just under her chin. She blinked her red eyes, enhanced by special contact lenses, and let her straight, stark white hair fall over her shoulders, a wig to disguise her true hair. She inquired about the specifics of the mission. He instructed her to investigate the full extent of what the Tsukai forces had done to the Lightning, Spring, and Water countries. He wanted her to gather witness reports, survivor testimonies, and any physical clues that could provide insight into their abilities and limitations. If she could locate the kingdom, she was to do so before they could launch an attack. Determined, she assured him she would not let him down. This was not the first time the leader of Iron Country had entrusted her with a high-ranking solo mission, a testament to the trust he had in her despite her past as a ninja. 2 years prior, after being dropped off in front of Iron Country by a support drop-off vehicle, she had faced rejection from the samurai society. The knowledge of being a ninja was considered dishonorable, leading to her being shunned. No one wanted her in their shops or homes, and despite her wealth, no hotel would accept her. Parents kept their children away from her, treating her like dirt. Yet, the trust bestowed upon her by her hero, Naruto, kept her from running away. She spent months alone in the forests, practicing samurai manners, exercises, and training tips sent to her. Most of her skills were self-taught, and it was these skills that enabled her to save a small village from bandit attacks. Although their opinions of her did not change much, they allowed her to stay on the village's outskirts in a small hut. After defending the village from 2 more attacks, they finally permitted her to join their meetings. Mifune, the leader of the country, learned of her selfless protection of the village and observed her for several months before summoning her to the capital for evaluation and ranking. He was particularly impressed by her katana, named 7, crafted from a unique red metal with a black hilt and guard. The blade bore 7 intricate seals, all appearing to be at least level 9, as none of the seal specialists could decipher them at first glance. When he asked her about it, she explained that it was a gift from her master before she was sent away, and she was bound by pride not to reveal its abilities unless in combat. Mifune respected her resolve to become a true samurai. After her evaluation, she was granted the elder rank, the second highest, held by only 15 others, all over 50 years old. Recognizing her potential, Mifune offered her permanent residence in the capital while the village she had protected received 5 master-rank samurai to replace her. The samurai in the capital initially resented her for her past as a ninja, but they soon recognized that she did not exhibit the brashness associated with ninjas and fought with honor. They were compelled to respect her due to her rank. She inquired when she would leave for her mission. He replied that it would be after he heard her opinion on how to best appeal to the ninjas. 3 days later, at the border of Amigakure, outside the rain, Naruko called to her brother as she shadowboxed an invisible opponent, sending him a sly grin. She threw rapid punches and twirled on her heel for a quick roundhouse kick. They stood 5 feet away from the rain-soaked border of the hidden village, staring inside at nothing in particular. Naruto was deep in thought as he observed the rain while Naruko waited for his cue to proceed inside. She asked if he had any tips for her, launching forward with 5 punches, curving her left elbow up and spinning to strike with her other elbow against an unseen opponent. She noted that the man she would face had fought their father and held his own for a while, suggesting he was very strong, possibly even stronger than Orochimaru. She expressed her uncertainty about what to expect from him. After delivering an uppercut, she turned to Naruto, placing her hands on her hips and tilting her head. Naruto's smile spread as he fully turned to his sister, impressed that she had set aside her pride to seek advice on how to confront the unknown foe he had mentioned. She smiled back, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she sensed his pride in her. He began to explain, recalling what their godfather had said about the Uchiha clan. He reminded her that their Sharingan could predict an opponent's movements. While this was true, he emphasized that if she was faster than their predictions, she could overcome it. He warned her that the Sharingan could cast powerful illusions, especially if the user made eye contact. She nodded, her eyebrows furrowed in concentration, acknowledging the importance of staying vigilant against illusions. Naruto continued, cautioning her not to underestimate her opponent, who had fought on near equal footing with their father. He mentioned that Sasori had said the masked man was serious when recruited, despite his playful facade in the Akatsuki. He encouraged her to engage with him but to remain alert for any tricks. He hesitated before revealing that after absorbing Danzo's soul, he had accessed his memories. He explained that his Rinnegan allowed him to do this, which he knew sounded overpowered but was effective. From Danzo's memories, he learned that there were higher forms of the Sharingan beyond the usual 3-tomo form. He mentioned the Mangekyo level, though he was unsure about the final level. He noted that the illusionary abilities and predictive capabilities were significantly enhanced at these levels, but beyond that, he had little information to offer. Naruko scoffed lightly and patted his shoulders, assuring him that it would be fun and that he shouldn't worry. She was dressed in her combat uniform from the previous day, equipped with her ninja weapons, including a tanto slung across her back and her long red hair tied into a short ponytail. Naruto expressed his initial desire to take down the Akatsuki by himself, confident in his abilities. He warned her that if she encountered trouble, she should not hesitate to ask for his help. She promised she would. They separated and bumped fists, sharing a smirk that darkened their expressions. Naruto asked whether she preferred a casual entrance or an epic one, and she grinned widely, choosing the latter. 5 minutes later, Tobi Abitamadara stood on the roof of the Amikage Tower, enjoying the rain that soaked his clothes. It felt as though his sins were being washed away, bringing him a sense of happiness. Beside him, Kisame and Itachi sat with their legs crossed, staring blankly at the houses in the distance, finding solace in the rain. For Kisame, it was obvious, but for Itachi, it was a way to atone for the lives he had taken. The memory of the night he had killed his parents and scarred his brother replayed in his mind, a haunting reminder that kept him from sleeping more than an hour at a time. Suddenly, all three high-ranking ninjas looked up, sensing a massive surge of chakra above them. Kisame gasped as he spotted a smoldering ball of fire, a giant meteor, hurtling down from the sky toward the village. The one-eyed Uchiha's mouth opened in shock just as the village alarms began to ring. The meteor accelerated dramatically, crashing to the ground before Itachi could react. The impact created a thunderous sound as the fiery mass struck the training ground near the Kage's tower, shaking the earth and sending clumps of dirt flying. The rain quickly cooled the rock, extinguishing the flames. 9 ninjas landed around the crackling rock, their eyes narrowed in anticipation. As the rain continued to cool the rock, it revealed a coal-black surface. With a loud crack, the black rock split open, releasing small puffs of white smoke and revealing 2 red-haired twins inside. The male stood with his arms crossed, while the female sat with her legs crossed before him, both wearing sinister smirks. Obito narrowed his eyes, recognizing the boy by his distinctive black attire and powerful eyes. He quickly deduced the girl's identity, realizing she resembled the king so closely that it nearly overwhelmed him. He whispered the name, King Naruto, as he activated his Sharingan, transforming it into its highest form, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto opened his arms wide, and his sister deftly leaped back to her feet, cracking her fists and staring intently at the only masked person present. He began to introduce himself as he turned in a full circle, taking in each member of the Akatsuki, from Sasori to Deidara. With a wide grin, he declared that his name was Naruto and that he was the king of the Tsukai kingdom. He placed a firm hand on his sister's left shoulder, and they exchanged a quick glance. He continued, introducing her as Naruko, the queen of the Tsukai kingdom. The girl nearly faltered at her brother's bold declaration, casting him a brief glare at the pleased look in his Rinnegan eyes. She whispered in disbelief, questioning the timing of his announcement, and he nodded in response. They had come to dismantle the organization, he stated, his eyes sparkling with determination as he patted her shoulder twice. He commanded Sasori and Konan to stand down, and to the shock of the others, the named S-rank ninjas bowed deeply and stepped aside. Deidara challenged Naruto, questioning what made him think he stood a chance against all of them. Naruto, with his hands in his pockets and his sister standing behind him, issued a challenge, stating that her opponent was Obito. He warned the others not to hold back, or it would lead to their downfall. Hayden, frustrated by Naruto's confidence, threatened him with violent words, but Naruto remained unfazed. He acknowledged Hayden's vivid threats but insisted that words could only go so far. He then removed his hands from his pockets and met Itachi's gaze without fear of being trapped in an illusion. He beckoned Itachi to attack, urging him to come forward. Obito, breaking character, remarked that he would come after Naruto's sister after dealing with her. Naruko took her fighting stance, her fists positioned just below her eyes and her knees slightly bent, showcasing her impressive kickboxing form. Itachi recognized that she had prepared well, wanting to gauge his fighting style before making her move. Though he typically wouldn't indulge her, his desire to acquire Naruto's Rinnegan overpowered him, prompting him to charge forward.